एक हफ्ते के बाद 15 दिन के बाद लगभग 25,000 और तैयार हो गए थे। कांग्रेस हाई कोर्ट चली गई, इनका भर्ती रोको गए। ये युवाओं के हितैषी बनते हैं। कांग्रेस जयराम रमेश जो इनका सांसद है और हुड्डा साहब का बड़ा नज़दीक है, हुड्डा के इशारे के ऊपर ये भर्ती रोको गैंग काम करता है। चीफ इलेक्शन कमीशन पे चले गए। चीफ इलेक्शन कमीशन को इन्होंने कहा कि हरियाणा सरकार रिजल्ट निकाल रही है युवाओं के। चीफ इलेक्शन कमीशन ने संज्ञान लेते हुए लेटर जारी कर दिया, जब तक आचार संहिता है आप रिजल्ट नहीं निकाल सकते। ये कांग्रेस युवाओं के विरोधी है।
So, well, a confident Nayab Singh Saini there, if nothing else. But moving now to our special report. Well, the UP government has followed has promised, in fact, a pothole-free state. In fact, Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister, has said that there is zero tolerance to potholes. Well, how is this being implemented on the ground? My colleague Tanushka does a reality check. Take a look.
A struggle on the roads of Gautam Budh Nagar, the district that has the NCR cities of Noida and Greater Noida, and some very bad roads of late after a rainy season left multiple potholes on roads in both cities. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has directed officials to get rid of potholes in the state's roads by October 10th, ahead of the upcoming festivals. But can this be done on ground in such short time?
इसका होना तो असंभव है, चाहे सारी सड़कें सही हो जाएं यूपी की, पर ये हल्द्वानी मोड़ की सड़क कभी सही नहीं होगी।
Accountability and responsibility of the contractors. They should be held accountable if the road get damaged within 2 years or let's say 3 years or 5 years. Even UP CM sir also there that the contractor should be accountable for the road. So we need to fix that accountability.
After the CM's deadline, both the Noida and Greater Noida authorities have started repair work. According to Noida authority officials, a budget of rupees 10 crores has been set aside for repair work in each of the 10 divisions in Noida. Authority officials claim that Noida will be pothole free by October 2nd, much earlier than the deadline. We're on this busy stretch between Sector 51 and 75 in Noida, wherein, as you can see behind me, a lot of road work is currently on by the Noida authority. This is the work of filling up of potholes as well as recarpeting of roads, which the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has called for with a deadline of October 10th. Within October 10th, the Chief Minister has called for all roads and potholes to be filled up with the festive season in mind. I am currently joined with Raj Kamal sir. He is Executive Engineer at the Noida Authority. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Sir, ये जो सड़कों का काम है, कब शुरू हुआ?
ये काम हमारा पैच रिपेयर का कई दिन से चल रहा है, हमारे सीओ सर के निर्देश पे। इस सड़क पर कल शुरू हुआ है और 2 दिन में हमारा ये टारगेट है कि 2 दिन में हम इसके पहले सारे पैच रिपेयर कर देंगे। उसके बाद पूरी सड़क पर इस पे डीबीएम और बीसी के लेयर पड़नी है।
सर, ये गड्ढे कब तक भर जाएंगे?
गड्ढे हमारे 2 दिन में भर जाएंगे।
2 दिन में? योगी जी ने कहा 10 दिन का डेडलाइन दिया है, पर
इस सड़क पर 2 दिन में भर जाएंगे, लेकिन जो हमारी नोएडा की और सड़कें हैं, हमारे सीओ सर के निर्देश हैं, हमारे डीजीएम सर के निर्देश हैं कि इसको किसी भी हाल में हम लोग कोशिश करके 5 अक्टूबर के पहले ही सारे गड्ढे भर दें। हर हाल में भरे जाएंगे।
और सर, ये बजट एलोकेशन क्या हुआ है ये सड़कों का काम के लिए?
इस सड़क पर हमारा 693 लाख का जो है बजट है, जिसमें हमारा 50 mm की डीबीएम और 40 mm की बीसी के लेयर डाली जाएगी। ये सड़क हमारी 2.7 किलोमीटर लंबी है, जिस पे काम होना है, और एक तरफ 14 मीटर इसका जो है मेटल पोर्शन है।
Bumpy roads can also take lives. A lot of these pothole-stricken and crater-like roads exist across Uttar Pradesh as well as in Noida and Greater Noida. This is also one of the new urban problems that everyone faces on a day-to-day basis. Anyone, be it a car owner or a two-wheeler owner. If you're on the roads, you're facing bumpy roads. At this point, in Noida, there is work that is going on to repair these roads and fill the potholes, as the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has also given a deadline, which is until 10th of October, to not just fill up the potholes, but also recarpet these roads and strengthen the roads. What remains to be seen is whether this deadline is met in time or not, and whether the roads from bumpy become a smooth ride. With camera person Manoj Thakur, this is Tashka Datta for NDTV.
And moving now to the big business story, Tata Sons is all set to venture into the semiconductor space. In fact, the chairman of Tata Sons, N. Chandrasekhar, spoke to NDTV talking about this exciting foray and why top industry players are now looking to expand in the semiconductor space as well. Take a look.
We have Mr. N. Chandrasekhar, who is the chairman of Tata Sons. Today, Tata Electronics has partnered with Power Chip Semiconductor Manufacturing Company to set up India's first semiconductor manufacturing facility in Gujarat. So based on this, so I just wanted to start off and ask, how do you, what is the game plan that you're foraying into the semiconductor industry? What kind of investment or scale that we can expect, and what kind of locations are you going to, what kind of location do you have in mind? And, just wanted to understand that what is the opportunity you see for the group as an overall with this?
See, as you know, Tata Electronics was started during COVID, and now we have 4 different businesses. One is the manufacturing business, where we manufacture enclosures, then the packaging business, then OSAT, then what we have now started to build is the foundry. And chip is going to be the future. Everything in this world is going to be technology driven, and you will see more semiconductor chips in everything that we use, from automobiles to power, to medical devices, to mobile phones, to IoT devices, manufacturing facilities, whether it is B2B, whether it is B2C, industrial, consumer. In every walk of life, there is going to be a proliferation for the usage of chips, and chips are going to be more intelligent because they are also software driven. And AI is going to be all powered by chips. So this, I think we can talk about this in terms of the potential for very long. So for every nation which aspires to deliver strong innovation and growth, this is a fundamental platform that you need to build capability. So now we have an opportunity to build a very strong fab, which we are going to do it in Dholera, which will, to start with, will have 5 different technologies from 28 nanometers to 110 nanometers. And we are extremely delighted that our partner, Frank, chose to work with us, chose to work with India first and chose to work with us because they have options. And we have moved very fast, and they have been extremely supportive. I think this will be one of the fastest time scales in which this kind of an arrangement and agreement has been made globally. And we have a very aggressive timeline. So it's going to be primarily based in Dholera. There are other parts of the electronics ecosystem. We are building one in Assam and Hosur and so on and so forth. But today, the big moment is the solidification of this partnership. We have signed all the definitive agreements, and we had the opportunity to meet the Prime Minister today. Frank spent a lot of time with him also. So I think it's a good day, good start, and we're looking forward to a very strong electronics, digital based growth, ecosystem growth. There will be a lot of companies which will be needed because it's an ecosystem. It's not going to be done by one or two people. Yes, we are setting up the fab, but in order to build the whole ecosystem, there will be several companies, both from abroad and India, who will set up their own facilities in Dholera. Okay?
Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity at NDTV Profit. All the best, sir.
And moving now to the other big business headline, well, food delivery giant Swiggy is all set for its public offering. Swiggy has filed for an IPO. Now remember, this comes after the other food delivery giant and its competitor Zomato also filed for an IPO. Now remember, the timing of this is extremely interesting given the fact that there are reports of Swiggy eyeing a festival listing ahead of Diwali. My colleague Sakshi Bajaj has more on this.
India's major player in food delivery and quick commerce, Swiggy has submitted an updated draft red herring prospectus to the market regulator, that is the Securities and Exchange Board of India, for review and public comment at large. The company seeks a valuation of approximately 83,365 crore rupees or nearly $10 billion. The IPO will include a fresh issue of rupees 3,750 crores, remember, with up to rupees 6,950 crores being offered for sale by existing investors, based on the recent higher share price of rupees 375. Important to note here that Zomato, Swiggy's latest competitor really in the marketplace, has a market cap of 2.5 lakh crore. And both Zomato and Swiggy have recently been upbeat on the quick commerce boom as well. Experts feel that NDTV, have been telling NDTV really at large that the valuation really is key and investors must not decide based on the euphoria alone. Interesting times there, and experts also believe the timing of this particular IPO is crucial to watch out for.
And in sports news now, well, former West Indies all-rounder Dwayne Bravo has ended his long and celebrated journey at Chennai Super Kings, with whom he won 4 IPL titles in different roles. He is joining defending champions Kolkata Knight Riders as a mentor from the 2025 season. He turns 41 in October and he will replace Gautam Gambhir, who took over as India coach until 2027 soon, after helping KKR clinch their 3rd IPL title. And well, with that, we'll slip to a short break now, but news continues on the top of the hour.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ए आयो बात बोल। पैसाबाजार.com।
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news, from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV's युवा कॉन्क्लेव is back.
शुरू करते हैं एनडीटीवी का यूथ कॉन्क्लेव। एनडीटीवी युवा।
भारत एक युवा देश है। अगर हम युवा एक हो जाएं, एकजुट हो जाएं, तो दुनिया की कोई ताकत हमें आगे बढ़ने से नहीं रोक सकती।
With India's biggest disruptors.
So when you tried to understand and have conversation with your parents कि मेरा नाम बांसुरी क्या रखा, उन्होंने क्या बताया?
So माँ ने तो बहुत ही स्वीट एक्सप्लेनेशन दी। She said कि कृष्ण की सबसे प्रिय वस्तु पे तुम्हारा नाम रखा गया है।
प्रेजेंट में रहो, अपना कर्म पूरी निष्ठा से करो, फल की चिंता मत करो।
दूसरी थ्रो लगने के बाद जब कोच साहब ने बताया कि 4639 है, तो मैं काफ़ी खुश हुआ। और
सरप्राइज भी हुए थे थोड़ा?
सरप्राइज हुआ था मैं, तब इसीलिए वो मैंने पूछा सर खाओ माँ को सर।
Yuva, youth for change.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and
Welcome, you're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shab. After high drama last night, the civic body polls in Delhi are taking place today. We'll get you the details of that story, but first, let's take a look at the headlines. ED raids top Telangana Minister Ponguletti Srinivas Reddy. He has been raided. After high drama last night, the Delhi civic body panel polls take place today. The Aam Aadmi Party says that the elections were illegal and that they won't take part in these polls, while the BJP says that Aam Aadmi Party doesn't want constitutional formation of MCD. Ex-Chief Minister Jagannath Reddy, he is in Tirumala amid the Prasad Rao, amid a raging Tirupati Laddu controversy. Former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Jagannath Reddy, he visits the Tirumala temple. BJP in the meanwhile protests during his visit. The Bharatiya Janata Party gears up for the upcoming Jharkhand polls. The BJP set to hold key meeting with their allies. The big question, will BJP, Manji and Paswan magic work in Jharkhand? The Muda Rao spirals. The Chief Minister, Siddaramaiah, he remains defiant while the BJP is on the offensive. This as the Karnataka government decided to withdraw general consent given to CBI to investigate cases in the state. And our big Road to Safety campaign on NDTV, drive safe or pay the price. Well, according to sources, 16 teams, they are participating in raids in Hyderabad, Khammam and other areas simultaneously. This earlier, the ED had raided Ponguletti's residence in November last year before the assembly elections in Telangana. Then on November 3rd, the ED and IT officials, they conducted inspections at his residence in Khammam town and also at his house in Nandagiri Hills in Hyderabad. Similarly, searches were also conducted at Raghav Pride on Banjara Hills road number 10. In fact, my colleague Uma Sudhir joins us to get us more on this. Uma, what are the details of these raids? Where all these raids are happening at the moment?
Okay, early this morning at around 5:30 is when we are told that as many as 16 teams arrived from Delhi to Hyderabad to carry out these raids. And interestingly, it's a Delhi zonal office which is involved in these raids, and the Hyderabad zonal office was not aware of these raids. And then they went first to the residence, Narsingi residence of Ponguletti Srinivas Reddy, and subsequently his offices in Banjara Hills, Jubilee Hills, and also we are told his homes and also that of his associates, and also in Khammam, which is his native district as well. Ponguletti Srinivas Reddy is both the Revenue Minister as well as the Information and Public Relations Minister, and he is in fact a strong man from the Khammam district. And prior to the elections in the month of November as well, there were raids that happened on his residence and properties. He is actually a businessman. He runs something called Raghava Construction and Infra. Very recently, this company had also bagged the contract for for irrigation project, one of the works for the works for that Narapet Kodangal irrigation project as well. What is, I must point out as of interest is that the raids now, of course, to deal with money laundering and financial dealings may have to do with two things. One, we are being told it could be related to the watches that were purchased by his son Harsha Reddy, and there was meant to be or reported to be 100 crore kind of a smuggling racket that happened. And what has been reported is that as many as 7 watches worth about 7 crore rupees were purchased by him, and the payment for that was linked to not just Hawala money but also to cryptocurrency. So while we are not specifically aware of what exactly is the motive behind today's raids in 16 different locations involving not just the police, local police as security, because he happens to be a very high profile personality here, But also there is the CRPF and other forces which have been brought in for protecting the officials even as these raids are being carried out. So this appears to be something that will have national political implications as well, because this kind of a very coordinated, concerted raid at 16 different locations on a person who is among the richest of politicians. In fact, his son Harsha Reddy had also figured in the richest billionaire from here, one of the youngest at 30 years of age and worth about 1,300 crore rupees. All that is add up to something more than what we can see. Therefore, likely that there are going to be implications, because Ponguleti Srinivas Reddy is a politician who who had won, in fact, the 2014 elections, and then subsequently he had jumped party and joined the BRS. And 2019 he was denied a seat here. And before these elections, there was speculation about whether he would be joining the BJP or he would join the Congress. He eventually joined the Congress and also vowed that the BRS will not be able to win any seats in his territory. And he has ensured that his hold over the district of Khammam continues post the assembly elections and the parliament elections as well. So he is, should I say, almost like a number two in the cabinet after Revanth Reddy, very often seen with the chief minister at many high-profile events as well. Back to you.
All right, Uma Sudhir, thank you very much for getting us all the latest from the ground and explaining it in detail for our viewers as well. Moving on to our other big story, it is Aam Aadmi Party versus the LG yet again. The latest flashpoint between Delhi's ruling Aam Aadmi Party and the Lieutenant Governor. It came to an abrupt halt late on Thursday evening as the election of a single standing committee member of the civic body, which Mr. V.K. Saxena, he was insisting on being held by 10 p.m. It was called off after an all-evening drama that included an 11th hour press conference by the senior Aam Aadmi Party leader Manish Sisodia. Officials from the Raj Bhavan, they said that the election cannot be held on Thursday night. The fresh date is today. That election is going to take place in just a short while from now.
कमिश्नर एमसीडी जिस तरह के आदेश पारित कर रहे हैं और वो लिख रहे हैं कि मैं एलजी के कहने पे ये आदेश पारित कर रहा हूं और एलजी निश्चित रूप से बीजेपी के कहने पे ये आदेश दे रहे हैं, संविधान की इज्जत तार-तार कर रहे हैं, कानून की इज्जत तार-तार कर रहे हैं। इलेक्शन तो मेयर ने 5 तारीख के लिए तय किया हुआ है, कानूनी रूप से 5 तारीख को इलेक्शन होगा, उसमें पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे। इसका क्या मतलब है? ये तो किसी आईएएस ऑफिसर की अध्यक्षता में हाउस की कमेटी वैलिड कैसे, इनवैलिड मीटिंग है।
मैंने कमिश्नर एमसीडी को एक चिट्ठी लिखी है और उसमें निर्देश दिए हैं कि आज का चुनाव पूरी तरह से इलीगल है और नल एंड वॉइड है। जो लीगल चुनाव है, कल जैसे कहा गया था सदन में 5 तारीख को ही होगा। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को एक चीज समझनी पड़ेगी कि जिस प्रकार से नगर निगम को चलाने का प्रयास भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है, जिस तरह से इंटरफेयर कर रही है, वो पूरी तरह से असंवैधानिक है।
एमसीडी के कानून में साफ साफ लिखा है कि कॉरपोरेशन का सिटिंग बुलाने की, सदन की सिटिंग बुलाने का अधिकार केवल और केवल मेयर को है और किसी को नहीं है। एलजी साहब नहीं बुला सकते, कमिश्नर नहीं बुला सकते, केवल और केवल मेयर सदन का वो बुला सकती हैं और मेयर उसकी, जब सदन होगा तो मेयर उसकी अध्यक्षता करेंगी। ये क्या है कि भाई एलजी साहब ने सदन बुला दिया और उसकी अध्यक्षता कोई ऑफिसर, कल को तो ये लोकसभा की अध्यक्षता कहेंगे कि होम सेक्रेटरी लोकसभा की अध्यक्षता करेगा। हम जनतंत्र में रहते हैं, हम डेमोक्रेसी में रहते हैं।
जब से दिल्ली नगर निगम में आम आदमी पार्टी का शासन आया है, तब से एक अजीब सा माहौल है। मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से पूछना चाहता हूँ कि आखिर कोई तो कारण बताएंगे आप कि आप स्थायी समिति का गठन क्यों नहीं होने दे रहे। स्थायी समिति का गठन हो, एक सदस्य का जो चुनाव होना है वो चुनाव हो, शांति से हो, सौहार्द से हो। दिल्ली के विकास की चिंता अगर आप लोग नहीं कर रहे हैं तो इसका मतलब आप दिल्ली को धोखा देने का काम कर रहे हैं। तो मेरा आपसे निवेदन है कि चुनाव होने दीजिए और अपने पार्षदों को पार्टिसिपेट करें। जब संख्या आपके पास है, बहुमत आपके पास है, तो फिर डर किस बात का है।
All right, news now from Tamil Nadu, where the Chief Minister M.K. Stalin he has met the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This meeting comes amid face-off over the funds. The Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin he met the Prime Minister in New Delhi. This is a first meeting after the Prime Minister won his third term. The Chief Minister's office, in the meanwhile, has said that Stalin has urged the Prime Minister for release of funds and that the state needs more funds to implement these schemes. And my colleague Sam Daniel joins us to get us more on this. Sam, how crucial is this meeting? And the state, it has urged the Prime Minister for release of funds. Do you think this meeting is in that direction? It's going to take it in the right direction?
That's right, Osama. Politically, this is the first meeting after Modi became the Prime Minister for the third time, M.K. Stalin meeting him in Delhi. But he brings three key demands for Tamil Nadu. One is he is seeking the Prime Minister's intervention to make sure the Chennai Metro Rail's Phase 2 project will get 50-50 equity sharing between the centre and the state government. It's a 63,000 crore project. And Stalin, in a memorandum, has explained that in 20s earlier, only for the sake of convenience to avail a loan from a Japanese entity, the Tamil Nadu government had asked the centre to consider this as a state project. But that does not mean that the centre will completely deny equity for this. And he has explained the context, and he says the delay in that has impacted the progress of this project in Chennai. And he has sought Modi's intervention to make sure this project will get 50% funding by the central government as well, pointing out that all other metro projects across India have been on this 50-50 model. Secondly, he also wants the Prime Minister's intervention to get the pending dues under the Samagraga Siksha scheme, for which 2,151 crore rupees is pending from the central government. And apparently he says this is pending because the Tamil Nadu government has not agreed for the 3-language formula under the new education policy. And Stalin says as a policy, Tamil Nadu will only go by the 2-language formula because it paves way. Tacitly he refers to Hindi imposition. And he says in the year 1963, Tamil Nadu has been exempted from implementing the Official Languages Act 1963. And he wants this kind of an exemption for this scheme as well. He points out that delaying these funds will impact or affect 43 lakh students in Tamil Nadu, besides 2.21 lakh teachers as well. Lastly, he wants the Prime Minister's intervention to also resolve the crisis between the Sri Lankan Navy and the Tamil Nadu fishermen. Often they are being arrested for alleged trespass into Lankan waters. Stalin points out 145 fishermen, Indian fishermen from Tamil Nadu, are behind bars in Sri Lanka, and 21 of them have been convicted, and often the fines range from anywhere between 10 lakh rupees to 1.5 crore rupees, something beyond the reach of ordinary fisherfolk. And he wants the Prime Minister's intervention to make sure there would be a kind of a permanent solution for this. He doesn't mention what exactly is the permanent solution. Often the political demand is to get into a long-term...
Sam, I would like to interrupt you at the moment. In fact, the Chief Minister, M.K. Stalin, he's speaking at the moment. If you could translate what he's saying.
நாங்கள் வந்து அப்பப்போ எங்கள் கொள்கையை விட்டு கொடுக்காம எங்கள் கோரிக்கைகளை தொடர்ந்து சொல்லிட்டு இருக்கிறோம். அதே நேரத்தில் கொள்கையை விட்டு கொடுக்க மாட்டோம். அதில் வந்து நாங்கள் உறுதியாக இருக்கிறோம்.
What's your response on the central government's performance? He says we are very strong in our policy, in our principle. We never compromise when it comes to our stand on various issues.
என்ன சொல்றீங்க? கேம் சொல்லிட்டேனே, ஆல்ரெடி டோல்டு. ஏற்கனவே அது நீதிமன்றத்தில் இருக்கு.
The question is, what's your stand in terms of the Kaveri issue between the Tamil Nadu government and the Karnataka government? He says the issue is already in the court.
All right. Sam Daniel, thank you very much for getting us all the latest from there and also translating that what the Chief Minister had to say during that interaction with the media persons. And the BJP, it has finalized its strategy for the Jharkhand elections. A crucial meeting on seat sharing for the assembly election. It will take place today with BJP leadership holding discussions with allied parties in Delhi. Key leaders from the allied parties will participate in the meeting scheduled for this particular evening. Now in Jharkhand, BJP is also coordinating with All Jharkhand Students Union and the Janata Dal United. The discussions will focus on number of seats and which party will contest from which seat. BJP may also join hands with Jitan Ram Manjhi and Chirag Paswan for the upcoming elections, offering them some seats as well. The message of NDA's unity and strength will be emphasized. In fact, BJP's Parivartan Yatra, that will conclude on October 2nd with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He will be addressing a massive rally in Hazaribagh to officially launch BJP's election campaign. Now, BJP has undertaken 6 Parivartan Yatras in the state, all culminating in Hazaribagh on October 2nd. In fact, on September 20th, Home Minister Amit Shah, he flagged off the Parivartan Yatra, which covered approximately 5,500 kilometers across 81 assembly constituencies in 21 districts.
If you see the NDA alliance as far as Jharkhand is concerned, they already have one alliance partner, which is All Jharkhand Student Union, AJSU, headed by Sudesh Mahto. So BJP and Sudesh Mahto's party, AJSU, they are the alliance partners as far as Jharkhand is concerned. They are part of NDA. Now JDU is likely to be taken in. JDU would be contesting seats over there. As to how many seats JDU would be given, that is one thing which would be settled today as we are talking about the crucial meeting which is happening in Delhi. Now there are 2 other alliance partners which are in queue. Chirag Paswan, the LJP headed by Chirag Paswan, and also Jitan Ram Manjhi. So they are very keen on being alliance partners in Jharkhand Assembly election. They want to field their candidates in Jharkhand as well. So BJP will have to accommodate them, how many seats they will be given. These are the crucial things which will be decided in today's meeting. And remember, the Parivartan Yatra is already on in Jharkhand by BJP, and it will culminate at Hazaribagh. It will be addressed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and that would be the official announcement of the BJP's campaign as far as Jharkhand election is concerned. Now, when will this election happen is the key question. It has to be finished before November of this year. That is the last date before which the government has to be formed. Now, the political parties of Jharkhand, they want that elections date should be announced post-Diwali and post-Chhath rather, because Chhath, remember, is a very important festival in this part of the country, especially in Bihar and states like Bihar, Jharkhand and Uttar Pradesh. So they don't want the election campaign dates to coincide with the Chhath festival or the Diwali festival. So they would ideally want that the dates of the election campaign or the date, the code of conduct comes into force after the Chhath festival is over. So it is for the election commission now to decide when the final dates would be announced and when the code of conduct would be implemented there. But yeah, as far as the NDA in Jharkhand is concerned, they are all gearing up and they are putting their flock together. As far as JMM is concerned, they are already they have the 3 alliance partners over there, which is JMM, Congress, and RJD. Of course, is one of their strongest allies there.
All right, let's now cut across to Rewari in Haryana, where the Union Home Minister Amit Shah is addressing a public rally. Let's listen in to what he has to say.
और भ्रष्टाचार बढ़ जाता था, दूसरा मुख्यमंत्री आता था तो दूसरे जिले का काम होता था और गुंडागर्दी बढ़ जाती थी। भाजपा की सरकार आई, पूरे हरियाणा की सरकार आई, 36 बिरादरी का विकास करने का काम हमारी भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने किया। और ये 10 साल के अंदर हरियाणा में भ्रष्टाचार का नामो निशान समाप्त कर दिया। कांग्रेस की सरकारें थी, कट, कमीशन और करप्शन से चलती थी। डीलर, दलाल और दामादों का राज चलता था। भाजपा सरकार में ना डीलर बचे, ना दलाल बचे, दामाद का तो सवाल ही नहीं है। हमने भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त शासन देने का वादा हमारा निभाया है। भाइयों बहनों, कांग्रेस पार्टी राहुल बाबा को अभी किसी एनजीओ ने पकड़ा दिया है कि एमएसपी बोलने से वोट मिल जाएंगे। राहुल बाबा, एमएसपी का फुल फॉर्म मालूम है क्या आपको? एमएसपी किसको कहते हैं मालूम है क्या? खरीफ का क्रॉप कौन सा है, रबी का कौन सा है, कुछ मालूम है क्या? भाइयों बहनों, मैं आज यहां से इस मंच से सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं। पूरे देश भर में कांग्रेस की सरकारें जो चल रही है वो एमएसपी के नाम पर किसानों के सामने झूठ बोलने का बंद करिए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी हरियाणा की सरकार मिनिमम सपोर्ट प्राइस पर 24 क्रॉप खरीद रही है, 24 के 24 क्रॉप खरीद रही है। हरियाणा में कांग्रेस के नेता एक बार बता दे, देश में आपकी कौन सी सरकार 24 के 24 क्रॉप खरीदती है? भाइयों बहनों, ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी है। किसान को अपने खेत में जो बोना है वो बोए, उसको खरीदने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार करती है। कांग्रेस की सरकार थी, धान का दाम 1310 रुपया था, अभी 2300 रुपया हुआ। और हरियाणा वालों, कमल फूल की सरकार बना दो, आपका धान 3100 रुपये खरीदने का काम हम करेंगे। ये बाजरे का प्रदेश है, यहां पर बाजरे की एमएसपी 1250 थी, 1250। और नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बाजरे की एमएसपी 2625 करने का काम किया है, 2625। अरे हुड्डा साहब, आपकी सरकार थी तब बाजरा नहीं खरीदते थे, राजस्थान में आपकी सरकार थी वो भी नहीं खरीदते थी। वो राजस्थान का बाजरा हरियाणा में आकर राजस्थान के किसान बेचते थे, क्योंकि यहां हम एमएसपी पर लेते थे। गेहूं की एमएसपी 1400 रुपया थी, हमने गेहूं की एमएसपी को 2275 रुपयों तक करने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने किया। और सरसों जो 3050 रुपये पर थी, उसको 5650 रुपया करने का काम ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने किया। और मैं आज कांग्रेस वालों को चैलेंज लगाकर जा रहा हूं, आपके शासन में जब यूपीए की सरकार थी, सोनिया मनमोहन की सरकार थी, 10 साल में कितना धान, कितना गेहूं खरीदा, इसका हिसाब लेकर भेजिए। हमारी ये डॉक्टर बहन जिला अध्यक्ष को मैं भेज दूंगा, 2-2 हाथ हो जाए। आपने हमसे आधा भी धान नहीं खरीदा। कर्नाटक और तेलंगाना में आपकी सरकार है, एमएसपी पर कितना खरीदते हैं वो बताइए जरा। अरे हुड्डा साहब, आपकी सरकार को किसान 2 रुपये मुआवजे वाली सरकार कहते थे।
All right, so the election dangle in Haryana, it is heating up. The Union Home Minister there is addressing a public rally. In the meanwhile, Haryana Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini, he spoke to NDTV and he said, he sounded confident and said that the BJP will form the state government and the people of Haryana, they will vote for the BJP. He is speaking on the Congress's agenda. He said that the Congress's agenda has been exposed and that the Congress's manifesto is a bundle of falsehoods.
8 तारीख को जब परिणाम आएगा तब मैं आपसे फिर से बात करूंगा, तब भी मैं क्या आपको मुख्यमंत्री नायब सिंह सैनी करके पुकारूंगा?
बिल्कुल, क्यों नहीं, क्योंकि ये पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड का हमारा अधिकार है। मुख्यमंत्री बनना, कौन बनेगा कौन नहीं बनेगा, परंतु मैं एक बात आपको कहता हूं कि हरियाणा की जनता ने ये तय कर दिया है कि 8 तारीख के बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी का मुख्यमंत्री बड़े मैंडेट के साथ तीसरी बार सरकार आ रही है और मोदी जी के नेतृत्व के अंदर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार चलेगी, तीव्र गति से विकास करेंगे। क्योंकि कांग्रेस का जो एजेंडा है, जो उनका एजेंडा सामने आया है, उन्होंने जो अपना घोषणा पत्र जारी किया, घोषणा पत्र नहीं है, नेशनल कांग्रेस झूठ पत्र है, वो उन्होंने झूठ पत्र जारी किया। वो आज नहीं जारी किया, वो 2 साल पहले हिमाचल में किया, कर्नाटक में किया, तेलंगाना में किया, और वहाँ पर जो सजावाग लोगों को दिखाए, एक भी सजावाग को पूरा नहीं किया, खाली वोट बटोर लिया। और अब वो सेम का सेम हरियाणा में लेकर के आए। हरियाणा की जनता हमारी समझदार है, उनकी बात में आने वाली नहीं है, क्योंकि उसकी बानगी भी सामने आई है। जैसे ही घोषणा पत्र उनका जारी हुआ, उनके एक प्रत्याशी जो NIT से चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, उन्होंने ये कहा खुले मंच के ऊपर कि हुड्डा साहब ने 2 लाख नौकरियों की बात कही है, मेरे हिस्से में 2000 आती हैं। एक दूसरा गन्नौर से उनका प्रत्याशी जो चुनाव लड़ रहा है, उसने कहा जितनी मेरे हिस्से में आएंगी उतना हम नौकरी देंगे। 2014 से पहले भी यही चलता था, पर्ची से नौकरी मिलती थी, खर्ची से मिलती थी, गरीब परिवार तक तो नौकरी पहुंचती नहीं थी, कोई और ही लिस्ट से नौकरी लग जाते थे। आज युवाओं को उसी दलदल में, भ्रष्टाचार की दलदल में कांग्रेस फिर घेरना चाहती है। और आज हरियाणा का युवा इस बात को पूर्ण रूप से समझ चुका है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी के अंदर हम सुरक्षित नहीं हैं। कांग्रेस को बाहर का रास्ता 8 तारीख को हमारे हरियाणा का युवा दिखाएगा।
कई सारे मुद्दे जो आपने एक एक करके गिनाए, रोजगार की बात की है आपने, भ्रष्टाचार की बात यहाँ पर की है। आप बहुत अनुभवी राजनेता हैं सैनी साहब, आपने बहुत राजनीति देखी है, उतार चढ़ाव देखे हैं, बीजेपी का ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड भी आपने देखा है। अमूमन ये कहा जाता है कि जब आप 10 साल तक सत्ता में एक बार लगातार रह लें तो तीसरी बार सत्ता में फिर से आना, हैट्रिक लगाना मुश्किल होता है, क्योंकि एक एंटी इनकम्बेंसी फैक्टर होता है। आपको क्या लगता है कि आपके फेवर में क्या काम कर रहा है जो आप दावा कर रहे हैं कि आप 8 तारीख को फिर से सरकार?
अखिलेश जी, एक काम नहीं है, हमारी एक बड़ी लंबी लिस्ट है जो हमने काम किए हैं, और उसी के दम के ऊपर लोग ये बात कह रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस में हम सुरक्षित नहीं हैं, हम तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी में ही सुरक्षित हैं। हमने क्षेत्रवाद को ख़त्म किया, परिवारवाद को ख़त्म किया, भेदभाव जो हरियाणा के साथ होता था उसको ख़त्म किया, हमने लोगों को ट्रांसपेरेंसी शासन दिया और हरियाणा का एक तीव्र गति से विकास किया। आज अगर हम 10 वर्षों के अंदर देखें, हमने 10 वर्षों के अंदर हर जिला को 4 लेनिंग से जोड़ने का काम किया। आज अगर हम 10 वर्षों के अंदर देखें, 15 जिलों के अंदर मेडिकल कॉलेज फंक्शनल हैं, 8 अक्टूबर के बाद 7 जिलों में भी फंक्शनल हो जाएंगे। हमने अंतिम टेल तक पानी पहुंचाया। हमने एक बात और कही है कि हरियाणा पहला ऐसा राज्य है देश के अंदर जो अपने किसान की 24 फसलें MSP के ऊपर खरीदता है। हमने हरियाणा के अंदर जो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट बेस के ऊपर हमारे कर्मचारी थे, HKRN पे थे, पार्ट 1 के थे, पार्ट 2 के थे, ऐसे सब कर्मचारियों को भी हमने सुरक्षित करने का काम पिछले दिनों किया है। हमारी सोच है कि हर वर्ग को लाभ पहुँचाए। महिलाओं के लिए हमने काम किया है, हमने गरीब के लिए काम किया है। अभी हमने अपने संकल्प पत्र में कहा है कि आने वाले समय के अंदर हम गरीब लोगों के लिए 5 लाख मकान बना करके ग्रामीण शहरी क्षेत्र के अंदर देने का काम करेंगे। यह हमारा संकल्प है और उसके तहत हम मजबूती से, तीव्र गति से काम करेंगे। हमने ये भी कहा है आने वाले समय के अंदर 2 लाख हरियाणा के लोगों को बिना पर्ची, बिना खर्ची के देंगे। अगर मैं नौकरियों की बात कर रहा हूँ अखिलेश जी, कांग्रेस ने, मैंने जब जिम्मेवारी 12 मार्च को ली, उसके बाद मैंने एक बात कही थी कि मैं हरियाणा के 50,000 युवाओं को रोजगार दूंगा। लगभग 56 दिन का मुझे कार्यकाल मिला। 56 दिन के अंदर मैंने 15,000 के लगभग युवाओं को ज्वाइनिंग लेटर दिया, और उसके 1 हफ्ते के बाद, 15 दिन के बाद लगभग 25,000 और तैयार हो गए थे। कांग्रेस हाई कोर्ट चली गई, इनका भर्ती रोको गए। ये युवाओं के हित ऐसी बनते हैं। कांग्रेस जयराम रमेश जो इनका सांसद है और हुड्डा साहब का बड़ा नज़दीक है, हुड्डा के इशारे के ऊपर ये भर्ती रोको गैंग काम करता है। चीफ इलेक्शन कमीशन पे चले गए। चीफ इलेक्शन कमीशन को इन्होंने कहा कि हरियाणा सरकार रिजल्ट निकाल रही है युवाओं के। चीफ इलेक्शन कमीशन ने संज्ञान लेते हुए लेटर जारी कर दिया, जब तक आचार संहिता है आप रिजल्ट नहीं निकाल सकते। ये कांग्रेस युवाओं के विरोधी है।
All right, time now for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Hi, I'm Kareena Kapoor Khan. When it comes to news, NDTV stands for trust, for integrity, for truth, for news that matters. Watch NDTV and don't forget to watch The Buckingham Murders अपने नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में। कैसे मारा?
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
NDTV's युवा कॉन्क्लेव is back.
शुरू करते हैं NDTV का यूथ कॉन्क्लेव। NDTV युवा।
भारत एक युवा देश है। अगर हम युवा एक हो जाएं, एकजुट हो जाएं, तो दुनिया की कोई ताकत हमें आगे बढ़ने से नहीं रोक सकती।
With India's biggest disruptors.
So when you tried to understand and have conversation with your parents कि मेरा नाम बांसुरी क्या रखा, उन्होंने क्या बताया?
So माँ ने तो बहुत ही स्वीट एक्सप्लेनेशन दी। She said कि कृष्ण की सबसे प्रिय वस्तु पे तुम्हारा नाम रखा गया है।
प्रेजेंट में रहो, अपना कर्म पूरी निष्ठा से करो, फल की चिंता मत करो।
दूसरी थ्रो लगने के बाद जब कोच साहब ने बताया कि 4639 है, तो मैं काफ़ी खुश हुआ। और
सरप्राइज भी हुए थे थोड़ा?
सरप्राइज हुआ था मैं, तब इसीलिए वो मैंने पूछा सर खाओ माँ को सर।
युवा यूथ फॉर चेंज।
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV.
All right, breaking news coming in at this moment. The Calcutta High Court. All right, we'll get back to that story, but in the meanwhile, a shocker of a story coming from Uttar Pradesh. At the moment, a child, he has allegedly been sacrificed. He was a class 2 student who was killed in his school hostel. The parents, they have alleged black magic ritual was done on this young class 2 student. This incident took place in Uttar Pradesh's Hathras district. The police says that they are looking at all the angles and all these angles are being probed at the moment. This class 2 students, they allegedly sacrificed in the UP's Hathras. This murder took place at a school hostel in alleged black magic ritual. 5 people, including the school director and 3 teachers, they have been arrested.
दिनांक 23 सितंबर को थाना सहपऊ के ग्राम रसगवां स्थित डीएल पब्लिक स्कूल के छात्रावास में एक बालक की दुखद हत्या कारित कर दी गई थी। इस संबंध में वादी की तहरीर पर सुसंगत धाराओं में अभियोग पंजीकृत किया गया था। थाना सहपऊ पुलिस द्वारा घटना का सफल अनावरण करते हुए प्रबंधक सहित 5 अभियुक्तों की गिरफ्तारी की गई है और उन्हें न्यायिक अभिरक्षा में भेजा गया है। इस संबंध में पुलिस द्वारा समस्त पहलुओं की जांच करते हुए अग्रेतर विधिपूर्वक कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
All right, my colleague Ranveer joins us to get us more on this story. Ranveer, what is this incident that has taken place? If you could elaborate on that. And from what we understand, 5 people, they have been arrested so far.
Osama, this is a tragedy. In 21st century, people are still, so-called educated people are still believing in these kind of sacrifices. This news is from Hathras, where an 11-year-old student named Kritarth was studying in DL public school, and he was staying in the hostel of the school. So, as far as the family is concerned, the family told the police that they got a call from school administration on 23rd morning, and the school administration told them that the kid is ill and they should reach school as soon as possible. So the family rushed to school, but the kid was not there. Then he again, the father of the kid called the school owner, Dinesh Baghel. So Dinesh Baghel told that he's in Sadabad to admit the student, and the family rushed to Sadabad. Then Dinesh Baghel told that he's in Agra to admit the student in a hospital because his condition is serious. So he was lying to the family. So the family located the car of the school owner in Hathras only. So the villagers and the family members stopped the car. They requested them. Then police came and police found the dead body inside the car. So Kritarth was dead, and there was some strangulation mark on the neck of Kritarth. So police taken custody of the school owner Dinesh Baghel, and the family members and the villagers told police that his father Yashodhan, school owner's father Yashodhan, believed in tantric kriya and tantric mantras and all. So he sacrificed the kids just to get fame and some wealth to the school. So police arrested 5 people, including the school owner Dinesh Baghel, his father Yashodhan, and 3 teachers of the school. So 5 are in custody and they are being sent to jail in judicial custody, and the probe is going on. But this is very obviously shocking and annoying that in 21st century people are still believing in such kind of acts where they are killing a kid of 11-year-old. Osama.
Well, absolutely horrific story coming from Uttar Pradesh's Hathras. This young class 2 student, he has been allegedly sacrificed, and 5 people, including the school director and 3 teachers, have been arrested. We'll keep a track of this story as it develops. But in the meanwhile, breaking news coming in at this time, the Karnataka government, it has withdrawn consent to the CBI. It has withdrawn general consent that was given to CBI to investigate cases in the state. The Karnataka government, remember, it has termed biased the Central Bureau of Investigation probing various cases under the NDA government led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and decided to withdraw its earlier notification granting unrestricted permission to the agency to conduct probe in the state.
Not only Karnataka, ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಸಿಬಿಐ ಬಳಸೋದು, ಇಡಿ ಬಳಸೋದು, ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರ ಕಚೇರಿಗಳಿಂದ ದುರ್ಬಳಕೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡಿಂಗ್ ಮೈಸೂರು ಕೂಡ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಅಂತ ಇವತ್ತು ಜಡ್ಪಿ ಮುತ್ತಿಗೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆಗೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು? ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ವೇನ್ರಿ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ?
All right, my colleague Pratibha joins us to get us more on this story. Pratibha, from what we understand, the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has remained defiant. He says that he is not going to resign, but at the same time, he has also questioned the role of CBI, not just in Karnataka but in other BJP-ruled states. Could you please elaborate on that?
Well, the main point of contention with respect to the statement made by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is that the governor's office has been misused. The states that you look at where the opposition has been ruling are the states where you have a lot of ED as well as CBI investigations being done, which is deliberately the agencies being used to target those leaders. These are the kind of allegations that have been leveled against the center by the Chief Minister here. And the point that has been maintained by several of the Congress leaders, including D.K. Shivkumar, is that the ED as well as the CBI have been misused by the center. And in the meantime, the BJP has been upping its ante against the Chief Minister, calling him to resign on moral grounds, at least for now. And they've also been claiming that the Lokayukta probe would definitely come under the state's influence, and they've been demanding the CBI probe in this matter. And this has definitely become a political flashpoint of sorts between the Congress as well as the BJP. Yesterday, during the 4-hour cabinet meeting, 2 important decisions that were undertaken. One is that any kind of communication between the governor and the government would be made public only after the cabinet's approval. And the second decision is that the open consent given to CBI in the state to investigate would now be withdrawn. And the CBI will now have to go to the court, and the court's order would definitely be abided by the Karnataka government. The main thing that needs to be closely watched out for is how the Siddaramaiah government, as well as the Chief Minister himself, would be fighting these Muda allegations now that the court verdict has paved the way for the investigation, and the Lokayukta would be conducting it and submitting a report within 3 months' time. Back to you.
All right, Pratibha Raman, thank you very much for getting us all the latest from Bengaluru on that story. Moving on to our special Road to Safety campaign on NDTV. Delhi LG VK Saxena, he has proposed a plan to curb reckless driving. In a letter to Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, the LG suggested hiking insurance premiums for vehicles with multiple traffic violations. Now, will this plan make roads safer? Here's a special report from Delhi.
Joining us now is in fact the Transport Minister in the Delhi government, Kailash Gehlot ji with us. Sir, the Lieutenant Governor had written a letter to the Union Finance Minister proposing a new way to curb the road accident, and that was in fact to give, more insurance to be paid when there are more violations registered against the vehicle. So your department is transport. How do you see this proposal? Do you think that it will actually promote a responsible behavior?
First of all, I have not read the entire letter in detail, what exactly has been proposed by Honorable LG. But prima facie, it seems that it may be a nice initiative because it may force people to drive more carefully and thereby following the rules and regulations more. I think it's a very sensitive issue linked to road safety. But on the same hand, I think we have to also see it may have larger ramifications and serious implications. Because if the premium goes up, then it will have financial implications, which will make the insurance policy quite expensive, keeping in mind that there are a lot of drivers who are doing jobs, for example, a taxi driver. So if you link the number of violations with the insurance, then certainly the premium will go up. I think I'll call a meeting with the transport department and see what exactly the implications are.
There have been many such initiatives that have been put forth in Bengaluru, and all of you would know that Bengaluru is always pretty infamous when it comes to traffic, and there are many traffic violators. To actually give you a picture, at least around 1.02 lakh traffic violations have been registered in 2024, and Sadashiv Nagar police station has been one of the police stations that has registered the maximum number of traffic violations. It becomes increasingly difficult not just for commuters but even for people to even cross the road, and that is exactly what I'm trying to show you here. When it comes to Bengaluru traffic, it is going to be pretty hard to navigate through the roads because lakhs and lakhs of vehicles are being bought, registered and are on the roads of Bengaluru here, and it becomes pretty difficult to manage the traffic here. Let me see, once the signal is red, I will try to bring you some commuters and their thoughts on this new proposal of Delhi, and whether that, if it can be implemented in Bengaluru, what kind of results it can really show. If we can really talk to NDTV, we are talking about one of the new proposals in Delhi where they have said that anybody with the maximum number of traffic violations will have to end up paying a higher insurance premium. What are your thoughts on that?
I am basically a transportation engineer by myself, and I believe that that's really great to get everything aligned, to get the transportation and the traffic safety aligned. So I believe it's a good thing to get people accustomed to the traffic norms and the traffic rules.
I have with me someone who's been campaigning for road safety for years. It's a very simple campaign that he runs. He of course has his own personal motorbike, and his messaging is of course to follow basic traffic rules like wearing a helmet, etc. And he's been doing this for years just to ensure that people in some ways follow traffic rules. His name is Shibudas. He has a profession of his own, but of course this is his social service in terms of road safety, and I'll ask him exactly what he thinks of it. But before that, let me just quickly ask him, आप ये जो कैंपेन अपने हिसाब से एक पर्सनल लेवल पे करते हैं, ये क्यों करते हैं? रोड सेफ्टी इतना महत्वपूर्ण क्यों है?
हम रास्ता में एक एक्सीडेंट देखा था आज प्राय 20 साल आगे। 20 साल आगे रोड माने गाड़ी एक गाड़ी का वो ओवरटेक करने लगा। उस टाइम में एक जोन रास्ता से पार हुआ था, तो उस टाइम में उसको गाड़ी पीस दिया था। तो उस दिन से हम सोचा कि कुछ करना चाहिए। तब एक मोटरसाइकिल खरीद के आज 12 साल हो गया, सारा पश्चिम बांग्ला हम घूम लिया। तो हमारा मन से इच्छा हुआ कि रोड सेफ्टी के लिए कुछ करना चाहिए।
ठीक है, आपसे पूछना चाहेंगे, एक जो प्रस्ताव आए हैं कि अगर आप रोड सेफ्टी पे फोकस करना चाहिए तो इस पे फाइनेंशियल डिटरेंट होना चाहिए, पैसे की डिटरेंट होनी चाहिए, यानी कि इंश्योरेंस के ऊपर ताकि इसका प्रभाव पड़े, ये होना चाहिए। इसके बारे में आप क्या कहेंगे? ये जो प्रस्ताव दिल्ली के जो जो लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर है उनकी तरफ से आए हैं।
हाँ, हम प्रस्ताव को साधुवाद जनाता है, बहुत अच्छा प्रस्ताव है, क्योंकि एक्सीडेंट तो होता ही है रास्ता में, तो इंश्योरेंस का खूब प्रयोजन है।
And Tata Group's big leap in the semiconductor industry. Tata Group entering the semiconductor industry is planning to establish additional manufacturing facilities in Assam, Kerala and other locations across India. Chairman of the Tata company, N. Chandrasekharan, he spoke to NDTV.
We have Mr. N. Chandrasekhar, who is the chairman of Tata Sons. Today, Tata Electronics has partnered with Power Chip semiconductor manufacturing company to set up India's first semiconductor manufacturing facility in Gujarat. So based on this, sir, I just wanted to start off and ask, how do you, what is the game plan that you're foraying into the semiconductor industry? What kind of investment or scale that we can expect, and what kind of locations are you going to, what kind of location do you have in mind? And, just wanted to understand that what is the opportunity you see for the group as an overall with this?
See, as you know, Tata Electronics was started during COVID, and now we have 4 different businesses. One is the manufacturing business, where we manufacture enclosures, then the packaging business, then OSAT, then what we have now started to build is the foundry. And chip is going to be the future. Everything in this world is going to be technology driven, and you will see more semiconductor chips in everything that we use, from automobiles to power, to medical devices, to mobile phones, to IoT devices, manufacturing facilities, whether it is B2B, whether it is B2C, industrial, consumer. In every walk of life, there is going to be a proliferation for the usage of chips, and chips are going to be more intelligent because they are also software driven. And AI is going to be all powered by chips. So this, I think we can talk about this in terms of the potential for very long. So for every nation which aspires to deliver strong innovation and growth, this is a fundamental platform that you need to build capability. So now we have an opportunity to build a very strong fab, which we are going to do it in Dholera, which will, to start with, will have 5 different technologies from 28 nanometers to 110 nanometers. And we are extremely delighted that our partner, Frank, chose to work with us, chose to work with India first and chose to work with us because they have options. And we have moved very fast, and they have been extremely supportive. I think this will be one of the fastest time scales in which this kind of an arrangement and agreement has been made globally. And we have a very aggressive timeline. So it's going to be primarily based in Dholera. There are other parts of the electronics ecosystem. We are building one in Assam and Hosur and so on and so forth. But today, the big moment is the solidification of this partnership. We have signed all the definitive agreements, and we had the opportunity to meet the Prime Minister today. Frank spent a lot of time with him also. So I think it's a good day, good start, and we're looking forward to a very strong electronics, digital-based growth, ecosystem growth. There will be a lot of companies which will be needed because it's an ecosystem. It's not going to be done by 1 or 2 people. Yes, we are setting up the fab, but in order to build the whole ecosystem, there will be several companies, both from abroad and India, who will set up their own facilities in Dholera. Okay?
Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity at NDTV Profit. All the best, sir.
And rain has continued to wreak havoc over the maximum city as Mumbai. It registered the highest single day rain in September in the last 4 years. In the meanwhile, the Met Department, it has issued a rainfall alert for Mumbai. A spell of rain and misty blanket covers the entire maximum city. Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 comes with Google Gemini. 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
ED raids top Telangana Minister Ponguletti Srinivas Reddy. After high drama last evening, the Delhi Civic Body Panel polls takes place today. Ex-Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh Jagan Mohan Reddy is in Tirumala amid the entire Prasad Rao. BJP said to hold key meeting with their allies ahead of the upcoming Jharkhand polls.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
NDTV's युवा कॉन्क्लेव is back.
शुरू करते हैं NDTV का यूथ कॉन्क्लेव। NDTV युवा।
भारत एक युवा देश है। अगर हम युवा एक हो जाएं, एकजुट हो जाएं, तो दुनिया की कोई ताकत हमें आगे बढ़ने से नहीं रोक सकती।
With India's biggest disruptors.
So when you tried to understand and have conversation with your parents कि मेरा नाम बांसुरी क्या रखा, उन्होंने क्या बताया?
So माँ ने तो बहुत ही स्वीट एक्सप्लेनेशन दी। She said कि कृष्ण की सबसे प्रिय वस्तु पे तुम्हारा नाम रखा गया है।
प्रेजेंट में रहो, अपना कर्म पूरी निष्ठा से करो, फल की चिंता मत करो।
दूसरी थ्रो लगने के बाद जब कोच साहब ने बताया कि 4639 है, तो मैं काफ़ी खुश हुआ। और
सरप्राइज भी हुए थे थोड़ा?
सरप्राइज हुआ था मैं, तब इसीलिए वो मैंने पूछा सर खाओ माँ को सर।
युवा यूथ फॉर चेंज।
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around.
Shocking revelations in the Pune Porsche case. The police says that it claims that several members of the family of the accused who ran over and killed two people, they were also drunk. ED raids top Telangana Minister Ponguletti Srinivas Reddy. He has been raided. A defiant Karnataka Chief Minister amid the entire Muda heat says, "Why should I resign?" Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin meets Prime Minister Modi. This meeting comes amid the face-off over funds. Amid a raging Tirupati Laddu controversy, former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy visits the Tirumala temple. BJP in the meanwhile protests. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shab. The big story that we are bringing you at the top of this hour, a shocking revelation in the Pune Porsche case by the Pune police. The Pune police has made shocking new revelations in this particular case, claiming that several members of the family of the accused, the teen boy who was allegedly drunk while driving the electric supercar when it ran over and killed two people, they were also drunk. The accused's father, mother and the brother, they were all drunk when doctors at the state-run Sassoon hospital, they were bribed to swap out the accused's blood samples with theirs. This is what the police has said. Now this, as the cops said, was an effort to lie about alcohol levels and save the teenager who allegedly killed these two people. And my colleague Radhika joins us to get us more on this. Radhika, these are fresh revelations in an already twisted case, which has. What are the details that you can give us at this point? From what we understand, the Pune police, it is claiming that many members of the family of the accused, they were also drunk.
That's right. Very, very serious revelations that have been made at this point by Pune police as far as the Pune Porsche incident is concerned. What has been revealed, what has been told to us is that it was not just the teenager who was drunk at the time of the incident, but his father, brother and mother, all of them were under the influence of the alcohol, especially when they had reached the hospital in an attempt to switch the blood samples. At that time, all of them were allegedly under the influence of alcohol and were inebriated, is the information that we're getting at this point from the police. However, earlier we were told that it was the blood sample of mother that was switched with the teenager, but because the mother was also under the influence of alcohol, it was the parent of another minor whose blood sample was switched with that of the minor. So these are the details that we're getting at this point. Yesterday, of course, a supplementary report was filed before the Juvenile Justice Board by the Pune police, in which multiple charges were added against the minor. Earlier, of course, it was culpable homicide. Now, forgery, as well as bribery charges have also been added, and also destruction of evidence. So as much as the parents were instrumental in manipulating the blood samples, the police in that particular report said that minor was also part of this entire cover-up, and he was also instrumental in trying to switch the blood samples. And he was also involved in the forgery attempt as well. So therefore, these serious sections have also been added to the supplementary report. So at this point, of course, the Pune police trying to make a watertight case, trying to unearth the entire conspiracy in which not just the minor, but the doctors of that particular hospital and also the parents were involved. The attempt, of course, by the Pune police is to try and make him try as an adult before a court of law. Of course, it was as a result of his age and technicalities that the Bombay High Court had ordered for his release from that particular remand home. But at this point, Pune police making efforts to gather as much evidence against the minor accused so that he can be tried as an adult in the days to come.
All right, Radhika Ramaswamy, thank you very much for getting us all the latest in that story. So fresh revelations in that Pune Porsche case, case that has already twisted, and new revelations now coming out saying that the entire family, the father as well as the brother, they were also drunk. Moving on to our other big story that we are tracking, the Calcutta High Court, it has asked the West Bengal government to file a response in a personal interest in a PIL that alleged the existence of the threat culture at medical colleges. Now, the state government has asked to file an affidavit. The state government has also been asked to respond to these allegations in the plea. This plea, in fact, alleges bribery, harassment and abuse of doctors. This petition, remember, was filed by a doctor and an activist in the High Court. And my colleague Saurabh Gupta joins us to get us more on this. Saurabh, what are the details of this story that you can tell us?
This is a PIL, a public interest litigation that has been filed in the Calcutta High Court, and the petition makes several allegations, including the existence of a threat culture and, several other allegations which are very serious in nature. And these allegations have been placed in the petition before the court. The court has now asked the state government to file a response, and of course the next hearing will take place on the date fixed for the next hearing. The state government of West Bengal will have to file an affidavit in response to the allegations made in the petition. Now, the Calcutta High Court has observed that if any of these allegations, even one of these allegations is true, then it is a very serious matter. However, just to let you know that these are allegations made in the petition, and the court has not passed any sort of judgment on it, etc. But what it has said is that it has asked the state government to file a response, and of course that response will be taken up for hearing on the next day of hearing in this matter.
Okay, Saurabh Gupta, thank you very much for getting us the latest in that story. Moving on, according to sources, 16 teams, they are participating in raids in Hyderabad, Hammam and other areas simultaneously. Remember earlier the ED had raided Ponguletti Srinivas Reddy's residence in November last year before the assembly elections in Telangana, and on November 3rd, the ED and IT officials, they had conducted inspections at his residence in Khammam town and also at his house in Nandagiri Hills in Hyderabad. And similarly, searches were also conducted at Raghav Pride on the Banjara Hills Road. Now, ED raids are now taking place in the Telangana Revenue Minister. The sources say that 16 teams, they are conducting the raids, multiple raids taking place against the top Telangana Minister, Ponguletti Srinivas Reddy.
Early this morning at around 5:30 is when we are told that as many as 16 teams arrived from Delhi to Hyderabad to carry out these raids. And interestingly, it's a Delhi zonal office which is involved in these raids, and the Hyderabad zonal office was not aware of these raids. And then they went first to the residence, Narsingi residence of Ponguletti Srinivas Reddy, and subsequently his offices in Banjara Hills, Jubilee Hills, and also we are told his homes and also that of his associates, and also in Khammam, which is his native district as well. Ponguletti Srinivas Reddy is both the Revenue Minister as well as the Information and Public Relations Minister, and he is in fact a strongman from the Khammam district. And prior to the elections in the month of November as well, there were raids that happened on his residence and properties. He is actually a businessman. He runs something called Raghava Construction and Infra. Very recently, this company had also bagged the contract for for an irrigation project. One of the works for the contract works for that Narayanpet Kodangal irrigation project as well. What is, I must point out as of interest is that the rates now, of course, to deal with money laundering and financial dealings may have to do with two things. One, we are being told it could be related to the watches that were purchased by his son Harsha Reddy, and there was meant to be or reported to be 100 crore kind of a smuggling racket that happened. And what has been reported is that as many as 7 watches worth about 7 crore rupees were purchased by him, and the payment for that was linked to not just hawala money but also to cryptocurrency.
All right, the YSRCP president and the former chief minister of Andhra Pradesh, YS Jagan Mohan Reddy, he would visit Tirumala on Friday to offer prayers at the Lord Venkateshwara temple the next morning. Jagan Mohan Reddy's visit is part of a series of rituals that have been organized by his party across various temples in the state in the aftermath of its election debacle.
So, former Chief Minister YS Jagan Mohan Reddy is expected to arrive at Tirumala today. He is expected to take the Srivari Metlu, we are told, which is the pedestrian pathway from Tirupati to Tirumala. This comes at a time when there have been demands from both the Chief Minister as well as the State BJP Chief Purandeshwari that YS Jagan Mohan Reddy, being a non-Hindu, should give a declaration that he has allegiance to the Hindu faith or believes in Lord Venkateshwara, and only then should he step into the temple. This also comes at a time when the district police has in fact brought in or invoked the Section 30 of the Police Act and said that no procession, no meeting or any kind of a gathering will be allowed in the Tirupati district for the next 1 month. This also comes at a time when there are going to be Brahmotsavams between the 4th of October and the 12th of October. Brahmotsavams are a time of huge festivities at Tirumala, and the biggest numbers of people, pilgrims, devotees go to Tirumala at this point in time. Madhvi Lata, Hyderabad, the BJP leader who was the Lok Sabha candidate for the BJP from Hyderabad, she had also visited Tirumala yesterday and made a similar demand, saying that Jagan Mohan Reddy must give that kind of a declaration before he enters the temple. And she had also gone with bhajans and a group of people in the Vande Bharat train and then went up the steps of the Srivari Metlu. All this at a time with a special investigation team that has been constituted or announced by the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. The members have been announced now, and Sarveshresth Tripathi will be heading it, IPS officer IG for the Guntur range. He will be heading this probe committee that will look into the allegations of misuse of authority there that led to the so-called adulterated cow ghee being used in the Tirupati Laddu that has hurt the sentiments of the Hindu community.
All right, amid the entire Muda controversy, the Karnataka Chief Minister, Siddaramaiah, he has remained defiant. In fact, he has rubbished the calls for his resignation as the Chief Minister. Siddaramaiah has said and asked why should he resign. He in fact insists that there has been no wrongdoings and justified withdrawing the CBI consent. The Chief Minister said that the CBI ED as well as the governors, they are in fact being misused by the centre.
Issue here is of the highest level of probity that we expect in public life, and the very fact that a judgment has come out. There have been issues with regard to the land scam, where a party that talks about service to our Dalit community, that same party's chief minister indulges in siphoning away and capturing poor Dalit families' land, a scam of such high proportions. Certainly, the chief minister must tender his resignation without doubt.
Not only Karnataka, ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ವಿರೋಧ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಸಿಬಿಐ ಬಳಸೋದು, ಇಡಿ ಬಳಸೋದು, ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರ ಕಚೇರಿಗಳಿಂದ ದುರ್ಬಳಕೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ.
ಇವತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡಿಂಗ್ ಮೈಸೂರು ಕೂಡ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಅಂತ ಇವತ್ತು ಜಡ್ಪಿ ಮುತ್ತಿಗೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆಗೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು? ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ವೇನ್ರಿ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ?
All right, breaking news coming in at this point. The Supreme Court, it has pulled up the air quality panel and said that all is in the air. The top court has rebuked air quality panel. In fact, the Supreme Court has slammed air quality panel, saying that we are nearing emergency as far as air quality is concerned. The Supreme Court has come down heavily on the air quality panel. The Supreme Court, remember, on Tuesday, it had asked the Commission for Air Quality Management in the National Capital Region and adjoining areas to explain about all the steps that were taken to curb air pollution and due to the crop residue burning. In fact, back then, a bench of justices, they had asked the Commission for Air Quality Management in order to apprise about the steps on September 27 when the issue when it was supposed to be taken. And now today, from what we understand, the top court has rebuked the claims, rebuked the Commission for Air Quality Management in the National Capital Region. It has pulled up the air quality panel and it has said we are nearing an emergency. In fact, my colleague Vedant Agrawal joins us to get us more on this. Vedant, these are really big statements coming from the Supreme Court.
That's right. You see, the CAQM is a central air quality panel, and every year we see that the CAQM invokes what is called the Graded Response Action Plan, or the GRAP, which are essentially a set of emergency measures. That's what the Supreme Court has come down heavily on. The Supreme Court says that there have been no specific committees formed as far as the monitoring and enforcement of pollution measures are concerned. That's a very important point because, see, experts have pointed out that this is an issue that needs round-the-year attention and not something that can be curbed with emergency measures. That's something that experts have pointed out time and again. And this is a central air quality panel which is supposed to look at not just Delhi, but of course adjoining areas of NCR and other states as well, like UP and Bihar, where pollution levels really plummet to emergency levels, particularly in the peak season. Now, what the Supreme Court has also said is that monitoring is extremely important, and we are looking at round-the-year monitoring, not just during the peak season. I think that's a very important point that the Supreme Court has made. And as I said, the only resort that the CAQM has is to invoke the Graded Response Action Plan. There are 3 phases of that which are enforced every year, and ultimately we see that schools are shut, industrial activity is banned, mining is banned. So, these are the only measures that the CAQM has come up with, despite experts pointing out that this is something that needs attention around the year. Now remember, the CAQM has also come up with new air quality management systems. There are multiple monitoring stations that the CAQM has also established in the past couple of years, but they haven't really borne fruit because we have already seen, in fact, as we speak, the air quality is in the red zone in some parts of Delhi, which means that air quality is in the poor category, and the PM 2.5 level, which is the cancer-causing deadly pollutant, the micropollutant, that is also multiple times the safe limit set by the World Health Organization. So these are extremely concerning figures, and of course the pollution panel has now been rebuked by the Supreme Court. This pollution case has come up multiple times, not just before the Supreme Court, but also before the green tribunals and the lower courts, but no real revamp of the panel has been done. I think that's very important because the courts have pointed out earlier as well that the entire panel needs to be entirely overhauled or revamped, and a set of measures, a set of sustainable measures need to be invoked. So the Supreme Court coming down heavily saying no action taken and no committees formed.
All right. In fact, I'm also currently joined by my colleague Aishwarya Jain at the moment. Aishwarya, this is also a question on the accountability. What consequences might the Air Quality Panel now face, especially because they have, from what we understand, the Supreme Court says that they have failed to implement all the effective measures now. What are the questions marks on the accountability now, and what consequences that they might face?
But there is a special act as well, Osama, as far as CAQM is concerned, and under which there are different provisions of and sections that is there to have a compliance as far as the rules which have been laid down to manage the air quality in the country. And when the Supreme Court today asked that whether under Section 12 of the CAQM there had been any committees that had been formed till now under Section 11 and 12, it has been stated that the committees had been meeting in every 3 months, and it was asked by the Supreme Court that is that sufficient, because in the past as well we have seen during the hearings in the Supreme Court they had stated that within a timeline manner and round the year it should be different committees which should plan an action and draw these actions to lay down so that the plan that had been suggested by different committees can go till the ground. It has been specifically mentioned during the hearing that that Supreme Court pointed out that is the 3 months committees which meet in every 3 months, is that sufficient? The Supreme Court also asked that today we are on the verge of a serious problem. The emergency like situation is nearing by, and what actions had been taken till now, to which it was replied that 82 directions had been passed till now, and it was asked by the Supreme Court later that how many directions had been passed under Section 12, what actions had been the committee taking as far as the safeguarding and enforcement which is taken, to which it was replied that yes, the committees had been meeting, but there had been no specific provision or there has been no specific action that has been taken till now, which is a very, very serious concern as far as the CAQM is concerned. And also it was asked by the Supreme Court later that has any direction helping in curbing this problem. The same thing happens every year is what the Supreme Court had pointed out. The issue of serious pollution, is it coming down, to which there was no reply till now had been given. Certainly a very, very serious pointed out questions being asked by the Supreme Court of India to the CAQM under different provisions and sections of the CAQM Act, but no specific answers it has been given. The chairman of the CAQM, who had been appearing in this particular hearing, also stated that they have joined 2 weeks ago, and they have held high-level meetings as well with district magistrates and principal secretary to the Prime Minister and chief secretaries to security had been, as far as Supreme Court is concerned, they had been saying that affidavits to those meetings had also been given as to what had been laid out in the direction. Remember, it was also the central government which was roped in earlier on the direction of the Supreme Court, where the adjoining areas of Delhi NCR, which is Punjab, Haryana and Uttar Pradesh, the state governments was also roped in, so that there should be directives that should be issued, but how it can go down to the wire, how it can be implemented on the ground is something that was a serious question, and therefore the reason perhaps Supreme Court now pulling up the CAQM under different sections, asking that whether the committees which had been formed had laid down the directions, until what level these directions had been implemented on ground to curb down the pollution level in the Delhi NCR region.
All right, we also have my colleague Ishika joining us. Ishika, has there been any response from the CAQM, and do you feel that Supreme Court's statement, Supreme Court's intervention, it is going to impact any such efforts by the CAQM from what Aishwarya has also been mentioning?
Well, Osama, seeing the type of tough questions that the Supreme Court today has asked CAQM, it certainly seems that at least after this, there might be some kind of impact that we could see. Because, today, in fact, the Supreme Court has also asked the CAQM chairperson, as my colleague was pointing it out, that how many meetings have actually been held in 3 months, and also what decision has been taken and what action has been taken by the committee so far. Has action been taken against any official? So these are, those tough questions that the Supreme Court today has asked this CAQM panel. And also, Supreme Court has also asked that why have you in fact said in the affidavit that things are improving? So there also the question has been raised by the Supreme Court, because remember, just a few days ago we did see, Osama, that the CAQM had called a meeting and they said that they are, checking on the air quality situation in the national capital, but they haven't taken a decision whether or not should the graded response action plan one be implemented or not. They say that they are still monitoring the situation, but till now the GRAP has not come into action, and we do see that just in few days the air will start getting poisonous. So over that, the Supreme Court has asked the CAQM chief as to how many meetings were held, over which the CAQM chairman has said that I have joined 2 weeks ago and we have held high-level meetings with the DMs and the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister and Chief Secretaries too. Now over that, in fact, Supreme Court has asked then what decision has been taken. The Supreme Court has also asked that why don't you take action against the stubble burning, and why are you not issuing directions for the stubble burning? So these are the questions that have been put forth by the Supreme Court, in front of the, to the CAQM chairperson. And, Supreme Court has also said that CAQM has no experts in the commission. So there also Supreme Court raising questions regarding, in this commission, that no committee was formed, no directions was taken, no action against any official was done. And now Supreme Court also saying that it seems that there's no expert in this commission. That also, so certainly coming down heavily on CAQM over the air quality situation here in the national capital. Over to you.
Right. In fact, just a couple of days ago, Aishwarya, the Supreme Court, it has come down very heavily on CAQM, especially with regards to crop residue burning, stubble burning, and that has been one of the major concerns for the people of Delhi, because every winter we see a situation develop in the capital, in the national capital region, where the entire city is engulfed in fog, in smog, and a large part of it is because of the crop burning in Haryana or in Punjab, and that is something that the Supreme Court has also mentioned, as Ishika was saying there.
Well, certainly, and Supreme Court is hearing this case concerning to the stubble burning in Punjab and Haryana, and due to that the air pollution levels have drastically increased in the Delhi NCR region. Now, very important points being made today during the hearing as well. Supreme Court pointing several questions to the CAQM. One very important question regarding the agricultural units. It was asked by the Supreme Court during the hearing that are there any directions which had been given to the agricultural units who are indulging in the stubble burning, to which it was stated by the Solicitor General that there had been no directions that had been issued because the agricultural units do not come under them. Farmers cannot be issued any directions as stated by them, to which it was asked ultimately by the Supreme Court that are there any preventive actions that had been taken. So it was replied that there is no directions issued to agriculture units, but there are some measures or some suggestions that had been given to the state governments as well, that directions do not stop the incidents as well. The question particularly was by the Supreme Court that there is no direction issued by you, then you are only saying that collection of compensation, and also why there cannot be any exercise powers under the clause 11 or issuing directions to stop stubble burning to the agricultural units, to which was stated that they had sent out teams and 82 directions till now had been given, and there needs to be a compliance report that will be presented before the Supreme Court as well. Also, it was stated by the Solicitor General that stubble burning becomes an issue during this time, and whether in Delhi as well, and therefore the steps and the directions that they had given had been taken, to which it was also stated in the Supreme Court during the hearing that thousands of crores were offered to farmers for equipments which worked so they cannot say for want of money. In 2017, remember, there was they thought that it would stop, but it had not, and therefore the CAQM had come today, and now some officers has also been held responsible. They had been held accountable, and actions had been taken against those officers who had been given this responsibility to implement those directions that was earlier given to stop the stubble burning in correlation with the state governments, specifically to Punjab and Haryana as well. Later, it was asked by the Supreme Court during the hearing that have the rules been framed, and why cannot you involve any IPS officers in this for implementation, which is more important, to which it was replied by the government that in this the safeguarding and enforcement committees, the IPS are there, to which the questions were also asked. Remember, it was also asked by the Supreme Court that the 3 months in a 3 months interval, the meetings that takes place during the CAQM, whether the minutes of the meetings had been prepared, what sort of directions the committees have prepared, what is the framework regarding that. It has been stated by the CAQM as well that the minutes of the meeting will be presented before the Supreme Court and in the next hearing as well. But because the stubble burning had drastically increased in Punjab and Haryana in the recent past few days, it's a serious concern, because the AQI level is dropping, and the very important phase that the Supreme Court had mentioned during the hearing, that it is nearing the emergency-like situation in Delhi, and therefore an urgent step needs to be taken. 3 months of interval of meetings that takes place is not necessary. It should be round the clock, 24 hours vigilance should be there, and therefore the reason perhaps the central government has also been told to intervene, and we can see most likely that the state governments could also be pulled up as to what actions they had taken to stop the stubble burning, and directions given to the agricultural units by the state governments.
Right, speaking about the directions and the framework, Ishika, can we expect potential changes to the CAQM structure now?
Well, Osama, looking at this hearing and the way the Supreme Court has come, there will be some, some meetings, some impact, in fact, from today itself we are expecting, but that is something that will have to wait. And as my colleague was pointing it out, that in fact, the council for CAQM here, in fact, they are also answering, and they are saying that, they have taken certain actions with regards to stubble burning. And if we talk about, the committees, the meetings of the committees that were being held, that have also been held. But the Supreme Court emphasizes on the fact that what directions have been taken and what action has been taken by the committee so far, and why has the action not been taken against any official so far by the CAQM. So now certainly, even though we are seeing that the hearing is still going on, but we are expecting that after this, we are going to see some impact of this hearing on CAQM, even though the CAQM, as you, asked about the commission there also the Supreme Court pointed it out as to why, in fact, there isn't an IS officer who's there in this committee. There also, in fact, replying to that, in fact, they have said that there is, in fact, the PMO is also involved in this, and they are holding meetings with all of them. But certainly, Supreme Court here has put very tough questions to them. So after this, we are expecting that in few days, there will be some drastic changes, is what we are expecting after this hearing from CAQM. Over to you.
Right, and speaking about this hearing and speaking about the judicial oversight, Aishwarya, how will the Supreme Court's intervention and involvement now influence the CAQM's measures, and how will the Supreme Court ensure accountability here now?
Well, one thing we need to understand over here is that the CAQM can only give directions. The implementation is to be done by the state governments, and therefore the reason perhaps during this hearing, we are witnessing that how the CAQM being represented by the ASG is clearly stating that yes, the directions had been given, but at last it is the state government who need to implement it. They had passed 82 directions till now, but what had been gone onto the ground is something that the state government should be responsible, to which the Supreme Court also stated that is there any IPS officers in these meetings, and whether the state governments had also been roped in, to which it was stated by the CAQM that PMO and state governments had been involved in this, and the directions had been given, to which it was at last stated by the Supreme Court that here you have said that it will leave it to the governments to take action, but the CAQM on the other side had been stating that it is at last the government who should be taking the directions, taking the actions against those whosoever is responsible for the stubble burning. Of course, from here on we will see, and we have seen in the past as well, in the last 2 to 3 years, that how there has been Ministry of Home Affairs under Amit Shah, who had conducted meetings with the Chief Ministers of Punjab, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, with the district collectors, district commissioners being called in from the Delhi NCR region, and a joint action plan is being prepared. Now, as I mentioned, if there is another meeting that has been called in by the state governments, the CAQM who had passed these directions needs to give this to the state governments to implement it. How soon it will be taking place is something that remains to be seen, and whether this will also be a part of the order that will come out from the Supreme Court and pulling up of the CAQM regarding the actions that they have taken till now is something that remains to be seen.
You know, this, Ashwara, this also is a very big question mark on the state government in Delhi, and unfortunately for the Aam Aadmi Party, they're also there in Punjab, from where we get a lot of these stubble residue burning cases, which ultimately brings all the pollution to the National Capital Region. So politically also, there is going to be a lot of impact in this particular case, especially for the Aam Aadmi Party here, and as well as in Punjab now.
Well, whenever we ask this question to the Delhi government, they passes back to the state governments of Haryana and Uttar Pradesh as well. We have seen last time as well when the study came in from the IIT Kanpur and IIT Delhi that how there had been massive impact of the stubble burning related to Punjab, where maximum of the stubble burnings had been reported in a continuous process, and there had been mechanism that had also been involved, the technology that was also involved to track down those stubble burning in a live position. So on that particular point, they had stated that it should be the other state governments which are more responsible to it. But passing the buck to other state governments is something that we have seen. The politicizing of this entire air pollution is a frequent story that we hear it every year, and this time as well. Of course, when Aam Aadmi Party is ruling in Delhi and Punjab, they had been stating that they had already implemented different and given out different directions to the agricultural units over there, had been also giving several amounts of money to these farmers so that stubble burning can be stopped, and technology can be used to burn down those stubble from the agricultural farms, but that had been not done, to which it was ultimately stated by the ASG in the Supreme Court today during the hearing as well, that it is still continuing year after year, and then there are no answers. On biomass burning, they have stated that there are reports from IIT Kanpur and Delhi which had been neglected, and that has been read by the Supreme Court during the hearing as well, that I was mentioning just a few moments back, that there had been studies that had been done according to the direction that the central government gave just last year. So there has been nothing that had come productive as far as the state governments are concerned. There has been political war of words, and passing the buck to each other is something that is a frequent story. But this time, when Supreme Court has come down literally very heavily on the central air quality management, it is to be seen now that whether there would be some implementations and whether someone would be held accountable so that the directions that had earlier been passed on can be implemented on ground, and these stubble burnings from Punjab and Haryana can be stopped as soon as possible.
All right, Aishwarya Jain and Ishika, stay with us. In the meanwhile, I'm currently joined by Vimlendu Jha, an environmentalist. Vimli Jha, first of all, your reaction to what the Supreme Court has said, and the Supreme Court has come down very heavily on the CAQM here.
So year after year, Supreme Court has actually been passing various directions, and ideally it's not the job of the Supreme Court to be actually controlling and managing the air quality in Delhi NCR, but unfortunately it is forced to do that because of the inaction, the collective inaction that we actually see of the central government and respective state governments. Once again, we've seen one body passing the buck onto another. We've seen state governments be it the government of Delhi or of Haryana or of Punjab, constantly all throughout been hoodwinking the courts of our country. Of course, on paper they say that they'll actually do things will become better next year, but nothing on concrete has happened on ground. This year we've seen early burning of stubble in various parts of Punjab, and that's where the Supreme Court actually took, it was brought to Supreme Court's notice, and therefore this emergency hearing that has happened. I'm not very sure whether unless and until there's stern action and real reprimanding of these senior officials, because a lot of time what happens is that the junior officials, the pollution control bodies, they are actually put to action, but the seniors are not engaged. And similarly, the political class actually keeps blaming one another. So unless and until there's a consolidated effort, unless and until the Supreme Court tells and instructs the central government to really play a role of bringing every stakeholder together and find a time-bound solution. Because, every year in this month of September, October, we of course see emergency hearings happen in the Supreme Court. Supreme Court passes stern directions, but nothing changes on the ground, and the National Capital Region continues to be a gas chamber. This year, of course, right now, because of the unprecedented rain that we've actually seen, we've seen the air quality become slightly better in the last couple of weeks. But in the last 1 week, we've seen the air quality starting to deteriorate once again, and situation is only going to get worse in coming weeks when the stubble burning actually expedites. So we'll have to find economic and ecological viable solution to stubble burning, and that cannot happen by just blaming the farmers or just putting these bans on paper. It has to be implemented with right incentive on ground.
Right, absolutely. And Vimli Jha, having said that, can we call it a collective failure of all the stakeholders involved here?
Absolutely, it is a collective failure, and not just that. It's actually it's their duty to be doing this. What they're not. At the end of the day, if it is causing public health crisis, they should actually all be tried. And Supreme Court now should ideally move one step forward and really hook these people rather than just giving them warning. Enough of passing a warning to these officials and these governments who are not doing their duty. Because it's not just about romantically thinking and imagining a good air. It is actually affecting the lives of our children and the elderly, and it's high time that the governments feel responsible and are held accountable not just in theory, but also being punished in some way or the other for their inaction.
All right, Vimli Jha, thank you very much for joining us and giving us your views on this entire situation. We'll slip into a very short break at the moment. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hi, I'm Kareena Kapoor Khan. When it comes to news, NDTV stands for trust, for integrity, for truth, for news that matters. Watch NDTV and don't forget to watch The Buckingham Murders अपने नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में. कैसे मारा?
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
NDTV's युवा कॉन्क्लेव is back.
शुरू करते हैं एनडीटीवी का यूथ कॉन्क्लेव। एनडीटीवी युवा।
भारत एक युवा देश है। अगर हम युवा एक हो जाएं, एकजुट हो जाएं, तो दुनिया की कोई ताकत हमें आगे बढ़ने से नहीं रोक सकती।
With India's biggest disruptors.
So when you tried to understand and have conversation with your parents कि मेरा नाम बांसुरी क्या रखा, उन्होंने क्या बताया?
So माँ ने तो बहुत ही स्वीट एक्सप्लेनेशन दी। She said कि कृष्ण की सबसे प्रिय वस्तु पे तुम्हारा नाम रखा गया है।
प्रेजेंट में रहो, अपना कर्म पूरी निष्ठा से करो, फल की चिंता मत करो।
दूसरी थ्रो लगने के बाद जब कोच साहब ने बताया कि 4639 है, तो मैं काफ़ी खुश हुआ। और
सरप्राइज भी हुए थे थोड़ा?
सरप्राइज हुआ था मैं, तब इसीलिए वो मैंने पूछा सर खाओ माँ को सर।
युवा यूथ फॉर चेंज।
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com। क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on
Welcome back. We're tracking the big story that at this hour, Supreme Court, it has pulled up the air quality panel. In fact, the top court has rebuked air quality panel and slammed it, saying that what have you done? It has asked tough questions of the air quality panel there. And remember, the Supreme Court has come down very heavily, especially as the pollution season nears in the National Capital Region as well as in Delhi. All right, in fact, I have with me Manas Human, the co-founder of Rahagiri Foundation, with us at the moment on the phone line. Manas Human, my question to you is, we have seen such observations over the years. Now, when it comes to an organization like the Commission for Air Quality Management, the CAQM, it does have the authority to shut down any such industry in case of non-compliance. Are we at a point where such tough measures need to be taken in order to make sure that all the stakeholders comply and make things better collectively?
Well, thanks for having me. I think there are two views to this. One aspect is that of shutting down industries, shutting down different emitters, and I think there is some validity and value to that. But I think the other side is preparing for this transition. And if you follow the money, as they say, and you look at the spend on air quality management, it's a couple of thousand crores, which is literally nothing in the face of like 12,000 crores for the Swachh Bharat mission or 90,000 crores for the health program. This is a health emergency, and we should be spending, 20,000 crores a year on this. And so the kind of effort that is required across sectors has to be funded to allow us to actually comply. So there is a lot of work, I think, that has to be done beyond just punitive action against emitters. I think that's important too. But just in terms of upgrading, our waste management and not using waste-to-energy burning, not having informal burning, upgrading our public transport so that we don't have millions of cars actually spewing pollution and road dust, creating road dust every day. I think these are longer-term measures. It needs some strategic vision and drive, and money has to be, put in there to back that vision.
Right, absolutely. And in fact, one of the major concerns is the stubble burning situation. And this keeps repeating itself over the years, be it in Haryana or in Punjab or in parts of Uttar Pradesh. How do you think the CAQM's measures, they are in controlling that situation, in controlling stubble burning? Because from what we understand, the Supreme Court has also said that the number of machines that are being used, they are not enough. So the infrastructure also needs to be worked upon, is what the Supreme Court is suggesting.
Exactly. And, we have a budget outlay of over 1,000 crores for these machines, which itself is very low. But between these political sort of football between the states and the center, what's actually happening is that the actual deployment of these machines is even lower. And if you just think about it, there's not a single person whose sole responsibility it is to make sure that a solution is found and implemented. There should be, by now, a ministry for air quality. I mean, it is a health emergency. It's like literally hundreds of millions of people who are going to suffer 6 months of unbreathable air, toxic air. So that requires that kind of long-term plan for how do you, get out of this issue. I mean, I can imagine that the first year it's a surprise. The second year it's not a surprise any longer. And when you're in the 5th or 7th year of this winter phenomenon of stubble burning, really just destroying the air quality all over North India,
absolutely.
I think then somebody has to take the blame for that, right?
Somebody needs to take the blame, and it has to be a collective effort as far as the entire situation is concerned. Manas Human, thank you very much for joining us and giving us your views. Moving on to our other story that we are tracking, a clean, functional toilet is something many of us take for granted, but it is a basic right that has been denied to thousands in India's villages. Now, Swachh Bharat, Swachh Vidyalaya is a national campaign driving Clean India, clean schools, and a key feature of the campaign is to ensure that every school in India has functioning and well-maintained water, sanitation, and hygiene facilities. Can we, you and I, help? contribute to this particular campaign? Yes, we can. Watch this report about how a 17-year-old is making a difference in this situation.
In 21st century India, a basic human right remains unfulfilled for millions: access to clean, functioning toilets. This crisis extends beyond health concerns, posing a significant barrier to education. Meet Girvan Singh, a 17-year-old from Delhi who refuses to accept this reality. Witnessing the stark contrast between urban and rural schools ignited a mission within him to bring dignity, safety and hygiene to 270 students at Chogawadi Government School in Rajasthan's Chittor district.
3 months ago, I was visiting this area in Rajasthan and I saw all these schools and I noticed they don't have the most important thing, toilet and hygiene. So I went back to Delhi and I realized every school in Delhi, government, public, private school, have facilities like toilet and they have hygiene over there. So I decided to construct toilets so every child has a right to hygiene. I feel not having toilets is stopping the dream. It's like a barrier towards the dream, because if they do not come to school, get basic education, they won't be able to chase the dream.
Determined but aware of the challenge ahead, Girvan turned to Keto, a crowdfunding platform, to transform his vision into reality.
The toilet complex at Chogawadi School is a great example of how crowdfunding and collaboration can lead to real change.
Today, 270 children at Chogawadi School have access to proper sanitation facilities, significantly improving their daily lives.
हम फर्स्ट क्लास से यहाँ पढ़ रहे तो पीरियड्स के टाइम में हमें एक बहुत ही अजीब सा फील होता था। तब हम पानी की सुविधा है नहीं मैम, हम वॉशरूम करने कैसे जाए, तो मैम हमारे 6-7 घंटे बहुत ही मुश्किल से निकलते थे। यहाँ पे 4 दिन रेगुलर होता है तो मैम उसके लिए हमें छुट्टी लेनी पड़ती थी।
ये इनिशिएटिव बहुत ही बढ़िया है और इसकी तो बहुत ही सख्त ज़रूरत थी। हमारे लिए तो इतना ज़रूरी था कि पीरियड से लेकर रेगुलर हम 7 आवर्स यहाँ पे स्पेंड करते, तो उसमें हाइजीन के नहीं होने के कारण कितनी बार लेडीज स्टाफ को सफ़र भी करना पड़ा है, कुछ प्रॉब्लम हुई है, फिर गायनिक कंसल्ट करना पड़ा है। मिस्टर ग्रीवान ने एक बहुत बढ़िया इनिशिएटिव लिया है और हमारे स्कूल के लिए किया है। तो बच्चा जब फर्स्ट क्लास से हैंड वॉश करेगा और घर पे जाके इन हैबिट्स को यूज़ करेगा। और गर्ल्स के लिए जो हम कह रहे थे कि वो 4 डेज स्कूल आना अवॉइड करती है और सफ़र करते ही उनकी एजुकेशन, मेंटल हेल्थ और फिजिकल हेल्थ सभी पे उनका बहुत ज़्यादा इम्पैक्ट होता है।
Recent studies highlight the profound impact of improvised sanitation. India's Swachh Bharat mission has potentially saved 60,000 to 70,000 infant lives annually. The link between sanitation, health and education is undeniable. Girvan's dream extends beyond one school. It's a call to action, reminding us that change begins with recognizing a need and having the courage to address it. In the journey towards a cleaner, healthier India, every toilet built is a step towards realizing millions of dreams.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
NDTV's युवा कॉन्क्लेव is back.
शुरू करते हैं NDTV का यूथ कॉन्क्लेव, NDTV युवा।
भारत एक युवा देश है। अगर हम युवा एक हो जाएं, एकजुट हो जाएं, तो दुनिया की कोई ताकत हमें आगे बढ़ने से नहीं रोक सकती।
With India's biggest disruptors.
So when you tried to understand and have conversation with your parents कि मेरा नाम बांसुरी क्या रखा, उन्होंने क्या बताया?
So माँ ने तो बहुत ही स्वीट एक्सप्लेनेशन दी। She said कि कृष्ण की सबसे प्रिय वस्तु पे तुम्हारा नाम रखा गया है।
प्रेजेंट में रहो, अपना कर्म पूरी निष्ठा से करो, फल की चिंता मत करो।
दूसरी थ्रो लगने के बाद जब कोच साहब ने बताया कि 4639 है, तो मैं काफ़ी खुश हुआ। और
सरप्राइज भी हुए थे थोड़ा?
सरप्राइज हुआ था मैं, तब इसीलिए वो मैंने पूछा सर खाओ माँ को सर।
Yuva, Youth for Change.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Big focus on the show this afternoon. Well, as capital skies turn smoky and winds hazy, Delhi is holding its breath for yet another deadly pollution season. Well, the Supreme Court has come down heavily on the CAQM, which is the air quality panel. What does it really mean? What has the Supreme Court said? All of that more coming up. But first, the headlines at this hour. All up in the air. The Supreme Court pulls up the pollution panel. No experts, no action, says the Supreme Court on the air quality body. This, as the Supreme Court hammers the air quality panel as pollution season nears. Fresh revelation. The Pune Posher case. The police says that the entire family of the accused teen was drunk. ED raids top Telangana Minister. Mr. Ponguleti Srinivas Reddy has been raided in a money laundering case. Why should I resign, says a defiant Karnataka Chief Minister as the BJP ups the ante. He says there's no wrongdoing at all in the Muda case. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin meets Prime Minister Modi, meeting amid the face-off over funds. Ex-Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy in Tirumala amid the Prasad Rao, but reports now of him likely to cancel his visit to Tirupati. All right, our big focus on the show this afternoon. Well, the Supreme Court coming down heavily on the CAQM. This is the air quality panel that is responsible for monitoring the pollution levels and the enforcement of measures to, in a sense, tackle Delhi's deadly air. And before we get into what the Supreme Court has said, well, as we speak, The air quality index in some parts of the national capital has already dipped to the red zone, which is a poor quality. In fact, the deadly PM 2.5 pollutant, the micropollutant, is almost 10 to 12 times the WHO safe limit, which means you're almost smoking 4 to 5 smokes a day. This is what it signifies. And amid this, the Supreme Court really coming down heavily on the CAQM. Let me go straight across to our senior colleague Sunil Prabhu, who's been tracking this, this hearing for us in the Supreme Court. So Sunil, it's a very tough questions because this is a body that we have seen is almost like a sham. We have seen in the past couple of years, all they do is come up with this graded response action plan, which is nothing but a set of emergency measures. There are no experts in the panel, as the Supreme Court has pointed out, and now the top court also asking for the minutes of the meeting, some really tough questions there as well.
That's right. I think three important points from the Supreme Court which they wanted to convey, and that's what they've done. One is to send a very loud and clear message that we want action, saying that the Act very clearly gives them powers under Section 14 to do and direct, and has asked very pointedly to the ASG as well as to the chairman who was present on video conferencing and asking him questions, what action have you taken against officials? He, of course, tried to give the excuse that he's been there for the last 2 weeks only and has just joined recently. But this is a continuous body. This is a commission which will carry on. And it's in that context that the ASG, Bharati, was trying to explain. But they've really, when the Supreme Court does their homework, in particular judges, they were ready. No action has been taken. They said to go ahead, set up officers if required, and if you want IPS officers before the next hearing. Having said that, they said that they're not happy with the compliance, asking them to take action in this regard, and give an affidavit once again on Thursday, saying it's all up in the air. What have you done in this last few things, in the last 3 years? It hasn't really performed, the CAQM. And more importantly, asking the CAQM to work with the state governments before they come to the Supreme Court on Thursday to see those machines that have been given with central funding, how it works out. There was from the brother judge, there was a pointed message saying that the machines there get useless after 1 year. And they are not maintained or looked after properly, and it takes a long time. So the entire stubble, the implementation at the grassroots level hasn't really taken off. This after the government council, the ASG, saying that the Prime Minister's office was involved. The Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister has held a meeting with the Chief Secretaries for compliance. The CAQM has also done so. And more importantly, they're saying that they have a meeting once in 3 months. So they've asked for the minutes, those details, and wanting to know what exactly has been done, because rules till today haven't been framed.
All right, Sunil, thanks very much for joining us with what the Supreme Court has said. In fact, Ishika and Aishwarya also joining us. Ishika, as you and I have covered year after year, similar scenes here in the national capital. In fact, as we speak, the PM 2.5 levels are almost 8 to 10 times the WHO safe limit in parts of Delhi, including in Anand Vihar and some other parts. So as I was asking Sunil sir as well, all this panel does, all that the CAQM does is come up with a graded response action plan, which experts have said time and again is nothing but a sham. These are a set of emergency measures which do nothing as far as the source of pollution is concerned, as far as emissions are concerned, and these are just measures to show that something is being done as far as this panel is concerned. And we have seen that year after year this panel has failed.
Well, yes, certainly, Vedant, it is the same story every year. And in fact, we have seen that every year CAQM comes with a list of directions. It also, in fact, says that, they are, in fact, monitoring the situation to implement the graded response action plan. But on the ground, there is nothing much of a change. And this is what, the accountability that you're talking about, that is the same question today the Supreme Court, in fact, has indirectly asked as to what directions have been issued, and also has asked that, how is it functioning? In fact, if we talk about the meetings that are being held by the CAQM, where the chairman said that in fact, meeting is being held once in 3 months. So certainly the Supreme Court today has put very tough questions to this body, and certainly it remains to be seen that what impact after this hearing will we actually see by CAQM. But certainly the CAQM says that their role is to issue directions. The enforcement of that lies with the state government. But certainly, everywhere we see, even it be the state governments, they continue to pass on the buck. So it is ultimately the people of the national capital who continue to suffer because of this. Over to you.
Absolutely. And before I bring in Aishwarya, Ishika, what's also important here is that we have seen that there's a lack of understanding. CAQM doesn't understand how to, in a sense, target pollution at the source level. I think that's the main problem here. And this is what the Supreme Court has pointed out as well, that there are no experts in this committee. We need to get more stakeholders, break it down for us. Who runs the CAQM? It's mostly, high level officers, retired officers primarily, who are part of the CAQM.
Well, yes, certainly, Vedant, one very important point that was raised today by the Supreme Court here is that why are not IAS officers here in this committee, and has also, in fact, pointed out today that there are no experts in this committee. And as you rightly mentioned, we have seen the working of the CAQM, how, in fact, it is being run by the retired officers. And certainly, when it comes to accountability, the Supreme Court also today pointed out that you have issued directions, but there is, in fact, no implementation of that. And then you're taking no action. So certainly after this, the CAQM that says that their role is to issue directions and the implementation lies with the state government, they certainly need to look into that, because the Supreme Court has questioned that for the past 3 years, you are into existence and what change actually has been brought, if we talk about the air quality of the national capital. So after this, a lot of questions that, in fact, are being asked after this by the citizens as well. Concerns are being raised that we have a commission and yet there is, no effect, no relief to the citizens even after that. Over to you.
All right, Ishika, thanks very much for joining us with that. Aishwarya, let me bring you in as well. So one important point that the Supreme Court made, ultimately, while reading the order, the Supreme Court said that we want minutes of the meeting, we want more compliance as far as the CAQM is concerned. I think that was a key point in the Supreme Court order as well, because they've said that there's no action taken and there have been no committees formed, because the CAQM has been tasked with monitoring pollution levels and enforcing measures, for which you need separate committees. So no committees formed, no action taken, and now the Supreme Court pushing for more compliance.
Well, certainly as far as the Supreme Court is concerned, although they have stated that they are not ignoring the directions that had been issued by the CAQM till now. 82 directions had been given, but the implementation on grassroots level is very important, and therefore the reason, just before postponing the hearing to Thursday, the Supreme Court stated that a better compliance report should be filed by the CAQM to the Supreme Court of India before that. On the other side, it was also stated by the Supreme Court, if you look at the order point by point, it has stated that number one, it should be the implementation of how the stubble burning can be ignored on the grassroots level, how the better equipments can be used, and how money can be given to the agricultural units so that the equipments can be used in a better way. That can be decided. On the other side, the Supreme Court also said that they wonder how once in 3 months, when the meeting happens of the CAQM, what comes out. It is CAQM who should function round the clock throughout the year, so that the grassroots, the directions that had been issued should reach to the grassroots levels, and experts should also be inducted in the committee, and the state governments who need to implement these directions should also be included. That is something that had been completely ignored by the CAQM as well. On the other side, one of the important things that had also been mentioned in the order is about the duties of the NCR rule state. Remember, there had been meetings that had happened in the past under the MHA with state governments, the district commissioners, collectors being called in of the Delhi NCR region, particularly Ghaziabad, Faridabad, Meerut, from Punjab and Haryana as well. And under the chairmanship of Amit Shah, there had been meetings that had taken place, and a joint action plan had also been prepared. But how it has been implemented till now is something that we are witnessing, as the AQI had been in very poor category this time as well, because there had been stubble burning reports that had come in. IIT Kanpur, IIT Delhi reports had also been published so far, and they had used technologies with the GPS technologies being used to find out where the live frequencies of the stubble burning can be traced down, and the farmers could be penalized heavily. But that had been also not been implemented in this report. A better compliance report with the minutes of the meetings being done with these committees need to be submitted to the Supreme Court. And lastly, in its order by the Supreme Court, they had also stated that we would like to know about the commission, about the subcommittees meetings, and also the decisions that had been taken thereafter, so that there should be arrangements which should be done as far as the the stopping of the stubble burning in these states are concerned. So very heavily the Supreme Court had came down to a CAQM, but it needs to be seen that what sort of better compliance report they will come out with before Thursday, when the next hearing is scheduled in the Supreme Court of India.
All right, that's an important point you're making there. Akash Vashish, lawyer and environmentalist, is also with us. Mr. Vashish, as experts and environmentalists have pointed out multiple times over, that this is a problem that requires round-the-year attention. If it's only dealt with when peak pollution season sets in, then it's going to do no good to the capital. We need to look at this problem round the year. But whether it's the Aam Aadmi Party government or the CAQM, they come up with only knee-jerk measures right in the middle of pollution season.
Yes, let me just give you a brief background. The Supreme Court had earlier reposed too much of faith actually when the CAQM was constituted. The CAQM picked up from where the IPCA had ended. It had picked up so many means, so many measures from what was adopted and implemented by the IPCA. So obviously the CAQM was expected to perform much better in terms of both manpower, the technology, the resources, the research. But unfortunately, even a few years just after its formation, we are not able to anticipate and observe that anticipated change in the air quality. It's very tragic and very unfortunate that today we have at least three parliamentary laws which deal directly with the improvement in air quality. One is the Air Act, of course, the Environment Protection Act, and then the Act under which the CAQM was constituted. Now, Supreme Court, these observations have come at a very right time, at a very opportune time, because we are already entering October. And if you see the air quality around the year, the AQI of Delhi, as well as the entire National Capital Region, it hovers on an average basis, it's over 250 for round the year. And similarly, Delhi, as we have already witnessed and we are witnessing, we are, the PM 2.5 and the PM 10 levels they are already on a jump. So
speak about the PM 2.5 levels, Mr. Vashish. I think that's an important point you're making. And just for Delhiites as well and people around NCR, it's the Suffer app, which is a government app where you can find correct details of what the air quality is. That Suffer, in a sense, tells us that the PM 2.5 is almost 10 to 12 times the safe limit set by the World Health Organization. So we are already in the toxic pollution season, in the sense that it's 8 to 10 times, and this goes up to 80 to 90 times the safe limit set by the WHO in the peak pollution season. It's almost like smoking 4 to 5 cigarettes a day to breathe in this air. But my question really, Mr. Vashish, here is that we need to target pollution at the source level. We need to target pollution at the industry level. We need to target vehicular pollution, which we do not do. I mean, even if you look at the Winter Action Plan, it only talks about smog guns and smog towers, which do little to, in a sense, do away with the emissions, which is what we need to do.
The reason behind that is the CAQM does not have a regular and a coordinated mechanism with either the transport department of the neither the NCT of Delhi nor of the NCR states. That's one. Now the second part is that CAQM does not have any regular functional mechanism or coordination with the NCR states also, which is very important, because if you have to work around the year, you have to be in a very regular coordination and regular, you have to have a regular arrangement with the states, and not just the states, but the districts especially. So you have to remain very active, because the kind of pollution levels, the AQIs that we have been witnessing for last over 1.5 decade, it's very, very serious. And it has already, it's not just a caution or a warning. We are already witnessing very serious health hazards, very serious health warnings are there. And the CAQM has become more or less a very bureaucratic institution. What I have seen is that you write letters to the CAQM complaining about something, and you get a response probably 2 or 3 weeks later. That's a fact. I have witnessed it myself. So that cannot be the approach. That should not be the approach in the first place. So these observations from the Supreme Court are no surprise. In fact, on the ground level, the CAQ may issue, may have issued directions, but the question of compliance, the question of enforcement and implementation remains very
and I
grim.
think the question of
And this
compliance is an
big
important
challenge.
one. The question of compliance is an important one, because as we look at stubble burning as well, now stubble burning contributes to almost 7 to 8% of Delhi's pollution. That is also a myth that, it's among the primary contributors. It's actually industry and vehicle that are among the primary contributors. Let me bring in Aishwarya on this also very quickly. Aishwarya, what the Supreme Court also said, that there needs to be better coordination with state authorities. Now we need to go back into the past a little bit. The CAQM was formed as an umbrella body, as an overarching body, combining many smaller bodies, including the Pollution Board and many state bodies, etc. as well. So in that regard as well, the main purpose was better coordination, and the CAQM seems to have failed in that as well.
Well, that's right. And if we go into the past, then we have seen 3 meetings happening under the chairmanship of Home Minister Amit Shah, with the chief ministers of different states of Punjab, Haryana and Uttar Pradesh being called in. They had also roped in the district magistrates of different, different cities which are adjoining to the Delhi region as well, particularly of Gautam Budh Nagar, Faridabad, Gurgaon and several parts of Uttar Pradesh as well. And a joint action plan was prepared at that point of time under the graded response action plan, which was implemented in the past few years as well. But nothing had been implemented on ground, as we were speaking about the core issues related to the air pollution, which literally affects one of the major sources, of course, the stubble burning, which has not stopped till now, and using the technology as well to find out the tracings of where the stubble burning, particularly in the states of Punjab, Haryana. Today also there had been several parts which the stubble burning had been reported, but as the Supreme Court clearly mentioned that whether the equipment which had been given to the farmers to erase out the stubble burning, whether that had been used by the farmers or not, that needs to be investigated by the state governments, because the implementation comes under them. So whether that had been done or not, that is something that the CAQM has to report in their compliance reports, and a better compliance report needs to be passed. But what we see every year is, of course, the buck passing between the state governments, Delhi to Haryana, Delhi to Punjab, Delhi to Uttar Pradesh, and that's what they had also done. But a joint action plan had not been implemented till now, and because of which the common person is suffering because of the severe air pollution in Delhi.
Absolutely, it's about the lives of our little kids, given the fact that this cancer-causing pollution is killing us breath by breath, and we don't really realize the extent to which this toxic haze is affecting us. But thanks very much, Aishwarya, and thanks, Mr. Vashisht, for weighing in on this. This has been NDTV's focus, not from today, but of course for the past decade. We have, of course, demanded accountability on this issue, given the fact that this is not this is not a new story. It's a yearly conundrum that the capital has to face. Moving now to the other big headline. Well, the Calcutta High Court has asked the West Bengal government to file a response to a crucial PIL. Remember, what the PIL essentially says is that there seems to be a sort of a nexus and a threat culture as far as Bengal hospitals, or Kolkata hospitals rather, are concerned. Now, this PIL becomes important in the backdrop of course, the RG Kar rape and murder case. in which a young doctor was brutally raped and murdered. Now, remember, the Calcutta High Court has asked the government to file a response on this, given the fact that the petition also talks about bribery, harassment and the abuse of junior doctors as well. So this nexus has come up in various hearings of the Supreme Court in the RG Kar case as well. In other news now, well, shocking revelations in the Pune Porsche case. Now, the police seem to suggest that, well, the entire family of the accused teen was drunk when the accident took place, when this hit and run actually took place. Remember, the accused was given bail just hours after being arrested. But these absolutely shocking revelations by the police, citing eyewitnesses, saying that not only was the teen accused drunk, but his father and brother also seemed to be drunk. What does this mean as far as the entire alcohol test was concerned? Because remember, there were also allegations of swapping of evidence and swapping of blood samples as well. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy has more details on this.
Pune police have made some revelations as far as the Pune Porsche case is concerned. In fact, the police have said that it was not just the teenager who was under the influence of alcohol at the time of the incident, but also his parents and brother. His father, mother and brother were in an inebriated state at the time of the accident, is something that the police have said. In fact, when the family approached the hospital in order to manipulate the blood samples, all the family members were under the influence of alcohol, which is why the switching of the blood samples couldn't happen immediately. In fact, the hospital had to depend on another minor's parent to switch the blood samples with that of the teenager, a minor who was inside the car at the time along with the accused teenager. So this is what the police have revealed. This is of course a serious disclosure coming at this point. Besides that, an additional report has been submitted before the Juvenile Justice Board yesterday, whereby additional charges have been added against the teenager, which include forgery, bribery as well as destruction of evidence. It has been revealed that the teenager was actively involved as far as the switching of blood samples are concerned, and also in forgery. He was directly involved in the manipulation of his own blood samples along with his family members, is something that that report has revealed. So at this point, of course, earlier culpable homicide was the charge added, now additional charges added. So Pune police trying to make this a watertight case and also trying to convince the Juvenile Justice Board that the accused teenager can be tried as an adult, as the charges against him are quite serious.
Moving now to news from Telangana. Well, the top minister of the Telangana government has been raided by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, remember, Minister Ponguleti Srinivas has been raided by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with a corruption case, a money laundering case linked to his construction company. Now, remember, he is really the number 2 when it comes to the Telangana cabinet, and there were multiple parallel raids that were conducted in this particular case as well. Will he be arrested? What are the political ramifications of this? Take a look.
Early this morning at around 5:30 is when we are told that as many as 16 teams arrived from Delhi to Hyderabad to carry out these raids, and interestingly it's a Delhi zonal office which is involved in these raids, and the Hyderabad zonal office was not aware of these raids, and then they went first to the residence, Narsingi residence of Ponguleti Srinivas Reddy, and subsequently his offices in Banjara Hills, Jubilee Hills, and also we are told his homes and also that of his associates, and also in Khammam, which is his native district as well. Ponguleti Srinivas Reddy is both the Revenue Minister as well as the Information and Public Relations Minister, and he is in fact a strong man from the Khammam district. And prior to the elections in the month of November as well, there were raids that happened on his residence and properties. He is actually a businessman. He runs something called Raghava Construction and Infra. Very recently, this company had also bagged the contract for for an irrigation project. One of the works for the contract works for that Narayanpet Kodangal irrigation project as well. What is I must point out as of interest is that the raids now, of course, to deal with money laundering and financial dealings may have to do with 2 things. One, we are being told it could be related to the watches that were purchased by his son Harsha Reddy, and there was meant to be or reported to be a 100 crore kind of a smuggling racket that happened, And what has been reported is that as many as 7 watches worth about 7 crore rupees were purchased by him, and the payment for that was linked to not just hawala money but also to cryptocurrency.
And with that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hi, I'm Kareena Kapoor Khan. When it comes to news, NDTV stands for trust, for integrity, for truth, for news that matters. Watch NDTV and don't forget to watch The Buckingham Murders अपने नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में. कैसे मारा?
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
NDTV's युवा कॉन्क्लेव is back.
शुरू करते हैं NDTV का यूथ कॉन्क्लेव। NDTV युवा।
भारत एक युवा देश है। अगर हम युवा एक हो जाएं, एकजुट हो जाएं, तो दुनिया की कोई ताकत हमें आगे बढ़ने से नहीं रोक सकती।
With India's biggest disruptors.
So when you tried to understand and have conversation with your parents कि मेरा नाम बांसुरी क्या रखा, उन्होंने क्या बताया?
So माँ ने तो बहुत ही स्वीट एक्सप्लेनेशन दी. She said कि कृष्ण की सबसे प्रिय वस्तु पे तुम्हारा नाम रखा गया है.
प्रेजेंट में रहो, अपना कर्म पूरी निष्ठा से करो, फल की चिंता मत करो.
दूसरी थ्रो लगने के बाद जब कोच साहब ने बताया कि 4639 है, तो मैं काफ़ी खुश हुआ. और
सरप्राइज भी हुए थे थोड़ा?
सरप्राइज हुआ था मैं, तब इसीलिए वो मैंने पूछा सर खाओ माँ को सर.
युवा यूथ फॉर चेंज.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ए आयो भाग जोर। पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया. One world hygiene.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV's युवा कॉन्क्लेव is back.
शुरू करते हैं एनडीटीवी का यूथ कॉन्क्लेव. एनडीटीवी युवा.
भारत एक युवा देश है. अगर हम युवा एक हो जाएं, एकजुट हो जाएं, तो दुनिया की कोई ताकत हमें आगे बढ़ने से नहीं रोक सकती.
With India's biggest disruptors.
So when you tried to understand and have conversation with your parents कि मेरा नाम बांसुरी क्या रखा, उन्होंने क्या बताया?
So माँ ने तो बहुत ही स्वीट एक्सप्लेनेशन दी. She said कि कृष्ण की सबसे प्रिय वस्तु पे तुम्हारा नाम रखा गया है.
प्रेजेंट में रहो, अपना कर्म पूरी निष्ठा से करो, फल की चिंता मत करो.
दूसरी थ्रो लगने के बाद जब कोच साहब ने बताया कि 4639 है, तो मैं काफ़ी खुश हुआ. और
सरप्राइज भी हुए थे थोड़ा?
सरप्राइज हुआ था मैं, तब इसीलिए वो मैंने पूछा सर खाओ माँ को सर.
Yuva, Youth for Change.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Welcome back. Breaking news coming in. Well, former Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy is likely to cancel his Tirupati visit, and in fact my senior colleague Uma Sudhir is breaking the story right now, first on NDTV. So Uma ma'am, there was a lot of anticipation perhaps around Jagan Mohan Reddy's visit. In fact, the BJP had also said that he should sign the declaration before he goes to Tirupati, and this is of course an extremely emotive issue now in Andhra Pradesh. But what were the reasons? Why did Jagan cancel his Tirupati visit?
So all indications are that the former Chief Minister, Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy, has cancelled his visit to Tirumala. We are expecting that he will make the announcement in a short while. The press conference was supposed to happen at 3 p.m. What I must point out is that there has been a build-up of tensions in Tirumala, not just earlier after the statement by the Chief Minister that animal fat had been used in the cow ghee that was used to make Tirupati Laddu, but after Jagan Mohan Reddy announced that he will be visiting Tirumala on the 28th of September. Several voices we are hearing. Both BJP leader Purandeshwari as well as the Chief Minister tweeted yesterday in the evening saying that his government would certainly protect Hindu sentiments and will not allow any of the traditions of the temple to be violated. And he also said that whoever is going in there should follow the temple rules and also the Hindu sentiments, and must also follow the traditions that are mentioned there. And what we understand is that while the board for declaration by non-Hindus used to be earlier near the temple premises, now at multiple locations, including at the entry point to Tirumala itself, and we are told at several other locations as well, these boards have come up which are specifying that they would need to give a declaration for non-Hindus to enter the Tirumala temple. Earlier in the morning, I had spoken to my YSRCP sources, and they had said that Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy, in fact, has no objection to signing such a declaration about allegiance or reverence for Lord Venkateshwara and the faith that he has in the temple as well as in the Lord himself. So while that is happening on the one side, political leaders of different parties, whether it's the BJP, Janasena or the Telugu Desam, have been talking about the threat to Sanatana Dharma, and they are saying, like Pawan Kalyan has been saying repeatedly, saying that those who belong to the Hindu faith are also allowed to voice or should be allowed to voice their concerns and express their anger or the fact that they are upset about their traditions being disrespected. And he has also questioned others, saying that if it is an Islam or a Christian faith, you do not talk, whereas when it is a Hindu faith, you expect us to be so-called secular and not make a noise. So this is a line that now one is hearing more number of BJP leaders also saying the same thing, because Madhvi Lata, who is the BJP candidate for the Hyderabad Lok Sabha seat, she has also visited Tirumala yesterday. She went by Vande Bharat train singing bhajans along with her group, and then went by the Srivari Metlu, which is the pedestrian path to reach from Tirupati to Tirumala. And there as well she has made these statements saying that it is Hindus who are living in fear in a sense, and even though they are the majority community, they should be allowed to voice their concerns, and their culture, tradition, religion, etc. also deserves protection. So all this happening even as Jagan Mohan Reddy, we are being told, is about to cancel his trip to Tirumala. And earlier today, in fact, there were some YSRCP leaders who said, in fact, that there is a plot to attack Jagan Mohan Reddy when he comes there. So what we were told by YSRCP sources is that it is with a view that the law and order situation should not get worse in that area because of his arrival, that Jagan Mohan Reddy is likely to cancel his trip. This even as the District Police of Tirupati has already declared that Section 30 of the Police Act is in place in Tirupati district, which means no gatherings, no processions or meetings will happen in Tirupati till the 25th of next month. And it is in this period that the Brahmotsavam is also expected to happen between the 4th and the 12th of this month. And therefore, it is at that time that huge numbers of people come to Tirumala, and therefore we can expect that security will have to be at its highest, and that's why as a precautionary measure the district has taken its measures. Just now, in a short while, I think the Jagan Mohan Reddy has just come into the press conference and is likely to make his announcement.
That's right, but for the devotees, I think right now there's so much confusion about what really happened, because there are so many versions of the story. Where does the investigation stand? Because of course an SIT probe has now been ordered. They're looking at the allegations, but there's so much suspicion and sort of confusion for the devotees, for whom it's a matter of faith.
Yes, indeed. The devotees of Lord Balaji, Lord Venkateshwara Swami, were quite shaken after the startling statement made by Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu on the 18th of this month at an NDA legislators meet. And subsequently, a lab report was put forth, which suggested that the samples that were sent for testing were indeed with showing adulteration by animal fat in the cow ghee that was to be used for making Tirupati Laddu. So while those four ghee tankers that were sent for sampling testing to the NDTV in Gujarat were not used for making the Tirupati Laddu. The surmise is that the earlier samples from AR Dairy have been used, and there were complaints about kind of a smell which seemed to indicate other sensory parameters also seem to indicate that there was some problem with them, and that's the reason why the samples were sent for testing. But subsequently now what has happened is that while the executive officer has said that those samples were not used for testing, a huge controversy broke out about whether ghee that is adulterated was indeed used for making the Tirupati Laddu itself, and that's the reason why several leaders, religious seers as well, are going to Tirumala, and like those leaders have been saying, one needs to go and ask for forgiveness, and that's what Pawan Kalyan is also planning to do when he goes to Tirumala on the 1st of October, and on 2nd he goes before Lord Venkateshwara Swami, and he says he will seek forgiveness after his 11-day Prayashchita Diksha that he is undertaking because of what has happened at Tirumala with the Tirupati Laddu itself. Back to you.
All right, ma'am, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there, as we've been discussing a hugely emotive issue there in Andhra Pradesh, and now Jagan Mohan Reddy likely to cancel his Tirumala trip amid what he says are law and order concerns. With that, we'll slip into a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
NDTV's युवा कॉन्क्लेव is back.
शुरू करते हैं NDTV का यूथ कॉन्क्लेव, NDTV युवा।
भारत एक युवा देश है। अगर हम युवा एक हो जाएं, एकजुट हो जाएं, तो दुनिया की कोई ताकत हमें आगे बढ़ने से नहीं रोक सकती।
With India's biggest disruptors.
So when you tried to understand and have conversation with your parents कि मेरा नाम बांसुरी क्या रखा, उन्होंने क्या बताया?
So माँ ने तो बहुत ही स्वीट एक्सप्लेनेशन दी। She said कि कृष्ण की सबसे प्रिय वस्तु पे तुम्हारा नाम रखा गया है।
प्रेजेंट में रहो, अपना कर्म पूरी निष्ठा से करो, फल की चिंता मत करो।
दूसरी थ्रो लगने के बाद जब कोच साहब ने बताया कि 4639 है, तो मैं काफ़ी खुश हुआ। और
सरप्राइज भी हुए थे थोड़ा?
सरप्राइज हुआ था मैं, तब इसीलिए वो मैंने पूछा सर खाओ माँ को सर।
युवा, youth for change.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi, NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana.
చుట్టుపక్కల వాళ్ళ దగ్గర నుంచి కూడా బీజేపీ వాళ్ళని కూడా అక్కడ రప్పిస్తున్నారు. కొన్ని వేల మంది పోలీసులు అక్కడ మోహరించినట్టుగా చూపిస్తా ఉన్నారు.
So Jagannath Reddy is holding a press conference to say that he has been issued a notice to say that his trip to Tirumala is without any permission.
ఎందుకు ఇలా టాపిక్ డైవర్ట్ చేయడం కోసం ఎందుకు ఇంత ఆరాట పడతా ఉన్నారు?
There is a Rakshasa Rajyam, he says, the rule of Rakshasas in Andhra Pradesh.
గమనించినట్లయితే తిరుపతి లడ్డూల విషయంలో
Why are they trying to divert the topic?
తాను చెప్పినవన్నీ, చంద్రబాబు చెప్పినవన్నీ అబద్ధాలు అని ఒక్కొక్కటిగా రుజువు అవుతూ కనిపిస్తా ఉన్నాయి.
Jagan says, if you go into it, all the statements that Naidu has made on the Tirupati Laddu are proving to be a lie one after the other.
100 రోజుల పాలన మీద టాపిక్ డైవర్ట్ చేస్తూ లడ్డూల టాపిక్ తీసుకొచ్చాడు.
In order to divert the topic away from the 100 days of rule, he brought in Tirupati Laddu, but in Tirupati Laddu,
తప్పు చేసి
he has made
గుడి
mistakes.
పవిత్రతను దెబ్బతీస్తూ
He has violated the sanctity.
దొరికిపోయేసరికి మళ్ళీ
And he
ఈ
got caught
టాపిక్
in
ను
the
డైవర్ట్
process.
చేసేందుకు, లడ్డూల టాపిక్ ను డైవర్ట్ చేసేందుకు
And therefore, in order to divert the topic,
టాపిక్ తీసుకొచ్చి మళ్ళీ
he is bringing in the
అది ఇంకొక
declaration
రాజకీయం
topic.
చేస్తా ఉన్నాడు.
He is doing other politics with that.
ఒకసారి గమనించినట్టయితే
If you pay attention,
తిరుమల పవిత్రతను,
the sanctity of Tirumala,
స్వామివారి ప్రసాదం విశిష్టతను,
the specialness of the Tirumala Prasadam,
స్వామివారి ప్రసాదం
its purity, its sanctity,
విశిష్టతను, తిరుమల తిరుపతి దేవస్థానం పేరు ప్రఖ్యాతలను,
the name and fame of the Tirumala Tirupati temple,
రాజకీయ దుర్బుద్ధితో,
with a political,
రాజకీయ దుర్బుద్ధితో, జంతువుల కొవ్వుతో లడ్లు తయారీ అయినట్టుగా,
with a political motive, he has said that the laddu was made with animal fat.
జరిగినట్టుగా, ఒక జరగని విషయాన్ని జరిగినట్టుగా,
he spoke as though something that did not happen had happened,
భక్తులు తిన్నట్టుగా,
as though that was consumed by the bhakts, by the devotees.
నిజంగా ఒక ముఖ్యమంత్రి స్థానంలో ఉన్న వ్యక్తి తెలిసి తెలిసి అబద్ధాలు ఆడుతూ,
The stature of the chief minister should not be indulging in such lies.
స్వామివారి పేరు ప్రఖ్యాతలను, లడ్డు తిరుపతి లడ్డు విశిష్టతను
He has called the name and fame of this temple and Lord
దగ్గరుండి
and
అపవిత్రం చేసే
the
కార్యక్రమం
speciality of this prasadam,
సాక్షాత్తు
of this laddu,
ముఖ్యమంత్రి చేస్తా ఉంటే
that a chief minister himself
ఇంతకన్నా
has done this.
దారుణం ఎక్కడైనా ఉంటుందా? ఇంతకన్నా
Nothing can be worse than that.
అధర్మం ఎక్కడైనా ఉంటుందా అని ఆలోచన చేయగలుగుతాం.
Nothing can be more irreligious than that.
ఒకసారి వీటికి సంబంధించిన విషయాలు మరొక్కసారి పునరుద్ఘాటిస్తాం. ఏ రకంగా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు అనే
Tell you
వ్యక్తి
all the facts related to the case once again.
ఏ రకంగా తాను అబద్ధాలు చెబుతూ
The way
అబద్ధాలకు ఏ రకంగా
Chandrababu
తాను
Naidu
రెక్కలు
has
కట్టాడు అన్న విషయాలు
spoken lies.
మరొకసారి మీ అందరికీ కూడా
I want to bring it once again to your
ఆధారాలతో సహా
notice
చూపిస్తా.
with evidence.
రాష్ట్ర ప్రజలందరికీ కూడా, రాష్ట్ర ప్రజలేగా దేశ ప్రజలందరూ కూడా
not just for people of the state, but for people of the entire country.
చూడమని చెప్పి విజ్ఞప్తి చేస్తా ఉన్నా.
I want them to pay attention to this.
ఒకసారి గమనించినట్టయితే
If you pay attention,
మామూలుగా ఈ టెండర్ల ప్రక్రియ, మామూలుగా ఈ తిరుపతి లడ్డుకు సంబంధించిన ఇవి కొనుగోలు చేసే నెయ్యి కానీ ఈ పదార్థాలు కానీ కొనుగోలు చేసే ఈ కార్యక్రమం 6 నెలలకు ఒకసారి జరుగుతూ ఉంటుంది.
all this tendering
తిరుపతిలో
process
నెయ్యి
happens
కొనుగోలు
once
చేసే
in
కార్యక్రమం
6
ప్రతి
months
6 నెలలకు ఒకసారి
for procurement of cow.
రొటీన్ గా ఈ కార్యక్రమం.
It's a routine process that happens every
దీనికి
6 months.
సంబంధించి దశాబ్దాలుగా జరుగుతూ ఉన్న కార్యక్రమం ఇది. ఇదేదో
It's
కొత్తగా
happening over
ఒకరి వల్ల
decades. It's not something
జరుగుతూ ఉన్న
new.
కార్యక్రమం కాదు ఇది. 6 నెలలకు
It is not
ఒకసారి
being
ఈ
begun
టెండర్లు పిలుస్తారు.
recently.
6 నెలలకు ఒకసారి ఈ టెండర్ల ద్వారా ఎవరైనా కూడా క్వాలిఫై అయితే ఎవరైనా
Every
కూడా
6 months,
పార్టిసిపేట్
e-tenders are called, and whoever qualifies is
క్వాలిఫికేషన్
allowed to
క్రైటీరియా కూడా
participate.
ఇప్పుడు ఏదో కొత్తగా పెట్టినట్టు
There will be
అంతకన్నా కాదు.
qualification criteria.
ఇవన్నీ రొటీన్ గా దశాబ్దాలుగా జరుగుతూ ఉండేటివి.
These were all
తిరుపతి లడ్డు అంటే
determined for
విశిష్టత ఉంది.
several decades now.
అలా తిరుపతి లడ్డు అని అంటే
Not anything
నా
new
చిన్నప్పటి నుంచి కూడా
specifications that
తిరుపతి
were
లడ్డు
brought
అని
in.
అంటే ఒక విశిష్టతగా దాన్ని చూసే పరిస్థితి. దాంట్లో ఉన్న టేస్ట్
Because the
వేరే
Tirupati
లడ్డులో
laddu
ఉండని టేస్ట్.
It's very special, and the
ఇది
taste of
మనందరికీ
Tirupati
కూడా
laddu
చిన్నతనం
is
నుంచి
not
మనమంతా
replicated
కూడా
in any other laddu.
చూస్తూనే ఉన్నాం. దశాబ్దాలుగా ఈ ప్రక్రియ జరుగుతూ ఉంది తిరుపతిలో.
This has been going on over
అలాంటి
decades.
ఈ
at
ప్రక్రియ
Tirupati.
ఒకసారి గమనించినట్లయితే అదే
If you pay
ప్రక్రియలో
attention to
భాగంగా
the process, as part of
ప్రతి
the
6
same
నెలలకు
process,
ఒకసారి టెండర్లు పిలిచే కార్యక్రమం జరుగుతుంది.
every 6 months a
టెండర్లలో
tender is called.
ఎవరైనా క్వాలిఫై అయిన వాళ్ళు ఎవరైనా పార్టిసిపేట్ చేయొచ్చు.
Whoever
ఆ క్వాలిఫై
qualifies
అయిన
can
వాళ్ళలో
participate.
L1 ఎవరికైతే వస్తుందో తక్కువ రేట్ ఎవరైతే
Whoever
బిడ్ చేస్తారో
gets L1, which
వాళ్ళకు
means the
న్యాచురల్గా
lowest rate,
టీటీడీ బోర్డు టెండర్ను అప్రూవ్ చేస్తుంది.
then the TTD
ఇదొక
board
routine
approves the
ప్రక్రియ.
tender. It's a routine process.
దీంట్లో గవర్నమెంట్కి సంబంధమే ఉండదు వాస్తవం చెప్పాలంటే.
There is no government
TTD board
interference
అన్నది
or
కూడా
role in this.
ఒక ప్రసిద్ధి కాంచిన బోర్డు. మామూలుగా దాంట్లో
Even the
బోర్డులో
TTD
సభ్యులు
board
కూడా
is very prestigious.
దేశం మొత్తం నుంచి
The
కూడా
members.
దాంట్లో సభ్యత్వం తీసుకుంటారు.
The members of the board are brought in from across the country.
బోర్డుకు
Sometimes central ministers
board
recommend the names.
చుట్టుపక్కల రాష్ట్రాల ముఖ్యమంత్రులు కూడా రికమెండ్ చేస్తారు టీటీడీ బోర్డుకు
Sometimes chief
సంబంధించిన
ministers of
board
neighboring
సభ్యత్వం
states also
కోసం.
recommend.
అంటే వాళ్ళ రాష్ట్రాలలో వాళ్ళు విశిష్టత ఉన్న వ్యక్తులనుగా భావించిన వాళ్ళను వాళ్ళు
They
రికమెండ్
look at people
అటువంటి
who are reputed and have the qualifications in their own
వాళ్ళెవరు
state
కూడా
and the prestige
తప్పు
that
చేయాలనుకున్నా కూడా
requires.
తప్పు చేయలేని పారదర్శక పద్ధతిలో టీటీడీలో
So that's how
over
the
the
board members are
decades,
selected, and it happens in a transparent
సిస్టమ్స్
manner.
అన్ని ఇవాల్వ్ అయి ఉన్నాయి.
The systems have been evolved in such a manner.
అక్కడ వచ్చే వాళ్ళు కూడా బోర్డు మెంబర్స్ కూడా ప్రసిద్ధి కాంచిన వ్యక్తులు.
Even those who have come to the board are all people with names,
దేవునికి ఇంకా
with
ఎంత
names
ఎలా
that are
చేస్తే మంచి
prestigious.
దేవునికి ఇంకా మంచి చేయాలి అనే తాపత్రయంతో అక్కడ బోర్డు మెంబర్స్ గా వాళ్ళు కూర్చొని నిర్ణయాలు తీసుకుంటారు.
People who come there come with a motive that they must
ఇవన్నీ నేను
increase the
చెప్పేటివన్నీ
prestige
ఏదైతే
of
చెప్తా
the
ఉన్నామో ఇవన్నీ
temple
కూడా
itself.
మనందరికీ
They come with
తెలిసిన
the
విషయాలే
idea of serving.
ఇక్కడ ఈ ప్రక్రియలో కూడా ఇదే మాదిరిగానే టెండర్లు పిలిచారు. 6 నెలలకు ఒకసారి పిలిచే ఈ టెండరింగ్ ప్రక్రియలో ఆ టెండర్లలో క్వాలిఫై అయిన వాళ్ళను L1 గా
So in this time, the same process was followed.
టెండర్స్ అప్రూవ్ చేసి వాళ్ళందరికీ
Every 6
కూడా
months, the
ఇవ్వడం
e-tenders were called, and
టెండర్లలో
whoever
అప్రూవ్ చేసిన
qualified
వాళ్ళు ఒక్కరికే పూర్తిగా కూడా
subsequently,
ఇచ్చే కార్యక్రమం కూడా జరగదు.
those who qualified were given the contract for supplying. It is not one person alone or one vendor alone who
వాళ్ళను కూడా తగ్గించి మిగతా వాళ్ళను కూడా
has qualified. Even the others supply at the same rate as the lowest
జరుగుతూ
tender.
ఉన్న కార్యక్రమాలు
This
దశాబ్దాలు.
is a routine procedure.
ఇదే మాదిరిగా సప్లై చేసే వాళ్ళు సప్లై చేస్తూ పోతున్నారు. సప్లై చేసే మెకానిజంలో కూడా రోబస్ట్ పద్ధతులు ఉన్నాయి.
Even in the manner of
ఎవరైతే క్వాలిఫై అవుతారో వాళ్ళు
supplying, there are robust procedures.
వాళ్ళు సప్లై
Whoever
చేసే ప్రతి
qualifies,
ట్యాంకర్ తో పాటు
every tanker that supplies, there will be an NABL
ల్యాబ్స్
certification.
నుంచి వాళ్ళు క్వాలిటీ చెక్ చేయించుకొని ఆ ట్యాంకర్లలో ఉన్న ప్రోడక్ట్ క్వాలిటీని నిర్ధారిస్తూ ఒక సర్టిఫికెట్ తీసుకొని వస్తారు.
They come with certified
తర్వాత
product.
ట్యాంకర్
They have to go to a certified lab, get the certificate, and then put it on their tankers
తిరుమల
and bring
తిరుపతి
it in.
దేవస్థానంలో మళ్ళీ 3 టెస్టులు 3 శాంపుల్స్ చేస్తారు.
Even after that, there is a robust testing process. There are 3 tests that are conducted at Tirumala Tirupati
మ్యాండేటరీ
Devasthanam.
ప్రోటోకాల్ ఇది.
These are mandatory
ఆ
protocols.
3 టెస్టులు పాస్ అయితేనే
Only after those
ఏ
3
వెహికల్
tests are
అయినా కూడా
passed,
ముందుకు పోనిస్తారు.
any vehicle can
ఆ
enter
3
Tirumala.
టెస్టులలో ఏ టెస్ట్ ఫెయిల్ అయినా కూడా అసలు
If
వెహికల్
it fails even one test,
తిరిగి వెనక్కి
it won't
పంపించేస్తారు.
forward. It will be sent back.
ఈ ప్రక్రియ దశాబ్దాలుగా జరుగుతా ఉంది.
This process is
చంద్రబాబు
being
నాయుడు
followed
గారి
for several
హయాంలో
decades.
2014 నుంచి 19 మధ్యలో 14 నుంచి 15 సార్లు చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు హయాంలో ఇలానే
Even during
ట్యాంకర్లు
Chandrababu
వస్తే
Naidu's
quality
time,
లేదని
the
reject
tankers
చేశారు.
were sent back about 14 to 15 times because they did not
14 నుంచి 15 సార్లు
come up to the standard.
మంచిది. ఒక రోబస్ట్ ప్రక్రియ అన్నది ఒకటి ఉంది. తప్పులు ఎవడైనా
There is a robust
చేయాలనుకుంటే
testing process.
తప్పులు చేసే అవకాశం లేని ఒక గొప్ప ప్రక్రియ ఒకటి తిరుపతిలో ప్రాక్టీస్లో ఉంది.
Which makes sure that no wrong can happen.
2019 నుంచి 24 మధ్య వైఎస్ఆర్సీపీ రెజ్యూమ్లో కూడా 18 సార్లు ఇదే మాదిరిగానే రిజెక్ట్ చేసి
During the YSRCP regime between 2019 and 2024, they have also sent back the supplies were sent back 18 times.
ఒక గొప్ప ప్రాక్టీస్ ఒకటి ఉంది, ఒక గొప్ప ప్రొసీజర్ ఉంది. ఏ కారణాల చేత అయినా కూడా, ఏ శాంపుల్ అయినా కూడా, ఏ ట్యాంకర్ అయినా కూడా రిజెక్ట్ అయిపోతే ముందుకు కూడా పోదు, వెనక్కి పంపించేస్తారు.
If any tanker does not pass the test for any reason, the tanker does not move forward, it has to move back and it is
చంద్రబాబు
sent
నాయుడు
away.
గారు ముఖ్యమంత్రి అయిన తర్వాత ఈ టెండర్లలో సప్లై స్టార్ట్ అయింది. ఇప్పుడు టీటీడీ
After
బోర్డు కూడా
Mr. Chandrababu Naidu became Chief Minister, the supply started for these
బోర్డు
tenders.
ఫైనలైజ్ చేసిన, అప్రూవ్ చేసిన వాళ్ళు ఎప్పటి నుంచి సప్లై చేశారు? జూన్ 12వ తారీఖు నుంచి వాళ్ళు సప్లై చేశారు.
The supply started coming in from June 12th. The board had approved these vendors.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained.
Cancelled his Tirumala trip. This is a cancellation, citing law and order concerns over that visit of the former Chief Minister of the state. This is after he was asked to sign declaration. The TTD has demanded the declaration from non-Hindus, and it is Andhra Pradesh's Chief Minister who's scaling up his attack former Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy. All must follow temple traditions is what is being said. So YSR Congress Party Chief and former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister, they're cancelling his planned visit to Tirumala. And let's just get you the latest when it comes to the air count in the national capital region. All up in the air is what the Supreme Court has said, pulling up the pollution panel, talking about how, nothing has really been done as far as the situation on the ground is concerned just ahead of the pollution season. And ED raids take place. This is in regard to the Revenue Minister in Telangana. His premises as well as his company has been raided. And why should I resign, says Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, who remains defiant amid the Mooda heat. The Karnataka Chief Minister remains defiant, says he won't step down, asking did the Prime Minister tender his resignation after the Godhra riots as his capacity as the Chief Minister of Gujarat at the time. Well, let's get you the very latest. And as Jagan Mohan Reddy speaking, do remember that he's cancelled his visit to the Tirumala temple. Let's listen into what he had to say. Reddy there, who was to take a trip to the Tirumala temple, has cancelled his trip, citing law and order concerns. It is the former Chief Minister who has gone on to say that he will not be going. This comes a day after he was asked to sign a declaration. TTD had demanded a declaration from all non-Hindus, and if it is the Chief Minister of the state of Andhra Pradesh who is scaling up his attack as far as the former Chief Minister of the state, Jagan Mohan Reddy, is concerned. The Chief Minister now, Chandrababu Naidu, saying that all must follow temple traditions. And after he was asked to sign that declaration, which is something that he wasn't asked to do while he was the Chief Minister of the state.
రెండు ట్యాంకర్లను కూడా రిజెక్ట్ చేయడం జరిగింది. షోకాస్ నోటీస్ ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. వనస్పతి ఆయిల్ అడల్టరేషన్ చేసినారని కూడా ఆయన అన్నాడు. మరి క్లియర్ కట్గా 23వ తారీఖునే, జూలై 23వ తారీఖునే ఈఓ వెరీ క్లియర్గా వాడకంలోకి ఇది తీసుకొని రాలేదు అని చెప్పి ఇంత క్రిస్టల్ క్లియర్గా చెప్పినా కూడా 2 నెలల తర్వాత సెప్టెంబర్ 18వ తారీఖున చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు అనే వ్యక్తి అన్నీ తెలిసి తాను ఏ రకంగా అబద్ధాలు ఆడాడో వినండి ఒకసారి.
నాసి రకమైన ఇంగ్రీడియంట్సే కాకుండా ఎనిమల్ ఫ్యాట్ కూడా వాడారని, ఏది
గీకి బదులు యానిమల్ ఫ్యాట్ కూడా వాడారని, లడ్లు తయారయ్యాయని, భక్తులకు పంచారని, భక్తులు తిన్నారని, ఏకంగా సాక్షాత్తు ఒక ముఖ్యమంత్రి అన్నీ తెలిసిన వ్యక్తి అబద్ధాలు ఆడడం. మళ్ళీ సెప్టెంబర్ 20వ తారీఖున ఈఓ మళ్ళీ ఇచ్చిన ఇంటర్వ్యూ, చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు 18వ తారీఖున తాను ఈ మాటను మాట్లాడితే సెప్టెంబర్ 19వ తారీఖున, అంటే చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు మాట్లాడిన మరుసటి రోజే సెప్టెంబర్ 19వ తారీఖున ఏకంగా తెలుగుదేశం పార్టీ వాళ్ళు వాళ్ళ తెలుగుదేశం పార్టీ ఆఫీస్ నుంచి ఈ ఎన్డీటీవీ గుజరాత్ నుంచి తెప్పించిన ఈ కాన్ఫిడెన్షియల్ రిపోర్టును రిలీజ్ చేస్తారు తెలుగుదేశం పార్టీ ఆఫీస్ నుంచి. సెప్టెంబర్ 19వ తారీఖున, అంటే చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు 18వ తారీఖున మాట్లాడతాడు అబద్ధాలు వల్ల వేస్తూ. సెప్టెంబర్ 19వ తారీఖున, అంటే మరుసటి రోజు తెలుగుదేశం పార్టీ
Jagan Mohan Reddy there speaking on the issue. If you could tell us what exactly is he saying?
వచ్చిన ఈ కాన్ఫిడెన్షియల్ రిపోర్టును తెలుగుదేశం పార్టీ
Jagan Mohan Reddy started off saying that he has received notices saying that permission is denied to him to go to the temple because of various reasons, and then he started saying that before we proceed further, that even to visit the Lord Venkateshwara temple, certain kind of obstacles are being put forth by the government and by the authorities. He said that's because Chandrababu Naidu had tried to divert the topic away from 100 days of rule, and he spoke about Tirupati Laddu, and because he made mistakes in talking about the Tirupati Laddu, now he is talking about the declaration, and then he is saying that he is going to point out the contradictions in what Chandrababu Naidu has said, and he says the same procedure of e-tenders has been followed for several years, where every 6 months e-tender is called for procurement of cow ghee, and based on whoever qualifies, and then they are allowed to apply for the tenders, and then the L1 is allowed to is chosen for supplying, and the rest also bring their prices down to the L1's level and meet with the specifications. And not just that, all these tankers come with a certification from the NABL certified labs. They are also subjected to mandatory tests in the lab itself. So subsequently, Jagan Mohan Reddy is saying that when there are contradictions in what Chandrababu Naidu has said, and he is right now talking about the different dates on which supply had happened, that tenders had been finalized during the YSRCP time, but the supplies had started from June month onwards, and at that time Chandrababu Naidu's government was in place, and it is the July samples, last 2 samples of 2 tankers each, that were rejected and sent for sampling. And he says even though the test results have come on July 23, when the EO had only spoken about Vanaspati oil being present as adulterant, and that for which show cause notice had been given, he is pointing out that on 18th of September, Chandrababu Naidu had said that animal fat was there in the laddu that had been prepared and that had been distributed to the people, and he claims that that in fact is a lie. He is also saying that it is only after Chandrababu Naidu's statement that the EO has once again come and spoken about presence of animal
Uma, let's
fat
just listen in to what
in
the former
tests
Chief
that they
Minister
have got
had to
for the
say.
first time.
తర్వాత accordingly 4 samples were sent to NDTV lab. NDTV lab, Anand, Gujarat, confidentially for testing its quality. Confidentially అనే పదం నేను ఇక్కడ రీట్రేట్ చేస్తున్నా. Confidentially for testing its quality. The report was received on 16th July and 23rd July. The adulterated cow ghee tankers supplied by the dairy was returned back. Vanaki పంపించేశాం and stopped further supplies from them, and show cause notice was issued to them. నేను అడుగుతా ఉన్నా, confidential report.
Jagan Mohan Reddy is pointing out that the executive officer of TTD had said that the 4 tankers from where samples were sent had been sent back.
తెలుగుదేశం పార్టీ ఆఫీస్ నుంచి రిలీజ్ చేస్తారు ఈ గుజరాత్ నుంచి వచ్చిన ఈ NDTV report.
Why were the lab reports released from the Telugudesam office 2 months after the report had come?
నేను అడుగుతా ఉన్నా, ఇవన్నీ తెలిసిన తర్వాత కూడా సెప్టెంబర్ 22వ తారీఖున ఈఓ ఈ రిపోర్ట్ ఇచ్చిన తర్వాత కూడా సెప్టెంబర్ 22వ తారీఖున చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు ప్రెస్ స్టేట్మెంట్.
Why is it that after all this has come in the public domain, even after the report was made public on September 22,
అంటే చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు ఇంత రిపోర్ట్ వచ్చిన తర్వాత, ఈఓ ఇన్నిసార్లు స్టేట్మెంట్ ఇచ్చిన తర్వాత, ఇంత చెప్పిన తర్వాత కూడా 22వ తారీఖున చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు మళ్ళా ప్రెస్ మీట్ పెట్టి ట్యాంకర్లు వచ్చేసాయి, దాన్ని వాడేశారు అని మళ్ళా అబద్ధాలు ఆడుతూ మళ్ళీ చెప్తాడు. నేను అడుగుతా ఉన్నా,
why did the Chief Minister again say on September 22 that the tankers had come and that they were used? This even after the executive officer had made clear that those samples that were sent for testing and which had reportedly tested positive for animal fat, when he had said that they were set aside. Why did he lie again? Asking Jagan Mohan Reddy.
స్వామివారి ప్రసాదం విశిష్టతను తిరుమల తిరుపతి దేవస్థానం ప్రతిష్టను వెంకటేశ్వర స్వామి
special place that the Tirumala Prasad, the Laddu has, and also the prestige of the temple, he says. The name and fame of the temple. He has reduced all the prestige of the temple with his lies, says Jagan Mohan Reddy.
Well, that is former Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Jagan Mohan Reddy, claiming that once the report had come in of the animal fat being present, and that was completely set aside. And it is Jagan Mohan Reddy claiming that it is the Chief Minister who's reduced the prestige of the temple by his lies.
Yes, indeed. This has become a full-blown political battle between the Chandrababu Naidu government and Jagan Mohan Reddy on the other side, because we are hearing voices of the TDP leaders as well as BJP leaders, Janasena leaders, all talking about how the sanctity of the temple has been violated with the adulterated ghee that was used in the Tirupati Laddu. And Jagan Mohan Reddy has now cancelled his trip to Tirumala, and he says that is because of a notice that's been issued to him denying permission for him to go to the temple. As we know, Section 30 of the Police Act has been invoked, because of which no gathering, meeting or any kind of a procession is to be allowed in the Tirupati district. And Jagan Mohan Reddy has claimed that he is being denied permission to even visit the temple. And earlier in his press conference, he said this is a Rakshasa Rajyam, meaning to say this is a kingdom where the Rakshasas are ruling. That is what he tried to say by saying that he is being denied permission to visit the temple. Of course, he also criticized Chandrababu Naidu, saying that in order to divert the topic or attention of the people away from 100 days of his rule, he had spoken about the Tirupati Laddu, and because he ended up making mistakes there, he is now talking about a declaration that I need to give as a non-Hindu. Jagan Mohan Reddy has not elaborated on whether he has decided to cancel, but he did mention about the notice that he says has denied him permission to go to the Tirumala Tirupati temple, which he was supposed to visit tomorrow early in the morning. He was supposed to arrive there this evening, and reports from Renigunta Tirupati airport suggested that the convoy was already ready. The supporters were not allowed inside the airport because no gathering or meeting is allowed, and all that was ready. And this is a last-minute development that has happened, because tensions were indeed building up, with multiple leaders talking about the need for Jagan Mohan Reddy to sign a declaration before he enters the temple. And in fact, we were being told by our local sources in Tirupati that not just near the temple premises, where even otherwise you would have boards about non-Hindus entry allowed only after they give a declaration about their faith and reverence towards the temple and towards Lord Venkateshwara. We are told new boards had also sprung up right at the entrance to Tirumala, as well as at multiple locations in Tirumala, with the entire focus now on whether or not Jagan Mohan Reddy would sign the declaration. Earlier today, when I spoke to some YSRCP sources, they said that Jagan Mohan Reddy would have no problem in signing that declaration and going to the temple, but now it looks like all that is changing. Jagan Mohan Reddy using this opportunity to once again try and tell his side of the story, and he is saying that Chandrababu Naidu had in fact not been accurate in saying that there was adulteration of the cow ghee with animal fat, and that had been used for preparing the laddus. He says that's an inaccurate statement. He is also pointing towards the delay in the release of the report, or talking about the animal fat presence. He says when the press conference was held on July 23, when the report was received, at that time there was no mention of animal fat, but whereas only much later, on the September 18th, after Chief Minister spoke about animal fat being present, it's the next day that the lab reports were made public, and the EO had spoken about sending those samples for testing and getting a positive on the presence of animal fat
stay
as
with us.
adulterant
We
in the
also
cow
have
ghee that was supplied to
Jyotsna
Tirumala.
Tirunagaragi of the TDP, who is joining us. Let's just begin by saying that it is Jagan Mohan Reddy saying that he's being denied permission to enter the temple. What are your reactions to that?
That is completely a ridiculous and false statement by Jagan Mohan Reddy. And I also heard him say that it was a Rakshasa Raja. So we asking him to, in fact, it's not we or government alone or, we as Chandrababu Naidu Garu or Jyotsna or somebody asking it. It's the custom and the rule of the temple, rule of Tirumala Tirupati Devasthana, which asks for a declaration whenever a non-Hindu enters Tirumala. Simple. So if we ask you to sign the declaration, we are Rakshasas.
Ma'am, according to him, he has been to the temple many times in the capacity of the Chief Minister. At the time, he wasn't asked to sign this declaration.
That's what we have been saying. Even when we were in opposition, we raised this concern and said that even if you are a Chief Minister or a Prime Minister or even a President, because if you all remember, Shri Abdul Kalam ji, when he was the President, when he visited Tirumala, he signed the declaration. It's not about your position, it's about your religion. It's a religious sentiment, it's the rule book of Tirumala Tirupati Devasthana. Who are you and me or somebody else to challenge that? He has done a lot of sins, he has done a lot of mistakes. Absolutely, yes.
Jyotsna Garu, this is Uma Sudhir here. Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy, while saying that he has been issued a notice saying permission is denied to him and he is not talking about the declaration, he says. But while doing that, he is saying that the sequence of events seems to suggest that there were inaccuracies in what the Chief Minister said. And he's asking why there was a delay in the report being made public when it was available with the TTD on the 23rd of July. And at that time, there was no mention of animal fat. And why did that report become public only on September 19th after the Chief Minister had made a statement on the 18th of September? The second question he is raising is, there is no conclusive proof that the oil that was used, the ghee that was used, the cow ghee that was used for making Tirupati Laddu did have animal fat, because that ghee was not tested, even though one can argue that the supply was done by the same AR dairy. What is your explanation for both these questions?
First question, Umaji, for the first question, initially this particular press meet that he has conducted was regarding his entry into Tirumala. We have not issued him any notice, or neither I believe the police has also not issued him any notice that you shouldn't enter Tirumala. The only thing was there was a request and there was a demand from various organizations, not just TDP or Janasena or Bharatiya Janata Party or somebody. Even the Honorable Chief Minister Garu requested that whoever is visiting Tirumala kindly uphold the traditions and customs of Tirumala. And also, there is, as I said, there is a rule book of that also. According to the Endowments Department Act 30 of 1987, a GO was also issued, GO number 311, if I remember correctly, in the year 1990, asking for a declaration to be given. Again, coming back to his question of saying that there are so many, irregularities and misrepresentations, Umaji, the point is, when a vigilance inquiry was conducted in the month of July, that's when they found it out, and immediately that was reported, and the further investigations are going on in that particular issue. If, as quoted by Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy, if we wanted to make it, political issue, we would have immediately raised it then and there itself, which we did not. Neither the Honorable Chief Minister Garu did it. After thorough investigation, after thorough, the entire documentation, that's when the issue was raised by the Honorable Chief Minister Garu, and now there is a SIT inquiry going on in it. So what's the problem? The SIT will, if they have not committed any mistake, the SIT will immediately, quote it. No, they'll come out, in the investigation it will come out. My question to Jagan Mohan Reddy is, what is his problem in signing the declaration? Because if he doesn't want to sign the declaration, well and good. He is not, if you don't want to sign the declaration, you do not have the right to enter Tirumala. Simple. Who is Chandrababu Naidu Garu, or who is somebody else to stop him? Nobody has stopped him for not, nobody is stopping him to enter Tirumala. The only thing people have, are talking about is just that you have to sign the declaration before you enter Tirumala, because you yourself have quoted that you are a non-Hindu. And also, one more thing, Umaji, in fact, the local police, the Superintendent of Police, Tirupati District, Sri L. Subbarayadu Garu, has very specifically said and given a press statement also that, in view of the ex-Chief Minister, Sri Jagan Mohan Reddy's visit to Tirumala, We have made elaborate security arrangements and safety arrangements. There is nothing that's there in social media, all sorts of fake propaganda that is there, nothing of that sort. We are welcoming him. We are here to take care of all his security concerns. But in the morning, Bhumana Karunakar Reddy, the ex-TTD chairperson and a party personnel of Jagan Mohan Reddy.
Jyotsna Garu, the notification notice that he has said that has been issued by the police to him. Neither you nor I am sure whether it is only about the declaration. I agree with you that because the temple rules of course say that non-Hindus need to give a declaration. He would need to give a declaration before he enters the temple. But you are saying there is a vigilance inquiry that was in place because of which the lab reports were not made public before September 18th. I'm not very aware of the vigilance inquiry, what that vigilance inquiry had to do with the lab report itself, which seemed to suggest that there was presence of animal fat in the cow ghee samples that were sent out. But the second part of it is, isn't it true that there is no conclusive evidence that the ghee that has been so far used had animal fat? Of course, we cannot also say that it did not have animal fat. Both are true, isn't it? Because that ghee that was used for the sample for making the laddu has not been tested by any lab for adulteration.
Umaji, I think it was made clear many a times, but again, because Jagan Mohan Reddy, whenever he conducts a press meet, he always shows selective documents. Again, I'm not going to get into the politics of it, but out of the consignment consisted of, I want to clear it through your channel NDTV also, what has happened. See, out of the consignment, which consisted of 8 different tankers, 4 tankers were used. When the 4 tankers were used, because they passed the preliminary test that happened in Tirumala, the preliminary test just tests the moisture content, they test the basic content, that's it. There is no adulteration testing done in Tirumala. So that's the major fact. Now, after the 4 tankers were tested, after the 4 tankers were used, there were constant complaints from the devotees that the laddus were smelling and there is some problem with the quality of the laddu. That's when the EO and the concerned officials said, no, we have to get them tested for adulteration because we think there is some adulteration going on. That's the reason there are constant complaints. In fact, this is not the first time that adulteration tests are conducted outside Tirumala, because many a times they have been conducted even during our regime. But it was only during Jagan Mohan Reddy's regime that no outside adulteration tests were conducted. So once the adulteration tests were conducted on these 4 tankers, because adulteration was there and it's the same consignment, 4 tankers were already used. So these 4 were immediately as rightly quoted.
Okay. Jyotsna Garu, thank you so much for the clarification that you've given us, saying that the 4 tankers that were used, there were complaints, and it is on that basis that the rest of the lot, which is 4 more tankers, which arrived on the 12th and the 16th of June, they were subsequently sent for testing, and that's the reason why the Chief Minister also made the statement that cow ghee that was adulterated with animal fat was unfortunately used for making Tirupati laddu, leading to the sanctity being violated. Thank you so much, Jyotsna, for joining us on NDTV. Back to you in the studio.
Right, Uma, thank you so much for all those details. Of course, Jagan Mohan Reddy there saying that it's the lies of the Chief Minister, Chandrababu Naidu, that is reducing the prestige of the temple. With that, we're slipping away a short break. Back with a whole lot more. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Hi, I'm Kareena Kapoor Khan. When it comes to news, NDTV stands for trust, for integrity, for truth, for news that matters. Watch NDTV and don't forget to watch The Buckingham Murders अपने नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में। कैसे मारा?
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
NDTV's युवा कॉन्क्लेव is back.
शुरू करते हैं NDTV का यूथ कॉन्क्लेव। NDTV युवा।
भारत एक युवा देश है। अगर हम युवा एक हो जाएं, एकजुट हो जाएं, तो दुनिया की कोई ताकत हमें आगे बढ़ने से नहीं रोक सकती।
With India's biggest disruptors.
So when you tried to understand and have conversation with your parents कि मेरा नाम बांसुरी क्या रखा, उन्होंने क्या बताया?
So माँ ने तो बहुत ही स्वीट एक्सप्लेनेशन दी। She said कि कृष्ण की सबसे प्रिय वस्तु पे तुम्हारा नाम रखा गया है।
प्रेजेंट में रहो, अपना कर्म पूरी निष्ठा से करो, फल की चिंता मत करो।
दूसरी थ्रो लगने के बाद जब कोच साहब ने बताया कि 4639 है तो मैं काफ़ी खुश हुआ। और
सरप्राइज भी हुए थे थोड़ा?
सरप्राइज हुआ था मैं, तब इसीलिए वो मैंने पूछा सर खाओ माँ को सर।
Yuva Youth for Change.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sun rises on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts,
Welcome back. Breaking news coming in of Lokayukta that has filed a complaint. This is a case, an FIR against Siddaramaiah in the Muda scam. The law is equal for all is what the Lokayukta officials are saying in regard to the scam probe, that our institution is an independent body and we take all complaints seriously. We work for the society and the people, and there's no delay when it comes to registering cases, which is why Lokayukta has now finally filed that FIR against the Chief Minister of Karnataka.
We have with us Justice B. Veerappa from the Upalokayukta. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, there are a lot of aspersions cast on the institution saying that they would come under the state influence. What are your thoughts on this?
What aspirations?
So they say that it comes under the state influence and investigation cannot really proceed with certain...
This is independent body. We work independently without no question of influence. This is independent body.
So when a case gets registered, what are the kind of due procedures that are followed?
See, we have our own procedure in the Lokayukta Act. If any aggrieved person lodge a complaint, we will post ascertain preliminary note, we will ascertain whether it's made out a case. If satisfied, then we will issue notice to the other side. We will get the comments from the other side. After getting comments, that comment will send to the complainant, giving an opportunity, get his rejoinder. Thereafter, we will decide whether it made out a case or not.
So sometimes there are doubts raised that a case is not registered despite a court order. They take their own due time. Does that happen? Why is there a delay?
No. No question of court order directing us to register. We will register as soon as any even a scrap of paper placed before our receptionist, we will register the case. Even any information, we will soon out or register the cases. If a public interest involved, we ourselves on the information given by press people or any public, we will register soon out a case if a public interest involved.
So there are times in the recent past that we have seen that the court has also interfered, asked the Lokayukta or the Upalokayukta, for instance, to register cases. At that time, what happens?
No such directions. We are here only, this Lokayukta institution is meant for the society. No question of direction issued by anybody. We register voluntarily. As soon as any person enter to our institution inside, give one scrap of paper, grievance, make out a grievance, we will register the case.
One such complainant has gone on to put up a post on social media saying that this institution has delayed the process.
Even Mahatma Gandhi blamed by us, Sarita Chandra blamed by us. People are there to blame any institution, anybody, including you. What to do?
Thank you so much,
Okay,
sir.
thank you.
Thank you. That was the Upalokayukta Justice talking to us about how the institution really functions without the state's influence is also something that has been emphasized on. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
And with that, we're slipping a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. Just stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Mohan Reddy, the former Chief Minister, has cancelled his trip to Tirumala, claiming that he was threatened with arrest. All up in the air as far as pollution goes is what the Supreme Court has said while pulling up the pollution panel, coming down heavily on the Central Air Quality Panel for not taking adequate steps to monitor the air quality. And ED raids stopped Telangana Minister. The Enforcement Directorate have raided Telangana Revenue Minister, his premises, whether it's his office or his residence, raided in Hathras. The Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, remains defiant, says he will not resign, asking did the Prime Minister tender his resignation after the Godhra riots in Gujarat.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
NDTV's युवा कॉन्क्लेव is back.
शुरू करते हैं NDTV का यूथ कॉन्क्लेव। NDTV युवा।
भारत एक युवा देश है। अगर हम युवा एक हो जाएं, एकजुट हो जाएं, तो दुनिया की कोई ताकत हमें आगे बढ़ने से नहीं रोक सकती।
With India's biggest disruptors.
So when you tried to understand and have conversation with your parents कि मेरा नाम बांसुरी क्या रखा, उन्होंने क्या बताया?
So माँ ने तो बहुत ही स्वीट एक्सप्लेनेशन दी। She said कि कृष्ण की सबसे प्रिय वस्तु पे तुम्हारा नाम रखा गया है।
प्रेजेंट में रहो, अपना कर्म पूरी निष्ठा से करो, फल की चिंता मत करो।
दूसरी थ्रो लगने के बाद जब कोच साहब ने बताया कि 4639 है तो मैं काफ़ी खुश हुआ। और
सरप्राइज भी हुए थे थोड़ा?
सरप्राइज हुआ था मैं, तब इसीलिए वो मैंने पूछा सर खाओ माँ को सर।
Yuva, Youth for Change.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, वन वर्ल्ड हाइजीन।
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV news app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Kareena Kapoor Khan. When it comes to news, NDTV stands for trust, for integrity, for truth, for news that matters. Watch NDTV and don't forget to watch The Buckingham Murders अपने नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में। कैसे मारा?
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV's युवा कॉन्क्लेव is back.
शुरू करते हैं एनडीटीवी का यूथ कॉन्क्लेव। एनडीटीवी युवा।
भारत एक युवा देश है। अगर हम युवा एक हो जाएं, एकजुट हो जाएं, तो दुनिया की कोई ताकत हमें आगे बढ़ने से नहीं रोक सकती।
With India's biggest disruptors.
So when you tried to understand and have conversation with your parents कि मेरा नाम बांसुरी क्या रखा, उन्होंने क्या बताया?
So माँ ने तो बहुत ही स्वीट एक्सप्लेनेशन दी। She said कि कृष्ण की सबसे प्रिय वस्तु पे तुम्हारा नाम रखा गया है।
प्रेजेंट में रहो, अपना कर्म पूरी निष्ठा से करो, फल की चिंता मत करो।
दूसरी थ्रो लगने के बाद जब कोच साहब ने बताया कि 4639 है तो मैं काफ़ी खुश हुआ। और
सरप्राइज भी हुए थे थोड़ा?
सरप्राइज हुआ था मैं, तब इसीलिए वो मैंने पूछा सर खाओ माँ को सर।
Welcome back. Let's get to the latest. And a complaint has been filed against Kolkata Mayor's OSD. We're talking about Abhishek Banerjee's office that has lodged that complaint. This is a complaint that has been filed by the office of Abhishek Banerjee on account of the OSD of the mayor has been accused of committing fraud. The Kolkata Mayor's OSD allegedly used Abhishek Banerjee's name for fraud to scam people. And with that, we're slipping away a short break. News and updates will continue on the other side.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
NDTV's युवा कॉन्क्लेव इज बैक।
शुरू करते हैं NDTV का यूथ कॉन्क्लेव। NDTV युवा।
भारत एक युवा देश है। अगर हम युवा एक हो जाएं, एकजुट हो जाएं, तो दुनिया की कोई ताकत हमें आगे बढ़ने से नहीं रोक सकती।
With India's biggest disruptors.
So when you tried to understand and have conversation with your parents कि मेरा नाम बांसुरी क्या रखा, उन्होंने क्या बताया?
So माँ ने तो बहुत ही स्वीट एक्सप्लेनेशन दी। She said कि कृष्ण की सबसे प्रिय वस्तु पे तुम्हारा नाम रखा गया है।
प्रेजेंट में रहो, अपना कर्म पूरी निष्ठा से करो, फल की चिंता मत करो।
दूसरी थ्रो लगने के बाद जब कोच साहब ने बताया कि 4639 है, तो मैं काफ़ी खुश हुआ। और
सरप्राइज भी हुए थे थोड़ा?
सरप्राइज हुआ था मैं, तब इसीलिए वो मैंने पूछा सर खाओ माँ को सर।
Yuva, Youth for Change.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ये आयो बात पैसाबाजार.com।
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
A clean, functional toilet is something many of us take for granted, but it is a basic right denied to thousands in India's villages. Swachh Bharat Swachh Vidhalya is a national campaign driving Clean India, Clean Schools, and a key feature of the campaign is to ensure that every school in India has functioning and well-maintained water, sanitation and hygiene facilities. Can we, you and I, help contribute to this campaign? Yes, we can. Watch this report about how a 17-year-old is making a difference in helping to organize funds so that many more schools in India can get access to clean and functioning toilets.
In 21st century India, a basic human right remains unfulfilled for millions: access to clean, functioning toilets. This crisis extends beyond health concerns, posing a significant barrier to education. Meet Girvan Singh, a 17-year-old from Delhi who refuses to accept this reality. Witnessing the stark contrast between urban and rural schools ignited a mission within him to bring dignity, safety and hygiene to 270 students at Chogawadi Government School in Rajasthan's Uttar district.
Few months ago, I was visiting this area in Rajasthan and I saw all these schools and I noticed they don't have the most important thing, toilet and hygiene. So I went back to Delhi and I realized every school in Delhi, government, public, private school, have facilities like toilet and they have hygiene over there. So I decided to construct toilets so every child has a right to hygiene. I feel not having toilets is stopping the dream. It's like a barrier towards the dream, because if they do not come to school, get basic education, they won't be able to chase the dream.
Determined but aware of the challenge ahead, Girvan turned to Keto, a crowdfunding platform, to transform his vision into reality.
The toilet complex at Chogawadi School is a great example of how crowdfunding and collaboration can lead to real change.
Today, 270 children at Chogawadi School have access to proper sanitation facilities, significantly improving their daily lives.
हम फर्स्ट क्लास से यहाँ पढ़ रहे तो पीरियड्स के टाइम में हमें एक बहुत ही अजीब सा फील होता था जब हम पानी की सुविधा है नहीं मैम, हम वॉशरूम करने कैसे जाए, तो मैम हमारे 6-7 घंटे बहुत ही मुश्किल से निकलते थे। यहाँ पे 4 दिन रेगुलर होता है तो मैम उसके लिए हमें छुट्टी लेनी पड़ती थी।
ये इनिशिएटिव बहुत ही बढ़िया है और इसकी तो बहुत ही सख्त ज़रूरत थी। हमारे लिए तो इतना ज़रूरी था कि पीरियड से लेकर रेगुलर हम 7 आवर्स यहाँ पे स्पेंड करते, तो उसमें हाइजीन के नहीं होने के कारण कितनी बार लेडीज स्टाफ को सफ़र भी करना पड़ा है, कुछ प्रॉब्लम हुई है, फिर गायनिक कंसल्ट करना पड़ा है। मिस्टर गिरवान ने एक बहुत बढ़िया इनिशिएटिव लिया है और हमारे स्कूल के लिए किया है। तो बच्चा जब फर्स्ट क्लास से हैंड वॉश करेगा और घर पे जाके इन हैबिट्स को यूज़ करेगा। और गर्ल्स के लिए जो हम कह रहे थे कि वो 4 डेज स्कूल आना अवॉइड करती है और सफ़र करते ही उनकी एजुकेशन, मेंटल हेल्थ और फिजिकल हेल्थ सभी पे उनका बहुत ज़्यादा इम्पैक्ट होता है।
Recent studies highlight the profound impact of improvised sanitation. India's Swachh Bharat mission has potentially saved 60,000 to 70,000 infant lives annually. The link between sanitation, health and education is undeniable. Girvan's dream extends beyond one school. It's a call to action, reminding us that change begins with recognizing a need and having the courage to address it. In the journey towards a cleaner, healthier India, every toilet built is a step towards realizing millions of dreams.
Thank you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV news app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com। क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
NDTV's युवा कॉन्क्लेव is back.
शुरू करते हैं NDTV का यूथ कॉन्क्लेव। NDTV युवा।
भारत एक युवा देश है। अगर हम युवा एक हो जाएं, एकजुट हो जाएं, तो दुनिया की कोई ताकत हमें आगे बढ़ने से नहीं रोक सकती।
With India's biggest disruptors.
So when you tried to understand and have conversation with your parents कि मेरा नाम बांसुरी क्या रखा, उन्होंने क्या बताया?
So माँ ने तो बहुत ही स्वीट एक्सप्लेनेशन दी। She said कि कृष्ण की सबसे प्रिय वस्तु पे तुम्हारा नाम रखा गया है।
प्रेजेंट में रहो, अपना कर्म पूरी निष्ठा से करो, फल की चिंता मत करो।
दूसरी थ्रो लगने के बाद जब कोच साहब ने बताया कि 4639 है, तो मैं काफ़ी खुश हुआ। और
सरप्राइज भी हुए थे थोड़ा?
सरप्राइज हुआ था मैं, तब इसीलिए वो मैंने पूछा सर खाओ माँ को सर।
Yuva, Youth for Change.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Hi, I'm Kareena Kapoor Khan. When it comes to news, NDTV stands for trust, for integrity, for truth, for news that matters. Watch NDTV and don't forget to watch The Battle of Murders अपने नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में। कैसे मारा?
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. news that matters to you.
Election sun rises on the proverbial.
Hello everybody, starting with the headlines. Jagan Mohan Reddy has cancelled his Tirumala trip. The ex-CM has claimed that he was threatened with arrest. Former Andhra Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy has cancelled his Tirumala trip. Former CM was asked to sign a declaration of belief for non-Hindus. Jagan Mohan Reddy has now claimed that he was denied permission and also threatened with arrest. All up in the air. This is what Supreme Court has said. Pulling up pollution panel, the Supreme Court has come down heavily on the Central Air Quality Panel for not taking adequate steps to monitor the air quality and curb pollution in the National Capital Region. In fact, Supreme Court has said, and I quote, "It's all in the air. Nothing has been shown record about anti-pollution measures for NCR." Meanwhile, ED has raided top Telangana minister. ED officials raided Telangana Revenue Minister Ponguleti Srinivas Reddy's premises in Hyderabad. Why should I resign? This is what Chief Minister Sitaramayya has said, being very defiant in the midst of the Muda controversy. Karnataka Chief Minister Sitaramayya remains defiant and steadfast on his decision to not resign amidst Muda. He says he won't step down. When asked, he said, and I quote, "Did the Prime Minister tender his resignation after the Godhra riots as his capacity as the Chief Minister of Gujarat at that time?" The Tirupati Prasad row has now exploded. Jagan Mohan Reddy, who's a YSR Supremo and also former Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, has cancelled his much-awaited Tirumala trip. He said that he would be visiting the Tirumala Tirupati temple to allegedly atone for the sins that he claimed Chandrababu Naidu, the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, was making by bringing up a controversy alleging that the Tirumala Tirupati Prasadam had beef and fish oil in them. The ex-CM has claimed that he was threatened with arrest. Jagan Mohan Reddy has also said that the Chief Minister is peddling lies over laddus. Jagan Mohan Reddy was all set to visit Tirupati tomorrow. Jagan Mohan Reddy was asked to also sign a declaration. The TTD demands declaration from non-Hindus. Andhra CM has scaled up the attack on Jagan Mohan Reddy meanwhile, and the Chief Minister has said that all must follow temple traditions, and the TTD has also brought out names of people who have visited the temple but did not really belong to the Hindu faith but have signed declarations. So clearly the controversy there has escalated. Let's look at some reactions to this story before we go across to my colleague Uma Sudhir, who's been tracking this case.
మాజీ ముఖ్యమంత్రి జగన్మోహన్ రెడ్డి అనే వ్యక్తి ఒక రాష్ట్ర మాజీ ముఖ్యమంత్రి అయిన జగన్మోహన్ రెడ్డికి తిరుమల తిరుపతి దేవస్థానంలో దేవుడిని దర్శించుకునేందుకు వెళ్తాను అనంటే వెళుతున్న నేపథ్యంలో మీకు పర్మిషన్ లేదు, ఆ కార్యక్రమంలో ఎవరు పాలుపంచుకున్నా మీ అందరినీ అరెస్ట్ చేస్తాము అని గుడికి పోవడానికి.
Uma Sudhir, my colleague, joins me with more details on the story. Uma, first of all, tell us what are the most important takeaways from Jagan Mohan Reddy's press conference, and this controversy has taken a different turn now centered around this anticipated visit of Jagan Mohan Reddy, and what is the TDP saying in this regard?
So Jagan Mohan Reddy has repeatedly said that notices were issued to all his party cadre, leaders, sarpanchas, MLAs, corporators, all of them, asking them not to come to Tirumala, quoting the proposed visit of Jagan Mohan Reddy, for which he says in the notice it is written that there is no permission that's been granted by the government, and therefore legal action would be taken against them for travelling to Tirumala if they decide to accompany Jagan Mohan Reddy on the visit to the temple. So he says it is such a a rule where people, even to visit a temple, are being denied the permission by the government, and therefore he called it what he termed as a Rakshasa rule. 3-4 important things that I must point out. While Jagan Mohan Reddy has said that everyone knows what my religion is, and the fact that I have visited Tirumala multiple times before I became Chief Minister, after I became Chief Minister, and that during the Padyatra, before the Padyatra, after the Padyatra, I have visited Tirumala and I've had the opportunity as Chief Minister to even present the vastras or the clothes to Lord Venkateshwara during the Brahmotsavam. And now asking this question about me, he was in Telugu, he did say that I do read the Bible, but I do respect Hindu traditions and values, and do follow them in public places, and I also respect Islam. All that he has mentioned. The main things that he says is that he's asking the BJP why they are not initiating action against Chandrababu Naidu for what he says is allegedly an insult to the Hindi religion, and he is quoting once again the sequence of events at Tirumala, and he says there is no reason to presume that the laddu that was made at Tirumala had cow ghee that was adulterated with animal fat, and he says in order to divert from the 100 days of Telugu NDA rule, that's the reason why Chandrababu Naidu had spoken about Tirupati laddu, and he had made some mistakes during that, and subsequently to divert away from that, they were now talking about the declaration that he needs to give if he visits the Tirumala temple. I must point out that there has been a huge security deployment at Tirumala since the morning. The police there had declared under Section 30 of the Police Act that no gatherings, processions or meetings would be allowed at Tirumala. That's for the next 1 month, because a lot of VIP visits will be expected, not just because of the controversy, but also because Brahmotsavams, the biggest festivities, celebrations that happen in Tirumala, will be between the 4th and 12th of October. And there are also new boards that had come up, not just near the temple premises, but even at the entrance of Tirumala and other locations, which specified that non-Hindus would have to give a declaration. So in the morning when I spoke to some YSRCP leader, he said that Jagan Mohan Reddy would have no problem signing such a declaration, but in the press conference so far, at least I have not heard Jagan Mohan Reddy talking about signing any such declaration, but it appears that he will not be going to Tirumala for the proposed visit, as he had said, but he is asking people to pray in the temples across the state for what he calls purification that is required because of the utterances that Chandrababu Naidu has done about the Tirumala Laddu, and he is asking the BJP why they wouldn't initiate action against Chandrababu Naidu for having, in a sense, brought down the prestige of the TTD and also of the Tirumala Laddu, the pride in the Tirumala Laddu, and the prestige that both the temple and the Laddu have in the minds of devotees. He is asking the BJP that if you are really the protector or the person who upholds the Hindu tradition, beliefs and respect, then why wouldn't you act against them? And he says he's presenting evidence in support of the fact that of what he calls as factual details of what had happened that he claims has proved that Chandrababu Naidu has not spoken the truth. Telugu Desam leader, spokesperson Jyotsna, who we spoke to earlier, is clarifying, saying that the earlier tankers of AR Dairy which were used had come up with complaints, or people had complained about this, and that's the reason why the last 4 tankers were stopped and sent for testing, and that's the reason why Mr. Naidu had spoken about the laddu having cow ghee that had animal fat, and therefore she says that's the reason why he spoke about it. And the second thing about the delay that Jagan Mohan Reddy is talking about in the in the lab report coming out, and in Chandrababu Naidu speaking about it, she says that there were some vigilance inquiries that were being underway at that time, and it is only after getting all the thorough facts that they wanted to put it out in the public domain, and that's what she says is the explanation for the delay, why the report that came out on July 23 itself was not made public till the 19th of September, when Jagan Mohan Reddy is pointing out that it is actually in the party office of the Telugu Desam that the report was actually made public. So all in all, the controversy getting bigger. BJP leaders also now talking about that the Hindu religion is in a sense under attack here, and saying that when it is Islam or Christianity, people are allowed to speak about it, but carrying secular credentials doesn't mean that they don't talk about the violation of Hindu rights, and that is something that now has become a point of debate and discussion in the circles in Andhra Pradesh and in the Telugu states. Back to you.
Thank you, Masudi, for joining us with those critical details. Jagan Mohan Reddy, former Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, making an important announcement there. He will not be going to Tirumala Tirupati as he was scheduled to. In fact, he was supposed to make that visit tomorrow. Uma Sudhir also spoke to Jyotsna Tirunagari, who is the spokesperson of the TDP on the party's position on this issue, and this is what she said.
Initially, this particular press meet that he has conducted was regarding his entry into Tirumala. We have not issued him any notice, or neither I believe the police has also not issued him any notice that you shouldn't enter Tirumala. The only thing was there was a request and there was a demand from various organizations, not just TDP or Janasena or Bharatiya Janata Party or somebody. Even the Honorable Chief Minister Garu requested that whoever is visiting Tirumala kindly uphold the traditions and customs of Tirumala. And also, there is, as I said, there is a rule book of that also. According to the Endowments Department Act 30 of 1987, a GO was also issued, GO number 311, if I remember correctly, in the year 1990, asking for a declaration to be given. Again, coming back to his question of saying that there are so many, irregularities and misrepresentations, Umaji, the point is, when a vigilance inquiry was conducted in the month of July, that's when they found it out, and immediately that was reported, and the further investigations are going on in that particular issue. If, as quoted by Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy, if we wanted to make it, political issue, we would have immediately raised it then and there itself, which we did not. Neither the Honorable Chief Minister Garu did it. After thorough investigation, after thorough, the entire documentation, that's when the issue was raised by the Honorable Chief Minister Garu, and now there is a SIT inquiry going on in it. So what's the problem? The SIT will, if they have not committed any mistake, the SIT will immediately, quote it. No, they'll come out, in the investigation it will come out. My question to Jagan Mohan Reddy is, what is his problem in signing the declaration? Because if he doesn't want to sign the declaration, well and good. He is not, see, if you don't want to sign the declaration, you do not have the right to enter Tirumala. Simple. Who is Chandrababu Naidu Garu, or who is somebody else to stop him? Nobody has stopped him for not, nobody is stopping him to enter Tirumala. The only thing people have, are talking about is just that you have to sign the declaration before you enter Tirumala, because you yourself have quoted that you are a non-Hindu.
Well, moving on to other important stories, the Supreme Court today came down heavily on the Central Air Quality Panel for not taking adequate steps to monitor the air quality and curb pollution in the National Capital Region. In fact, the Commission for Air Quality Management did not form any committee for monitoring the air quality, contended a bench of justices today. They said, and I quote, "There has been total non-compliance of the Act. Have committees been constituted? Please show us a single step taken. Which directions have you used under the Act? Just see the affidavit. Show us a single direction issued," adding, "It is all in the air. Nothing they have showed as to what they've done to the NCR states." Clearly, very important observations by the court there. I have my colleague Ishika joining us with more details on this. Ishika, as the festive season comes closer, so does the pollution season. So today, the Supreme Court cracking the whip and making it clear that the CAQM needs to do more, and there needs to be presence of experts as well, and the implementation of anti-pollution measures need to be not just implemented, but also the monitoring needs to be tighter.
Well, yes, Vasudha, as you rightly pointed out, we are seeing that in the coming months, the air quality is already going to be very poisonous here in the national capital. And hearing the case of pollution, Supreme Court today came down heavily on CAQM and in fact said that we are nearing a situation like emergency, and CAQM needs to be more active. Today, in fact, very tough questions were put to the CAQM chairperson, who in fact had joined online on this hearing, and Supreme Court today asked as to how many meetings have been conducted by CAQM, and also in fact what are the directions that have been issued and what action has CAQM taken until now, on which official has the action been taken. So all of these questions were put in front of the CAQM chairperson, and he said regarding the meeting, CAQM chairperson said that meeting is being held once in 3 months. So over that as well, Supreme Court in fact wrapped CAQM saying that what is going to come out of one meeting in 3 months. The Supreme Court said that there needs to be IAS officers also in this committee, in this commission, and also asked and also in fact asked that till now, if we talk about the experts, there seems to be no experts in this commission. So now, the hearing is going to continue on Thursday, and before that, the court in fact has said that a better compliance report need to be submitted by CAQM on, in fact, the steps taken, the directions issued, and also the action taken so far. Here, in fact, what is also interesting to, note here is that CAQM did say that their work is to issue directions. When it comes to the enforcement, it is actually with the state government. Now, over that, the Supreme Court, certainly hinted at the accountability as to where is the accountability, and said that if you are only issuing directions and if it's not going to be, enforced by the government, then what are you doing then? It has been in existence for the last 3 years. So certainly these questions were put forth, because remember, if we talk about the CAQM, just few days ago a meeting was held where CAQM said that it is monitoring the situation and it is still not, in fact, enforcing the graded response action plan. So there also the Supreme Court has today said that CAQM needs to work on alternate, steps, measures that can be taken to actually reduce pollution here in the national capital. And also, if we talk about the stubble burning, and there also, why the number of machines that are used to reduce, stubble burning, that is less. So very heavily, Supreme Court has come down very heavily on CAQM. It remains to be seen as to now what steps will be taken by CAQM, and will the residents actually get some relief after that. Over to you.
Thank you, Ishika, for joining us with those important details. Very important words by the Supreme Court, making it clear that experts have to be present in the panel. At the same time, there needs to be monitoring, and just one meeting cannot happen in just 3 months. So clearly, even as the Supreme Court is coming down heavily on the implementation of the anti-pollution measures, wanting them to be expedited, incidents of stubble burning are being witnessed in certain states. In fact, an incident of stubble burning was seen in the field in Chhaba village in Amritsar today. This is with regard to Punjab stubble fire, an issue that has escalated in the last few years. These fire burns, these farm fires are happening despite bans on them. Farmers have said that no option has been given to them, and they have to do this in the absence of government aid. The Punjab government, in fact, has responded, and it has shifted the onus on centre, and stubble fire gets reported from Amritsar. Farmers have claimed that no aid was provided by the Punjab government, by the Punjab state government, while the Punjab government has said that only few cases of stubble fire have been reported, and that they would be seeking aid from central government. And they've also said that centre is not providing machines or aid.
किसान कोई भी पराली ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਗਾਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ, ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਮਜਬੂਰੀ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਆ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਖੇਤ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਰ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਖਰਚਾ ਚੜਦਾ ਵਾ। ਸਰਕਾਰ ਹਰ ਸਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਨਵੀਂ ਮਸ਼ੀਨਰੀ ਇਜਾਦ ਕਰਦੀ ਆ। ਪਹਿਲੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਲੋਹੇ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਾ ਕਬਾੜ ਬਣ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਤੇ ਨਵੇਂ ਸੰਦ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਖਰੀਦਣੇ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਆ, ਪਰ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੱਲ ਉਹਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ। ਅਸੀਂ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਹਰ ਵੇਰਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਵੀ ਇਹਦਾ ਪਰਾਲੀ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਹੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਾ ਪੱਕੇ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਸਥਾਈ ਰੂਪ ਤੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ।
इसकी 500 करोड़ रुपए दी है, और ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਭਰਾਵਾਂ ਦਾ ਹੀ ਰਾਬਤਾ ਵੀ ਕਾਇਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਔਰ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਝ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਵੀ ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਪਰਾਲੀ ਸਾੜਦੇ ਆ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਧੂਏ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਆਪਦੀ ਧਰਤੀ ਦਾ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਕਰਦੇ, ਆਪਦੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਧੂਆ ਤਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਉੱਡਦਾ ਨਾ, ਦੂਸਰੇ ਤਾਂ ਗਾਂਹ ਵਾਲੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ। ਅਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਵੀ ਜੇ ਉਹ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਮੁਆਵਜ਼ਾ ਦੇ ਦੇਣ, 1500 ਰੁਪਇਆ ਦੇ ਦੇਣ, ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੁਝ ਫਿਰ ਸਟੇਟ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਵੀ ਪਾ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ, ਬਹੁਤ ਕੁਝ ਰੁਕ ਸਕਦਾ, ਪਰ ਉਹ ਇੰਨਾ ਕੁਝ ਦੇਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ। 10,000 ਤੋਂ ਉੱਪਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੰਡੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਦੂਜੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ।
Well, time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi, NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ए आयो भाग जोर। पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Hathras bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sun rises on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
NDTV's युवा कॉन्क्लेव is back.
शुरू करते हैं एनडीटीवी का यूथ कॉन्क्लेव, एनडीटीवी युवा।
भारत एक युवा देश है। अगर हम युवा एक हो जाएं, एकजुट हो जाएं, तो दुनिया की कोई ताकत हमें आगे बढ़ने से नहीं रोक सकती.
With India's biggest disruptors.
So when you tried to understand and have conversation with your parents कि मेरा नाम बांसुरी क्या रखा, उन्होंने क्या बताया?
So माँ ने तो बहुत ही स्वीट एक्सप्लेनेशन दी. She said कि कृष्ण की सबसे प्रिय वस्तु पे तुम्हारा नाम रखा गया है.
प्रेजेंट में रहो, अपना कर्म पूरी निष्ठा से करो, फल की चिंता मत करो.
दूसरी थ्रो लगने के बाद जब कोच साहब ने बताया कि 4639 है, तो मैं काफ़ी खुश हुआ. और
सरप्राइज भी हुए थे थोड़ा?
सरप्राइज हुआ था मैं, तब इसीलिए वो मैंने पूछा सर खाओ माँ को सर.
Yuva, Youth for Change.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Welcome back. Lokayukta Police on Friday has registered an FIR against Karnataka Chief Minister Siddharamaiah in the Mysuru Urban Development Authority Muda site allotment case. Remember, he is under scrutiny for this case. This move comes days after a special court in Bengaluru ordered directing the Lokayukta to carry out a probe against Siddharamaiah on allegations of illegalities in allotment of 14 sites that are worth rupees 56 crore to the Chief Minister's wife Parvati by this Muda agency. Now, while Siddharamaiah remains defiant, saying that he is ready for probe but will not design, Lokayukta seems to have begun action on him. In fact, my colleague Pratibha spoke to a senior official in Lokayukta, and this is what he had to say.
We have with us Justice B. Veerappa from the Lokayukta. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, there are a lot of aspersions cast on the institution saying that they would come under the state influence. What are your thoughts on this?
What aspirations?
So they say that it comes under the state's influence and investigation cannot really proceed with certain cases.
This is independent body. We work independently without no question of influence. This is independent body.
So when a case gets registered, what are the kind of due procedures that are followed?
See, we have our own procedure in the Lokayukta Act. If any aggrieved person lodge a complaint, we will post ascertain preliminary note, we will ascertain whether it's made out a case. If satisfied, then we will issue notice to the other side. We will get the comments from the other side. After getting comments, that comment will send to the complainant, giving an opportunity, get his rejoinder. Thereafter, we will decide whether it made out a case or not.
So sometimes there are doubts raised that a case is not registered despite a court order. They take their own due time. Does that happen? Why is there a delay?
No. No question of court order directing us to register. We will register as soon as any even a scrap of paper placed before our receptionist, we will register the case. Even any information, we will sumo to register the cases. If a public interest involved, we ourselves on the information given by press people or any public, will register sumo to case if a public interest involved.
So there are times in the recent past that we have seen that the court has also interfered, asked the Lokayukta or the Lokayukta, for instance, to register cases. At that time, what happens?
No such directions. We are here only, this Lokayukta institution is meant for the society. No question of direction by anybody. We register voluntarily. As soon as any person enter to our institution, inside, give one scrap of paper, grievance, make out a grievance, we will register the case.
One such complainant has gone on to put up a post on social media saying that this institution has delayed the process.
Even Mahatma Gandhi blamed by us, Sarita Chandra blamed by us. People are there to blame any institution, anybody, including you. What to do?
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was the Lokayukta Justice talking to us about how the institution really functions without the state's influence is also something that has been emphasized on. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
Well, my colleague Pratibha joins us with more details on this. Pratibha, tell us what exactly is happening when it comes to the investigation front, because some days back there was, we saw what Karnataka High Court did. It did question, it did in some ways vindicate the BJP stand that the governor is not really an agent of the RSS, but clearly then we also saw the openings of doors with respect to the investigation as far as the Lokayukta is concerned. And tell us about the key takeaways from your conversation with the senior official at Lokayukta, and how is the Siddaramaiah government looking at this?
In fact, when you talk of the Lokayukta probe, most of the officials seem to suggest that they have been working as an independent body, and that if you have to cast aspersions on the Lokayukta, then one cannot really stop themselves from casting aspersions on the CBI as well. So the entire gamut of politics in Karnataka revolves around how effective or how independent is Lokayukta versus CBI, and on parallelly you have another political flashpoint where we are talking of the BJP versus Congress, which is indulging in a face-off of sorts with respect to the governor and the CM, which is the third parallel fight that is on in Karnataka. But as far as the Mura allegations are concerned, yes, it is definitely a big blow to the Chief Minister as far as the FIR that has been registered against him. However, he has been defiant. He's been suggesting that there has been an FIR that was registered against H.D. Kumarasamy of the JDS as well. But did he resign then? Why should I resign now? These are the kind of statements coming from the Chief Minister's stable. And as far as the BJP goes, they have been upping their ante. They have been staging protests, even in Mysuru today, where the CM visited the place, where they did stage protests calling for his resignation and also demanding a CBI probe. But as per protocol, yes, an FIR needs to be registered as per the court's direction. But then there were a lot of complaints that were raised on social media by the complainant himself, stating that there was a lot of delay in the process in terms of registering the FIR, and it was mainly due to that social media post as well as the complainant heading to the media that the Lokayukta has taken action today. But we'll have to wait to see how this investigation would proceed and what will be the legal recourse that would be taken by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah.
Well, thank you, Pratibha. But stay with us for another important story. We'll also want you to explain as to what really is happening in the Karnataka Congress. Karnataka Chief Minister has rubbished the resignation demands that have been raised by the opposition. Siddaramaiah has asked why should he resign. He has insisted that there has been no wrongdoing from his side, and he has also justified withdrawing a CBI consent. Remember, Karnataka withdrew consent to CBI, which means that the CBI will not be given approval by the state government to investigate cases in Karnataka. The CM has said that this decision was taken because CBI, ED and governors were misused by the centre. Before we go back to Pratibha, let's look at some political reactions to this story.
Not only Karnataka, ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಸಿಬಿಐ ಬಳಸೋದು, ಇಡಿ ಬಳಸೋದು, ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರ ಕಚೇರಿಗಳಿಂದ ದುರ್ಬಳಕೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡಿಂಗ್ ಮೈಸೂರು ಕೂಡ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಅಂತ 50 ಜಡ್ಪಿ ಮುತ್ತಿಗೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆಗೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು? ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ವೇನ್ರಿ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ?
Issue here is of the highest level of probity that we expect in public life, and the very fact that a judgment has come out. There have been issues with regard to the land scam, where a party that talks about service to our Dalit community, that same party's chief minister indulges in siphoning away and capturing poor Dalit families' land, a scam of such high proportions. Certainly, the chief minister must tender his resignation without doubt.
Well, going back to my colleague Pratibha Raman, who has been reporting on this case, Pratibha, the timing of this, the Karnataka state government doing away with consent to CBI is interesting. And though the government says that it is nothing to do with the Muda case, clearly the timing is suspect. What does the government have to say about that? And how is the Chief Minister looking at his own case right now, considering that while there is Congress backing him, does he fear that the backing, the support might actually decline in the coming days?
But the fact that the Chief Minister has been having his set of MLAs as well as ministers each time while addressing the media is only to depict a show of strength. And he has been suggesting that all the MLAs, the ministers, including the Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, are on his side. Even the High Command is on his side. But talking about the Cabinet's decision yesterday, it definitely raises questions with respect to the timing. However, they have vehemently denied this. Is this while there is no Muda factor, could there be some fear factor is also some of the statements that we are picking up from the BJP stable there. But the Cabinet's justification is that the CBI has been biased in its several investigations and that they haven't done a proper job. They have not even filed charge sheets in some of the cases. These are the kind of explanations that we are picking up. But yes, it definitely does not remove the fact that the timing has to be considered here because it comes just 2 days after the court verdict. The Congress has been huddled in several meetings, including this cabinet meeting now. And the second decision also, that is to cover up the communication between the governor and the government and to be okayed by the cabinet before making it public. These are sending a lot of signals with respect to how the Congress is trying to ensure that the Muda allegations do not go up to the CBI, nor does it go up to the governor's office as well. Back to you.
Thank you, Pratibha Raman, for joining us with those details. Moving on to other important stories. Complaint against Kolkata Mayor's OSD now. Kolkata Mayor's OSD has been accused of fraud. Abhishek Banerjee's office has lodged a complaint now. Abhishek Banerjee's office has filed a complaint against Kolkata Mayor's OSD, and the Kolkata Mayor's OSD has been accused of committing fraud, and this OSD allegedly used Abhishek Banerjee's name for fraud to scam people. Joining me now is my colleague Saurabh Gupta. Saurabh, tell us what exactly are the allegations against this OSD? When did they surface and what action has been taken?
Well, from what we've been given to understand is that the office of Abhishek Banerjee, the Trinamool MP and the National General Secretary of the party, also Mamata Banerjee's nephew, was receiving some complaints about, this kind of activity, and therefore, what they did was they filed a complaint with the police, and of course now it's the police's job to investigate is what we've been told. But what we've been given to understand is that the complaint has been filed against the OSD of Kolkata Mayor Firhad Hakim, and the complaint has been filed at the Shakespeare Sharoni police station of the Kolkata police, and this again this OSD has been identified by the office of the Trinamool MP. And at this point, though it's early stages of the investigation, the complaint really details what the charges are against this OSD who's been identified as an OSD of the Kolkata Mayor, and the complaint, like I said, has been filed by Trinamool MP's office.
Thank you, Saurabh Gupta, for joining us with those details. Moving on to other important stories. SpiceJet is prepping for a turnaround. In fact, this is turnaround 2.0. SpiceJet has spoken on its revival plan. NDTV Profit exclusive with SpiceJet's Ajay Singh. And in fact, SpiceJet owner has talked about expanding fleet from 25 to 100 by 2026. And also he has talked about restructuring existing liabilities. So let's listen into that conversation.
It's an airline that has faced more than its fair share of turbulence. I'm talking about SpiceJet that has recently concluded a fundraise of about 3,000 crores. But even after that, the question is being asked again and again that will this airline survive and revive? To speak on that, I'm joined now by the CMD, Mr. Ajay Singh. So great to have you on the NDTV network, Mr. Singh, and thank you for taking out the time to speak to us at what I'm sure is a busy time. Now, we're speaking also on an interesting day when there has been an announcement from your company that GST dues have been cleared. Let's start there. What are the dues that have been cleared, and is this what we're going to see as the primary utilization of the 3,000 crores raised, which is to clear outstanding dues?
Well, the primary use of the raise is to increase capacity, go from the current 25 aircraft that SpiceJet is flying back to a 100 aircraft airline in the next 2 years. That's the primary objective of the raise. We were already close to 100 aircraft airline in 2019, and it is our intention to get back to being a 100 aircraft airline over the next 2 years. That's the primary objective. Of course, another objective of the raise is to clean up the balance sheet, clear up whatever is due and payable, settle with all our partners who are owed money primarily for the period when aircraft are not flying during COVID and during the grounding of the MAX aircraft in 2019 and for 3 years thereupon. So the idea is that we clean up our balance sheet, restructure all existing liabilities, and have the space and the strength to quickly grow back into being a 100 aircraft airline in a market which is absolutely booming, and where only of the population of 140 crore people today, 5 or 6 crore Indians fly. So SpiceJet knows how to do this. SpiceJet has been an airline which has been around the last 18, 19 years. We've flown with very high occupancy, with a great deal of success. We've brought about a turnaround in 2015, which was most unexpected and the envy of many. We feel that we are in a better position to bring about another turnaround here. SpiceJet already has all the experience and infrastructure to be a 100 aircraft airline. And so the primary objective of the race is to quickly get back being a 100 aircraft airline.
Okay, so that is the primary objective. But then, the back of the envelope calculation is that out of that 3,000 crore, about 2,400 crore is going to go towards dues. About 600 crore is left. I think what, you've also penciled in for fleet expansion is about 370 crores. So I come back to the question that some are asking and that we started with. With 3,000 crore fundraise successful, yes, that's a check mark. But can the airline actually survive and revive? How much more is required?
Firstly, your number of 2,400 is a little overstated in our opinion. And what we've done is we've penciled in about 800 crores towards revival of aircraft that we have on the ground. Remember, the aircraft are difficult to come by in the global aviation market at this point of time. SpiceJet has this great advantage that we have about 30 aircraft which are just sitting on the ground, which need some capital to put them back in the air. So the first objective of SpiceJet is to see that these 30 aircraft that are sitting on the ground, several of which are actually owned by SpiceJet, that those go back in the air. And for that, we've provided a significant amount of money from this fundraise. In addition to that, like you correctly said, we've allocated some money towards getting in aircraft on lease. And this money has been allocated towards some advance payments, etc., that have to be made for those aircraft. So the plan is to get up to about 40 aircraft by the end of this financial year, to get up to close to 80 aircraft by the end of the following financial year, and 100 aircraft thereupon. So we think it's a plan that we can well achieve, and we will actually surprise all of you on the upside.
No, I think this is the question that you get the most.
Let me just say that, we have proven you guys wrong. We've proven your channel wrong repeatedly, because you guys have said so many times that SpiceJet will not survive. And we've shown you every time that you are wrong. This is an airline that refuses to die. It will not. and it will be a vibrant player in the Indian aviation space again. There is absolutely no doubt in that.
All right. So no, let me respond to that, Mr. Singh. We hold as journalists a healthy dose of skepticism for any claims made by anyone. But having said that, for the health of the Indian aviation sector, it's better that there are more players. We want SpiceJet to survive. But all claims being made will be examined as they must. I'm sure you appreciate that.
We fully appreciate that, but every time a claim has been made by NDTV, it is our mission to ensure that that claim is proven wrong.
Okay, if that helps the airline survive, then we're happy for that. We're happy for the outcome. Okay. Now, having said that, you said that the math was a little bit off. Let me just come back to that. So 3,000 crores, you're saying at least 800 crores goes towards CAPEX. So 2,200 crores towards due. Is that the right math then?
No, actually, what is going towards due is close to about 1,400 crores because there are a lot of settlements in the works. We have another 800 crores of reserve capital that we are keeping to ensure that we have enough working capital and we have enough reserve. So around 1,400 crores is going towards dues. About 800 is going towards refurbishing the planes and getting in new aircraft, and 800 is capital that we are keeping in reserve.
Okay. Now, let's get to, what that pathway looks like and some of the things from the customer point of view, the niggles. So, some hitches which we've seen at certain airports, airport dues, etc. Would that take priority? Some of the furloughs that have been announced, do you look at reversing that in a certain timeline?
Well, as you know, we've cleared all past salaries of employees. Everybody's completely current and up to date. We have also cleared GST dues. We are clearing other statutory dues as we speak. In terms of the airports, there's actually very little money due to them. I think one of the advantages of being on the advance system that we have been at airports and with oil companies for the last 7 or 8 years is that very little money is actually due to them from the past. So they will be settled. Those are relatively smaller pieces of this full puzzle. We will find settlements with them really soon. Now, you heard about some advance payments that have been requested by certain airports, which came in the media. But those are very small amounts, Tamanna, and those will be settled very, very quickly.
What about the 150 crew sent on furlough in August? Now that there is liquidity that has come in, is there a plan to reverse this? Because surely if you're going to have this, ambitious scale up of fleet, then you need the crew as well. So what is happening on that front?
I think for sure. I mean, these are wonderful people who we've trained. And, by the way, SpiceJet was perhaps the only airline that actually kept the entire staff at SpiceJet during COVID. We kept them because we felt that they would have absolutely nowhere to go if we were to let them go. And so we are very, very, conscious of the fact that we need to get them back on the rolls as soon as possible. And as we scale up and as we roll out this pretty ambitious scale-up plan, of course, all that crew and all that staff is going to come.
Let me just come to the bit of the fundraise. So the first round of fundraise successful. Some marquee investors have come in. Then again, some have, offloaded a little bit of stake, but then that's part of usual business. The question everyone wants to know that is another fundraise round the corner, or will that be required to reach that goal of 100 aircraft by 2026? Is that on the horizon?
I think the plan till 2026 is fully funded.
Okay.
So no more fundraise is required for that. I think we are well on our way on that plan. We'll see what happens beyond that plan.
Math work on just what we spoke about, so the dues paid the amount of capex left. I know you have about 36 grounded fleet, which you will first revive. But then if you want to get to the number of 100, so you need 30 odd more. Does the math really fit with the amount of funds raised so far?
Yeah, when you take planes on the secondary market, Tamanna, you don't have to pay for the planes. What you do is you pay advanced lease rental. So 2 months or 3 months of lease rental. We've taken all that into account. We've taken some aircraft deliveries from Boeing towards the end of that plan, but not very many, given the current issues that Boeing is facing, which we hope that they will resolve really soon. But just to make sure that our plan remains robust and strong, we've taken very few deliveries from Boeing. The rest of the planes are actually coming off the secondary market, and there seems to be a decent amount of availability going forward. So we've taken advance payment for those aircraft.
So how many planes would in this lot of 100 be from the secondary market in the final calculation?
We will, so around 35 or 40 planes are from the secondary market over the next 2.5 years. And we have visibility for quite a large number of those aircraft already. We've taken a few, like I said, from Boeing towards the fag end of that period. And we'll see, and if Boeing is able to provide them, then great. And because we still have an outstanding order with Boeing for about 200 aircraft. If things come back on stream and they're able to provide those, then great. And if not, those will also have to be procured from the second.
So if I look back at the two primary reasons which have seen SpiceJet face turbulence, one was COVID, which was faced by everyone, and the second was Boeing itself. In that sense, leading up to my question, is it time for a sort of a reset when you look at the rest of your fleet and not look at Boeing primarily? Is that something that you're thinking of as well?
I think we'll exercise all possible options. It's not as if the other manufacturer also has a great deal of capacity available. It's a tough market. I think Boeing has gone through a tough time. We'll see how things really pan out. But I think the preference is to stick with existing partners while exploring all other possibilities.
Just a couple of questions on what the industry is looking like right now, Mr. Singh. We have a peculiar sort of breakup in our aviation industry. Airlines die over here with alarming regularity. Kudos, SpiceJet has managed to stay above ground, but that is a feature of the Indian aviation industry. And then you have two primary players now, one with an outsized share. SpiceJet gets to 100 by 2026, say all of that is in plan. How do you manage to crack this in terms of market share?
Well, our concern has never particularly been market share. As you increase the fleet, the market share goes up. This is part of the way this works. We were at close to 20% market share in 2019. As we increase our planes, market share will keep going up. I don't want to put a target market share, but I think a healthy industry requires multiple players. The duopoly that exists today is perhaps long-term not the best thing to happen, either for consumers or for this industry. And not only SpiceJet, I would wish the other players also the best, and I hope that we can have multiple players in the system. We, of course, need to ensure going forward that the industry remains healthy. And for that, it's important that we bring down the cost of aviation in terms of the taxes that are being charged, the complexity of the system, etc. We need to address those issues, and we need to address the issue of yield. India has been one of the lowest yield markets, aviation markets in the world. That's improved over the last 2 years. But I think it's important that airlines are going to be profitable so that they can use the profits and deploy those profits towards growth that the Indian market needs.
What is the path to profitability for SpiceJet, sir?
Well, from our perspective, today, a large amount of our cost actually is because of the fixed cost that we are incurring because of the grounded fleet As you start putting that fleet back in the air, remember that today we are paying for that fleet. We are paying lease rental for the fleet. We are paying parking charges for the fleet. We are paying an outsized amount of money for infrastructure to maintain that fleet. As you start bringing that fleet back, that fixed cost will get amortized over the number of planes that we have, and you'll see the profitability come quite quickly. In fact, our projection is that you will see it quite early on that the airline will turn profitable.
Give me a number, sir.
I don't want to give you the tamanna, because then I don't want to, read in your channel that I said something.
You get to tell me I told you so.
Commitments to, you're right, but we have made commitments in our business plan to the incoming investors. We will certainly try and beat those commitments that we made.
Okay, looking forward to hearing from you and seeing the success of SpiceJet as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Singh, for coming, speaking to us candidly, taking all of our questions. And that's really how it should be. Ajay Singh there, talking about SpiceJet's survival and revival plan with a lot of confidence. I think one big takeaway, saying that they're fully funded as of now for their aim to reach 100 aircrafts by 2026. Thank you so much for joining us.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ए आयो भाग जोर। पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
I've been reporting
reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV's युवा कॉन्क्लेव is back.
शुरू करते हैं एनडीटीवी का यूथ कॉन्क्लेव एनडीटीवी युवा।
भारत एक युवा देश है। अगर हम युवा एक हो जाएं, एकजुट हो जाएं, तो
A very good evening. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vaza. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including Vikramaditya Singh, who has been summoned by the Congress. The Congress is upset over the comments made by him. We'll get you all the details. But first, the headlines. Himachal Pradesh eateries nameplate row in which Congress has in fact been upset with Vikramaditya Singh. In order, the Congress is now pulling up the Himachal Pradesh minister after summoning him to Delhi. Sources say that the Congress High Command is upset with the minister praising the UP model of displaying details of the owners of eateries and food stalls. And the Lokayukta police files an FIR against Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in an exclusive interaction with NDTV. Lokayukta has said that the law is equal for everyone. Why should I resign is what Siddaramaiah is saying. He remains defiant as the Chief Minister of Karnataka amid the Muda heat. He says, why should he resign? Questioning if the Prime Minister tendered his resignation after the Godhra riots as his capacity as the Chief Minister of Gujarat at the time. In the Tirupati Prasad, politics explodes and the former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy says that he is cancelling his trip. This is after he was asked to sign a declaration of belief for non-Hindus, saying that he got a notice from the police saying that he doesn't have the permission to visit the temple, questioning when did one require permission to visit a temple, and that he was threatened with an arrest. All up in the air, the Supreme Court pulls up the pollution panel. The Supreme Court comes down heavily on the Central Air Quality Panel for not taking adequate steps to monitor the air quality and curb the pollution problem in the National Capital Region. Let's get to your top story, and this is in regard to Vikramaditya Singh, the Himachal Pradesh minister, who has been pulled up by the Congress party, and this is on account of the comments that were made. He also was summoned to Delhi and reprimanded by the Congress party over a controversial order issued by his department mandating food outlets across the state to display the name and the address of their owners. This development has come as the Congress came under fire on social media as well as within the party over the move, as it had criticized a similar move by the government of Uttar Pradesh during the Kavar Yatra a few weeks ago. And we have my colleague Vasudha joining us. Vasudha, it is the Congress party that is upset with the comments made by Vikramaditya Singh in regard to the eateries in Himachal Pradesh.
Absolutely, Divya. What I understand is that Vikramaditya Singh, who's a minister in the Himachal Pradesh cabinet, it's a Congress-run government, and the Congress party is upset with what he has basically said. Vikramaditya Singh, like you rightly pointed out, has praised the UP model, and he has talked about this particular move in which Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, had asked for all dhabas and eateries to very clearly and boldly put out the names of the owners, and this was in many ways seen as communal, and this happened during Kavar Yatra. Even the court had to intervene, and this move was criticized by the Congress party and the opposition in UP as well. But Vikramaditya praising that and saying that something like this needs to be replicated in Himachal Pradesh was seen as completely contradictory to what the Congress party under Rahul Gandhi believes. which is why he was summoned to Delhi by the Congress leadership. And what I understand is that K.C. Venugopal, who is also the General Secretary of the party, has given him, an earful, and he has basically told him that, in no uncertain words, that, something like this will not be tolerated, and that he has to follow the narrative and the path that the Congress has set under the leadership of Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge, who is the president of the party. And the values cannot be contradicting to what these leaders have been presenting, which is, of a secular narrative, which is about fighting the BJP, and he cannot be seen as hand in glove with the BJP government. Then now we have to remember Vikramaditya Singh is the Minister for Urban Development and PWD, and he comes from the legacy of Veerbhadra Singh, who has been the Chief Minister of the Congress in Himachal. He comes from a political there, and he has made dissenting remarks even in the past, because he was seen as one of the contenders for the CM's post. So clearly his by the Congress leadership is of utmost political importance, and we'll have to wait and watch as to how this issue unfolds.
Right, thank you so much, Vasudha, for getting us all those details. We will keep tracking the latest on that. Moving on now, giving you the very latest as far as the Muda scam is concerned, and big update coming in with the Lokayukta police filing an FIR against the Chief Minister of Karnataka. Well, in an exclusive interview, Lokayukta has gone on to say that the probe against the Chief Minister, with the law being equal for all. Now, the police of the Lokayukta has registered an FIR against the Chief Minister of the state in the Mysuru Urban Development Authority site allocation. As far as the move comes, days after a special court in Bengaluru ordered directing the Lokayukta to carry out a probe against Siddaramaiah on allegations of illegal. These are the, the allegations are in regard to the allotment of 14 sites worth 56 crore rupees to the Chief Minister's wife. Now, let's just also listen in to what was really said by Siddaramaiah, who remains defiant, says, I will not be resigning. He is also asking, did the Prime Minister tender his resignation of the Godhra riots as his capacity as the Chief Minister of Gujarat at the time. Now, in an exclusive interaction with NDTV, Lokayukta has said that law is equal for everyone. Let's listen in.
In fact, when you talk of the Lokayukta probe, most of the officials seem to suggest that they have been working as an independent body, and that if you have to cast aspersions on the Lokayukta, then one cannot really stop themselves from casting aspersions on the CBI as well. So the entire gamut of politics in Karnataka revolves around how effective or how independent is Lokayukta versus CBI, and on parallelly you have another political flashpoint where we are talking of the BJP versus Congress, which is indulging in a face-off of sorts with respect to the governor and the CM, which is the third parallel fight that is on in Karnataka. But as far as the Muda allegations are concerned, yes, it is definitely a big blow to the Chief Minister as far as the FIR that has been registered against him. However, he has been defiant. He's been suggesting that there has been an FIR that was registered against H.D. Kumarasamy of the JDS as well. But did he resign then? Why should I resign now? These are the kind of statements coming from the Chief Minister's stable. And as far as the BJP goes, they have been upping their ante. They have been staging protests, even in Mysuru today, where the CM visited the place, where they did stage protests calling for his resignation and also demanding a CBI probe. But as per protocol, yes, an FIR needs to be registered as per the court's direction. But then there were a lot of complaints that were raised on social media by the complainant himself, stating that there was a lot of delay in the process in terms of registering the FIR, and it was mainly due to that social media post as well as the complainant heading to the media that the Lokayukta has taken action today. But we'll have to wait to see how this investigation would proceed and what will be the legal recourse that would be taken by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Back to you. We have with us Justice B. Veerappa from the Lokayukta. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Yes, ma'am.
So there are a lot of aspersions cast on the institution, saying that they would come under the state influence. What are your thoughts on this?
What aspirations?
So they say that it comes under the state's influence and investigation cannot really proceed with certain cases.
This is independent body. We work independently without no question of influence. This is independent body.
So when a case gets registered, what are the kind of due procedures that are followed?
See, we have our own procedure in the Lokayukta Act. If any aggrieved person lodge a complaint, we'll post ascertain preliminary note. We'll ascertain whether it's made out a case. If satisfied, then we'll issue notice to the other side. We'll get the comments from the other side. After getting comments, that comment will send to the complainant, giving an opportunity, get his rejoinder. Thereafter, we will decide whether it made out a case or not.
And now with Lokayukta filing an FIR in the Muda case, what does this really mean for the Chief Minister going forward from here? We will keep tracking all the very latest, but switching tracks from Karnataka now to Andhra Pradesh. In the Tirupati Prasad Rao that has exploded, and it's Jagan Mohan Reddy who has gone ahead and cancelled his visit to the Tirumala temples. Now, he has gone on to say that the reason that he has cancelled his visit is because he got a notice from the police saying that he has no permission to go to the temple, questioning as to why and when does one really require a permission to go to the temples in the state. He's also gone on to say that he was threatened with an arrest.
Probably never in the history of this country, probably, we have ever witnessed such a situation where you actually have a situation where if somebody were to visit a temple, people have been barred from visiting temple. These are the notices. The notices say that the ex-Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy is visiting Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam, and that program does not have the approval of the government. And if any Karyakarta participates in this program, cases would be booked on them.
Initially, this particular press meet that he has conducted was regarding his entry into Tirumala. We have not issued him any notice, or neither I believe the police has also not issued him any notice that you shouldn't enter Tirumala. The only thing was there was a request and there was a demand from various organizations, not just TDP or Janasena or Bharatiya Janata Party or somebody. Even the Honorable Chief Minister Garu requested that whoever is visiting Tirumala kindly uphold the traditions and customs of Tirumala. And also, there is, as I said, there is a rule book of that also. According to the Endowments Department Act 30 of 1987, a GO was also issued, GO number 311, if I remember correctly, in the year 1990, asking for a declaration to be given. Again, coming back to his question of saying that there are so many, irregularities and misrepresentations, the point is, when a vigilance inquiry was conducted in the month of July, that's when they found it out, and immediately that was reported, and the further investigations are going on in that particular issue. If, as quoted by Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy, if we wanted to make it, political issue, we would have immediately raised it then and there itself, which we did not. Neither the Honorable Chief Minister Garu did it. After thorough investigation, after thorough, the entire documentation, that's when the issue was raised by the Honorable Chief Minister Garu, and now there is a sit inquiry going on in it. So what's the problem?
And switching tracks from Andhra Pradesh to poll-bound Haryana, the Dabwali Assembly seat in Haryana's Sirsa district is witnessing an interesting fight between an uncle and a nephew. Congress has fielded Amit Sehag, and the INLD has nominated Aditya Devilal. Aditya Devilal is the grandson of former Deputy Prime Minister and former Haryana Chief Minister Devilal, and Amit Sehag is from Devilal's clan in the Chotala village. Speaking to NDTV, Amit Sehag attacked the JJP, saying that the party had failed the farmers during the farmers' protest. Listen in.
Welcome to NDTV. So how do you see this election? Because do you feel any challenges in this election?
I believe this is going to be a historic election in that case, because for once, and which I'm really happy about after the Lok Sabha election as well, that people are talking about agendas and what are the main issues. So we are basically, the core plank we are fighting this election on is on development, as well as changing the kind of system which was prevailing here. Initially, there's a atmosphere of fear. There was an atmosphere where people didn't really come among the people before the elections, and everything was basically managed by that whole system which was running here. And we tried to change that discourse to Sharafat and Vikas ki Rajniti, which is our kind of a core plank we have been working on. I was a MLA elected in the opposition, yet I tried to make a presence felt of this area, which was missing. Before, only the name of the village was known to the people. Now people know there's a constituency called Davali. So that has been the core change, and I believe, even being in the opposition, I tried successfully, and I've been successful in doing a lot of things. Like this area became a police district was a big example of that. So now the narrative is that the people are disillusioned with the BJP government. The people are disillusioned with the JJP because of the promises they made, and they said that this is a party of the farmers. And when the biggest farm agitation of the world happened, and this was an epicenter of that, and yet they turned their faces to the farmers, and they kind of chose to sit in the government. So that has been, I believe, something which, and if you attach the whole corruption issues which have been going on for the last 4 years. So I think so all that people are disillusioned with these parties, and they want to change. And the positive change they see is in the Congress party. Whole politics since the Lok Sabha is that people they're joining their hands, they're coming together irrespective of the political lineage they might have beforehand, and they want to change this politics, and they want somebody who is among them, whom they can approach easily, whom they can talk to easily, and who can really who has a vision to work for the development of the area. And I believe that is going to be winning. The will of the people would win over, I would literally say, I use a phrase which our Prime Minister had used earlier, it's literally an election between Namdar and Kamdar. So there's a Namdar which everybody knows about, like there's this family, though I come from the similar family, but our agenda and politics has been drastically different almost.
Right, switching tracks now to Delhi, and the Supreme Court has come down heavily on the pollution body, saying that everything is up in the air, asking as to many questions. The Supreme Court has questioned the Central Air Quality Panel for not taking adequate steps in order to monitor the air quality and curb the pollution in the national capital. The Commission for Air Quality Management did not form any committee for monitoring the air quality, is what was said in court. There has been total non-compliance of the Act, questioning if any committees have been constituted, asking to show a single step taken, what directions have been used under the Act, just also asking, to show a single direction issued, adding that it's all in the air, nothing they have showed as to what they have said to the states of the NCR.
The air quality is already going to be very poisonous here in the national capital, and hearing the case of pollution, Supreme Court today came down heavily on CAQM and in fact said that we are nearing a situation like emergency, and CAQM needs to be more active. Today, in fact, very tough questions were put to the CAQM chairperson, who in fact had joined online on this hearing, and Supreme Court today asked as to how many meetings have been conducted by CAQM, and also in fact what are the directions that have been issued and what action has CAQM taken until now, on which official has the action been taken. So all of these questions were put in front of the CAQM chairperson, and he said, regarding the meeting, CAQM chairperson said that a meeting is being held once in 3 months. So over that as well, Supreme Court in fact wrapped CAQM, saying that what is going to come out of one meeting in 3 months. The Supreme Court said that there needs to be IAS officers also in this committee, in this commission, and also asked, and also in fact asked that till now, if we talk about the experts, there seems to be no experts in this commission. So now, the hearing is going to continue on Thursday, and before that, the court in fact has said that a better compliance report need to be submitted by CAQM on, in fact, the steps taken, the directions issued, and also the action taken so far. Here, in fact, what is also interesting to, note here is that CAQM did say that their work is to issue directions. When it comes to the enforcement, it is actually with the state government.
Right, Ishika, this comes at a time when an incident of stubble burning has already begun in Amritsar. So it is, in fact, the farmers who are saying that they are helpless. They really do not want to burn the stubble, but they have literally no option. So the farmers there are talking about how they are helpless, but it is the Punjab government that is shifting the onus onto the centre, saying that they require more funds. Let's listen in.
किसान कोई भी पराली ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਗਾਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਮਜਬੂਰੀ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਆ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਖੇਤ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਰ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਖਰਚਾ ਚੜਦਾ ਵਾ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਹਰ ਸਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਨਵੀਂ ਮਸ਼ੀਨਰੀ ਇਜਾਦ ਕਰਦੀ ਆ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਲੋਹੇ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਾ ਕਬਾੜ ਬਣ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਨਵੇਂ ਸੰਦ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਖਰੀਦਣੇ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਆ ਪਰ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੱਲ ਉਹਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਹਰ ਵੇਰਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਵੀ ਇਹਦਾ ਪਰਾਲੀ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਹੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਾ ਪੱਕੇ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਸਥਾਈ ਰੂਪ ਤੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ
इसकी 500 करोड़ रुपए दी है ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਭਰਾਵਾਂ ਦਾ ਹੀ ਰਾਬਤਾ ਵੀ ਕਾਇਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਇਹਦਾ ਔਰ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਝ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਵੀ ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਪਰਾਲੀ ਸਾੜਦੇ ਆ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਧੂਏ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਉੱਥੇ ਆਪਦੀ ਧਰਤੀ ਦਾ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਆਪਦੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਧੂਆ ਤਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਉੱਡਦਾ ਨਾ ਦੂਸਰੇ ਤਾਂ ਗਾਂਹ ਵਾਲੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਵੀ ਜੇ ਉਹ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਮੁਆਵਜ਼ਾ ਦੇ ਦੇਣ 1500 ਰੁਪਇਆ ਦੇ ਦੇਣ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੁਝ ਫਿਰ ਸਟੇਟ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਵੀ ਪਾ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ ਬਹੁਤ ਕੁਝ ਰੁਕ ਸਕਦਾ ਪਰ ਉਹ ਇੰਨਾ ਕੁਝ ਦੇਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ 10000 ਤੋਂ ਉੱਪਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੰਡੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਦੂਜੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ
And switching tracks now is the BJP's Sundar Singh Tanwar, who has been nominated to the 18th and final seat of the Delhi's Municipal Corporation Standing Committee. Tanwar got 115 votes in the number of BJP councils in the House. Tanwar's win, which will almost certainly be challenged in court, means that the BJP now has control over the Standing Committee, which is widely seen as a real power behind the municipal body. The BJP now has 10 of its 18 members and can select the chair. The Aam Aadmi Party that boycotted the civic body polls has 125 councillors, and had the party voted and provided none of its vote would have been poached by the BJP, it would most likely have won the election and the control of the Standing Committee, which takes most of the municipal body's financial decisions. And switching tracks now, the strike by more than 1,000 workers of the Samsung Electronics manufacturing plant at Kanchipuram has entered its 19th day, demanding recognition of union, pay revision and equal pay for equal work. While the strike had hit a 50 production of the production ahead of this festive season, the company has yet again appealed to workers to return, saying that it would consider all their demands except recognition of their union. NDTV Sam Daniel spoke to Samsung's legal counsel. Let's listen.
Workers at the Samsung Electronics manufacturing plant at Kanchipuram are on strike for more than 2 weeks. Joining us now, Mr. Anand Gopalan, the counsel for Samsung. Thank you very much for your time. Could you give us a sense of what are the sticking points since the talks are underway?
It appears to be that the striking workmen want a wage increase before they call off the strike. But if the management on the hand wants them to call off the strike and is willing to sit and discuss and not with a threat of strike hanging over their neck that they don't want to hold the talks at this point of time. That seems to be the major sticking point. And of course the recognition of union, which the management has said at the moment doesn't even arise because the registration of the union itself has not happened.
Are they talking about CITU?
Yeah, they want affiliated to be affiliated to CITU union.
But you're not okay with that?
It is not a question of being okay with it. At the moment, I don't think management has come to any decision on it, and that question has not come. And as far as the state of Tamil Nadu is concerned, there is no law which mandates that a management has to recognize the union. So it is the discretion of the management whether to recognize or not to recognize the union. So therefore, the management can't be forced to recognize the union in Tamil Nadu.
All right. And then they say they cannot be forced to work on a regular basis in terms of overtime every day.
I don't think anybody is being forced to work on a regular basis on overtime, and I don't think the management has done that. It's at their option to work. There are statutory provisions for it. There are authorities who look into such complaints. A strike in any event can't be for this. There are mechanisms to redress if they have grievances, and the management is willing to discuss and talk with them. It's only to arm twist the management for their demands, which certainly are far higher than what the management may need to pay, that they've gone on this illegal strike.
Sam Daniel there speaking with the counsel of the Samsung Electronics. Well, with that, we're slipping to a very short break. Coming up next is India Sense with my colleague Gauri Trivedi. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
2 cappuccinos to go. I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ए आयो भाग जोर। पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. months, I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back.
शुरू करते हैं NDTV का यूथ कॉन्क्लेव। NDTV युवा।
भारत एक युवा देश है। अगर हम युवा एक हो जाएं, एकजुट हो जाएं, तो दुनिया की कोई ताकत हमें आगे बढ़ने से नहीं रोक सकती।
With India's biggest disruptors.
So when you tried to understand and have conversation with your parents कि मेरा नाम बांसुरी क्या रखा, उन्होंने क्या बताया?
So माँ ने तो बहुत ही स्वीट एक्सप्लेनेशन दी। She said कि कृष्ण की सबसे प्रिय वस्तु पे तुम्हारा नाम रखा गया है।
प्रेजेंट में रहो, अपना कर्म पूरी निष्ठा से करो, फल की चिंता मत करो।
दूसरी थ्रो लगने के बाद जब कोच साहब ने बताया कि 4639 है, तो मैं काफ़ी खुश हुआ। और
सरप्राइज भी हुए थे थोड़ा?
सरप्राइज हुआ था मैं, तब इसीलिए वो मैंने पूछा सर खाओ माँ को सर।
Yuva, youth for change. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV